This story begins somewhere not far away in Japan, in one of the most chic cities of this country. The protagonist yawns a little, realizes that he needs to go home and do his homework urgently, because he has already sat in the computer club. He realizes that he'll be a little bored because he'll be home early. But he had to finish his homework because if he didn't do it in time, he would be scolded by his teacher tomorrow. Getting on his bike, he decided to head home. As he was crossing the highway, he suddenly noticed a huge truck coming straight at him at an unusually high speed. Its headlights were so bright that they blinded the boy. He could not see where to go in order to avoid a collision. Unfortunately, the main character was not lucky and he could not avoid the collision with the truck. The truck ran him over with all its wheels, and the boy's chances of survival were zero. An assassin sitting nearby in his car, who was watching the scene through binoculars, immediately decided to inform young Mr. Lin that the mission was accomplished and ask him to transfer $1,000,000 to his account. Looking at the dead boy through the binoculars, the assassin didn't understand why young Master Xing Lin had spent so much money to buy the life of this scum. The bloody body of the boy continued to lie on the pavement. No one could help him because they could not even imagine that such a trash could be needed by anyone. It would seem that all this could end. A simple, worthless, homeless. No one needs a boy who was killed by a truck miserable death. But suddenly in his mind, something became possessed. Literally, after a while, the boy opened his eyes. Seeing his bloody hands, he could not understand what was happening to him. Inside the boy's mind was something incomprehensible, because he could not recognize his own body. It seemed to him that his mind is under someone else's control. And he was right because something was inside him and took control of his body. Immediately, his memories came back to him that he was detained at school by everyone. Even the teachers saying that he was a mediocrity and could not do anything normal humanly. Even the girls made fun of Ling Yun, saying that he was a pig-headed ugly boy. They always humiliated him wherever he was. Even in the canteen, they managed to take away his tray of food and turn all the food on him, saying that he was a pig and should eat the floor. Ling Yun's classmates always told him that he only knew how to munch all day long. And when they took the tray away from him, they would say that they wanted to help him go on a diet. After which they would insult him and beat him very badly, telling him that he was fat and the most beautiful girl of Chaoshanshan High School would never look at him in her life. While beating Ling Yun, his classmates asked him if he thought he was suitable for the most beautiful girl in the school and suggested that he look in the mirror to see his pig face. Lying completely bloodied on the pavement, the boy was unable to utter a single word. Ling Yun, the spirit that possessed him, was very saddened that the boy couldn't even say his name. This spirit was Ling Yun. He had cultivated the medicinal arts to the cleaving disaster stage. He was able to escape the disaster, but as a result, his consciousness traveled to planet Earth and entered the body of that bloody boy. He realized that this body was very mutilated and decided to use the qi he had accumulated in his world to heal this body. Ling Yun immediately began to cultivate and gather qi energy around this mangled body in order to heal it. While he was recovering, he noticed that the boy had so many health problems and also so many enemies that he would definitely not even live to be 20 years old. Ling Yun realized that even though he had taken over the boy's body, he would need to absorb the qi and improve this body. Without thinking for long, Ling Yun immediately began to absorb qi and refine the boy's body, saying that he would definitely avenge him on his abusers. 10 minutes had passed since Ling Yun's qi collection, but the body had not recovered a single drop. After an entire hour, Ling Yun was unable to recover his captured body as he was unable to absorb enough qi. He couldn't understand what the hell this place was and why there was almost no qi in the surroundings. He was shocked, for he understood that since there was no qi in the surroundings, he would need to drag this useless body to live on. He understood that at best, after a couple dozen kilometers, he would be able to find a hospital to treat this body. Well, or at worst, he would have to cultivate again and gather all the qi in the surroundings to revive this body. Ling Yun realized that he was a figure that no one dared to mess with in the almighty cultivation world. No one dared to even look in his direction without permission. Therefore, he realized that such a small thing as a useless body that was scarred from an accident would not be able to stop him, and he was able to heal it. From the last of his strength, Ling Yun got up and went in search of qi and a healing center. After a few hours of traveling, Ling Yun could barely walk to the river. Seeing the reflection of his own body in the water, Ling Yun realized that this body was simply horrible and also very dirty. The water in the river was very clean, so Ling Yun decided that it was time to take a bath and clean this dirty body. After stripping naked, Ling Yun jumped into the river. The water in the river was as warm as steamy milk. which was quite useful after such a harsh examination of the body. No sooner had he properly relaxed and rested than he suddenly noticed that a car stopped abruptly right in front of him on the highway. A wonderful long-haired girl got out of the car and immediately ran towards the water body. Ling Yun decided to hide behind the rocks and reeds and observe such a beautiful girl. But this beautiful girl was very unwell, and she spewed a rainbow from her mouth right into the body of water. Ling Yun was under a very great impression when he saw what the girl was doing while standing on the riverbank. After the first eruption of the rainbow, the girl had a second coming, so she tried to catch her breath. But unfortunately for her, she was very unsteady on her heels near the river bluff, so she caught one of her heels on a rock. After tripping on the rock, the beauty couldn't keep her balance, and like that rock, she fell to the bottom of the river. Ling Yun saw this and couldn't leave the girl without rescue, so he immediately rushed to her aid, shouting for her to be careful. The girl was relentlessly screaming and begging to be saved. After all, she didn't know how to swim. Her beautiful body had already managed to submerge under the water, and after a few more minutes, she would have been beyond saving, but Ling Yun grabbed her hand just in time and pulled her to the surface. He pulled her out of the river depths, thus saving her life and preventing her from drowning. As soon as the girl opened her eyes and saw the naked man beside her, she immediately panicked and began to call him a pervert, then asked him to let her go now. Ling Yun realized that the girl needed to be calmed down as soon as possible, because if her panic overwhelmed her, it could sink them both. Ling Yun covered the young beauty's mouth with one hand and grabbed her two hands behind her back with his other hand, after which he told her that he had saved her and did not wish her harm. After all, he was just swimming in the river nearby. After that, he said that he would take his hand away from her mouth and asked her not to scream, because he wanted to talk to her calmly about everything. He let the girl go and suggested that she go on dry land first, after which he took her in his arms and carried her to dry land. The girl was very indignant at Lin Yun's action. After swimming with her a few meters, Lin Yun told her that he could carry her to the shore or let her go and she would swim to the shore. The girl looked at the water and said that she was ready for anything, but not to swim. In just a few minutes, the girl was brought safely to shore. After that, she turned around and saw that Ling Yun was not going to get out of the water and asked him why he did not come ashore. He replied that a man and a woman alone in the middle of the night, Miss would be able to get scared again if he came out half naked on dry land and approached her. Whereupon he said that there on the shore lay his clothes and offered to take them to keep her from catching cold, asking her to keep only his pants. The young miss touched his jacket and immediately asked, "What about him?" Ling Yun replied that a grown man is not afraid of the cold, especially since he is not thin. He will not freeze. The young miss with loving eyes thanked Ling Yun for saving her and asked what his name was. Satisfied with himself and his deed, Ling Yun said that to give good things without reward, to do good deeds without boasting, is the act of a real man. Then he told the lovely miss to leave quickly, because it was too cold outside and she could freeze. The girl went up to the bridge and said that her name was Lin Mangghan, not some miss. Moments later, after getting out of the water body, Ling Yun, remembering the girl named Lin Mangghan, with a smile on his face, said to himself that she had a very beautiful name. After he was born, he climbed onto the same bridge and stood looking at the river and the beautiful meadow in front of it. Suddenly, he smelled a very familiar odor coming from the meadow in front of the river. He immediately rushed to explore the meadow, looking at every flower, picking up every blade of grass in search of that familiar smell. Not even half an hour later, Ling Yun was still able to find where that so familiar scent was coming from when he studied it. That so familiar odor was emitted by the seven rays grass, a spiritual grass that grows by absorbing the rays of the sun. When it matured, it could be transformed into the 7 pills of light. Ling Yun realized that this herb would wither in 7 days if picked right now, but he wouldn't be able to transform it with his current abilities. So fortunately, it would only mature in 2 months. Ling Yun, looking at the way the grass was glowing, realized that it was a 7-ray grass, overflowing with energy. Therefore, Ling Yun changed the QE energy to spiritual energy and began to absorb the energy of the 7-ray grass. He was very happy that the talent of absorbing all video energy was still with him. The QI cultivation stage was the second stage after the body tempering stage. Yangjiao Meridian, one of the 8 supplementary meridians, hollows. Thanks to absorbing the energy of the 7 rays grass, Ling Yun was still able to recover his new body and become stronger and more agile. He was impressed with the result after all. He had absorbed the energy of an unripe herb since it was still 2 months away from maturity. He realized that he needed to cultivate to the first stage of Qi before the flowers matured. Only then would he be able to create pills and restore his meridian. Meridians appear in pairs and consist of yin and yang vessels, both originating at the ankles and running parallel lengthwise. Ling Yun made a decision that everyone who humiliated and hurt him would pay in full. In his eyes, there was only anger and a thirst for revenge for all that he had endured as a helpless fatty. As he approached the checkpoint of his dormitory, Ling Yun realized that if he went through the main entrance, he would be listed at such a late hour, and after that, he would be in trouble. After that, the young man looked at the fence and realizing that it wasn't very tall, he decided to just climb over it. Trying to climb over as it seemed to him a low fence, Lin Yun caught his pants on a pole and hung on it. After hanging on the fence, Lin Yun realized that it was all useless and decided to try something completely different. He descended the fence from, that is force, pushed off the ground jumping very high up. With extraordinary ease, he simply jumped over the fence without even touching it. He had accomplished something that this body was simply incapable of before. But now under Ling Yun's control, anything was possible, especially since he had recovered his strength. Realizing how awesome he was, he immediately ran to the dormitory. After running to the third floor and approaching the 305th room, he pulled the handle and realized that the door was closed. He immediately started knocking and banging on the door, shouting for the locked door to be opened. After hearing the knocking and shouting, Cha Hanlin decided to open the door, saying it would be better. Before he could open the door, Wei Tongan, the head of room 305, suddenly said that if Cha Hanlin opened the door, he would beat him every day, just like Ling Yun. Nu Yuanlong asked Wei Tonggang, why is he so mad about Ling Yun? After all, he ran after Cao Shan after the evening classes. He deserved it, nor should he have. Going back to the dormitory so late, now he has to spend the night on the common corridor. Jimeng, the kid from the bottom bed, said that Ling Yu is pissed off that the school flower doesn't look at him and piss his underpants at the mere sight of him. Wei Tangang decided to make Ling Yu suffer for daring to court his goddess. Moments later, Ling Yu stopped banging on the door, due to the fact that from the neighboring room started shouting that he was disturbing their sleep and was obligated to stop this mess. As soon as he stopped, Wei Tongan with a smile on his face loudly shouted that Ling Yu was fat and stupid. Ling Yu was no longer the kind of person who was afraid of everything in the world and couldn't stand up for himself. He opened the locked door of the room with a single kick without thinking. Entering the room, Ling Yu immediately angrily began to ask which of his roommates dared to close the door, and hearing him knocking did not open it. Suddenly, Cha Hanlin suddenly came up to him from behind and asked him why he was late and if he was all right. Ling Yu replied with a smile on his face that he was fine. After all, he had just gone to the river to bathe. Hearing this, the head of room 305, Wei Tongan, asked him if he had gone to the river to commit suicide because he was not accepted. Hearing this heresy, Ling Yu became furious and asked again, who closed the door? Wei Tangan spread his hands in different directions and said that he had never seen such insolence from Ling Yuya before, and said that he was the one who locked the door. Then Wei Tangan said that Ling Yu would not dare to hit him because he was a coward. But before he could say that, Ling Yu grabbed him by the throat with all his might. He grabbed him by the throat and slammed his head against the floor with all his might. Seeing what was happening, everyone in the room was simply shocked. After all, they had never seen Ling Yu so fierce and strong. Meanwhile, Ling Yu struck Wei Tangan with blow after blow, leaving him no chance to get up from the floor. Ling Yu placed his heel on Wei Tang's chin and said that he would crush him like a little bug. Wei Tang had nothing left to do but to call for help from his guys. Jimeng decided to help his comrade and immediately rushed at Ling Yu from the back, shouting that this damn fatty had really decided to die. He threw his strongest punch at Ling Yu right in the back, after which, Jimeng immediately felt that he thought he had broken his arm against Ling Yu's back. Ling Yu turned to Jimeng and told him that if he wanted to give him a back massage, then it was fine, but if it was the other way around, then he was finished. Ling Yu turned to Jimeng and asked him how he could fight with such a small strength. At this moment, Jimeng only had one thing on his mind. Why and how did that damn fatty become so strong? The neighboring rooms were tired of being kept awake by the noise, so they all went out and decided to see what was going on in the 305th room that was causing all the commotion. After opening the door, they immediately heard Wei Tongan asking them to teach Ling Yu a lesson. He told Gu Yuanlong and Sha Guoxing that if they didn't subdue him now, then they would be pathetic weaklings and would never be able to wash away this shame. Ling Yu looked at them from behind his shoulder and said that these 2 years they had bullied him and he had tolerated it. But they had crossed the line by deciding to lock the room so that he couldn't enter. So his patience was breaking, because if he didn't fight back, the next time would be worse. After which he turned around and asked Gu Yuanlong and Sha Guoxing what they thought about it. They all said that Wei Tiangang had really overdone it and Ling Yu had done the right thing, because anyone in his place would have done the same thing. After that, Everyone suddenly remembered that they had some other things to do. Some of them needed to read a couple of books, some of them needed to prepare for tomorrow's exam, and some of them had earplugs and could definitely sleep with them. After closing the door behind them, they all went to their rooms. Ling Yu realized with a smirk on his face that they turned out to be a bunch of cowards who only liked to watch the fun. Ling Yu still had his foot on Wei Tiangang's chin and asked him if it was time for them to settle the score. Wei said that he would admit it was his fault and suggested that Ling Yu forget everything. After all, it would be much better for both of them. Ling Yu, with a smile on his face, told Wei Tiangang that he wouldn't hit him this time. He just asked him if he realized his mistakes. Wei Tiangang said with fear in his eyes that he realized that Ling Yu was a great person who didn't need to care about such small things. Ling Yu told Wei Tiangang not to suck up and let the past be the past. But he is no longer a weakling who can be used so easily. Ling Yu said that even though they will live under the same roof, if they don't annoy him, he won't touch them. And if someone betrayed him, then he would also give that person a favor. After that, Ling Yu let Wei Tiangang go and went about his business. Ling Yu took his wash basin and went out and told his classmates and roommates that if they didn't hurry up and fix the door, no one would sleep tonight. Hearing this, Wei Tiangang immediately said that they would fix the door right away so as not to delay Ling Yu's sleep. Ling Yu was in the restroom, standing in front of the mirror and a sink full of water. He realized that these stinky brats would no longer dare to bother him. He could now proceed to the next step with peace of mind. Tomorrow, he wanted to say goodbye to his fat body. Meanwhile, the classmates were worried about the state of Wei Tianggang's roomhead. They asked if he was doing well and how was he feeling. One of the guys said that they were classmates and roommates, so he suggested that they should stop messing around and still get along, even though what happened today. One of the guys immediately said that it was a good suggestion because with that evil look of Lin Yun's, would anyone else dare to tease him? But Wei Tiangang didn't want peace. After all, he had been greatly humiliated and dishonored. Therefore, he couldn't agree to their proposal. Nodding silently, he was mentally already plotting his revenge against Ling Yun. The next morning, one of the students told him that yesterday, Ling Yu from the 6th grade had beaten up all the guys in the dormitory. The other student couldn't believe what he heard because he knew that Ling Yu was a fatty and a loser, who couldn't hurt anyone but himself. But the first disciple laughed, saying that Ling Yu had actually chased after Cao Shanshan last night and had been apprehended undressed. And that was when it all started. The second disciple couldn't believe that the girl of his dreams had been defiled by this pig, saying that Ling Yu just felt that by bullying Cao Shanshan, he would die sooner or later, so he turned himself in at the dormitory. Before they could finish speaking, the very dream of any student, the #1 flower of the school, Cao Shanshan, suddenly appeared in front of them. With just one look, she let them know that she didn't want to hear them talk about her and Ling Yueyam. Reaching her desk, she set down her backpack and decided to sit down. But her desk mate, Zhang Lin, immediately decided to ask her if she was really with Ling Yuyi last night. Cao Shanshan immediately turned to her friend Zhang Lin and told her a firm no, asking her how could she believe this gossip. After all, she didn't even see this idiot last night. Zhang Lin said that she doesn't believe all these gossips, but the whole school believes it to be true. Hearing this, Cao Shanshan became furious and said that she would nail Ling Yue when she saw him. Shanshan paced back and forth in the classroom, thinking to find Ling Yuyi and punish him. She didn't understand where he was loitering during class. But after a while, she realized that if she went to look for Ling Yuya, the rumors would only be confirmed, and then it would be pointless to prove anything. Cao Shanshan decided that she would treat him coldly and ignore him completely. She calmed down, deciding that through this tactic, even the foolish would realize that she and Ling Yue had nothing. Zhang Ling, looking at Cao Shanshan's calmness, said that the only one spreading rumors should be Ling Yu since he wants to attract her attention. Hearing this, Cao Shanshan exploded again and said that neither Ling Yu nor anyone else was worthy of her attention, after which she said that everyone around her only knew how to gossip. She clenched her fist and asked her classmate that didn't she have enough homework? Wei Tiangang was disappointed after all. He was the one who spread the rumor throughout the school, hoping that Cao Shanshan would deal with that fatty once and for all. Meanwhile, the students watched through the window as Ling Yu ran around the stadium with sandbags. They didn't understand what he was trying to do or what he wanted to achieve through this. They only thought that a pig wanted to become a bull. The school children who were running along with him on the running track at this moment thought that the pig had gone mad. Ling Yu, or to be more precise, the spirit that was in his body, realized that his body was very weak. Even a run like this was very tiring for him. He didn't understand how he should cultivate. The female athletes who were actively engaged in jogging couldn't understand what Ling Yu was doing and what he was hefting a sandbag on his shoulders for. Was it not that he had decided to lose weight? But it wasn't like running. It was more like walking with a weight on his shoulders. The girl with pink hair was very happy to see that brother Ling Yu had decided to lose his excess weight and become slim after all. She immediately turned around when she heard someone behind her back saying that the fatty was making a fool of himself again, and it was quite humiliating. That someone turned out to be Zhuang Meina, the third beauty of the school, and Xie Junyang, the son of one of the four richest families. Zhuang Meina asked Xie Junyang if he agreed with her description of his importance in this fatty's society, to which he nodded his head in agreement. Hearing this, Ning Lingyu, the number one girl in the school, became furious, saying that her brother was not a useless pig. Zhuang Meina said that she didn't know that this useless fatty was Ning Lingyu's brother. After which she asked Junyanga if he knew that, but Junyanga didn't answer because he was completely fascinated by Ning Lingyu, for she was very beautiful, even when she was angry. Ning Lingyu told Zhuang Meina that she wouldn't let her get away with it if she said anything more bad about her brother. Zhuang Meina replied to Ling Yu by saying that her brother is beaten up every day, and he is also the worst student in his class and even in the whole school. If such a person is not useful, then what kind of person is he? Realizing that the situation was getting heated, Junyang took Meina's hand and said that that was enough and she should rest in peace, after which he immediately apologized to Ling Yu, asking her not to get mad at Meinu, saying that she wasn't the kind of person who knew how to express herself decently. Meinu was shocked and asked Junyanga why he was saying that and if he had forgotten who his girlfriend even was. Junyanga remained silent, but he only had one thing on his mind: that as soon as he could win over Linya, he would immediately break up with the annoying Meinu. Suddenly, one of the students shouted out that Tang Meng was accepting bets again, and now, in a few minutes, the show would start, so he suggested everyone to hurry up. The contestants were asked to bet on the number of laps Lin Yun could run. Some students started laughing and said that this fat pig wouldn't even run one lap. Junyanga took the opportunity to suggest that the girls stop their scolding and go watch Lin Yun's athletic success. Meinu immediately picked up her boyfriend and said that the whole school knows that Ning Lingyu's brother is useless trash, and if she is sure otherwise and believes in him very strongly, she should agree to the bet. Ning Lingyu replied that she is willing to bet because she is definitely not afraid. Meanwhile, Ling Yun was already running the 10th lap with a bag on his shoulders. It was hard to call it running, but he was definitely not giving up. Looking at him from the window, the prettiest girl in the school herself realized that Ling Yun didn't look like himself. Chang Lin told Shan that Tang Meng was gambling again and offered to bet on how much Lin Yun would run. Hearing the phrase gambling, Shanshan immediately held her friend's hand and rushed over to Tang Meng's house to see what was going on with her own eyes. Seeing all three campus beauties on his doorstep, Tang Meng realized that he was very lucky today. He asked them what he owed to the presence of such beauties and Zhang Lin at his little play event. Tang Meng was called the Little Gambling God. He was one of the big four hooligans. Meina told Tang Meng not to be silly. After all, they had come to him to place bets. She then said that she was betting $2,000 because she was sure that this loser would only run one lap at best. Tang Meng immediately accepted the bet, asking what and how much are the others betting on. Junyang said that he was betting $5,000 on Ling Yun running 4 laps. Cao Shanshan said that he was betting $1,000 on him running 5 to 10 laps. The disciples standing nearby couldn't believe that Goddess Cao said 5 to 10 laps. They couldn't understand why she was so confident in him. Even young Master Z is a betting expert in horse racing. Even he believes that the fatty will run 4 laps. Hearing the bet Shanshan made, Jin immediately whispered in her ear that this sandbag weighs about 100 kilograms. Even an ordinary person would find it hard to run more than 5 laps. But Cao Shanshan calmed her down by saying that she had calculated everything. Zhuang Meina was very upset that Xie Junyang didn't support her bet. It was tantamount to getting slapped in front of everyone. Ling Yun's sister, Ning Lingyu, was the next one to bid. Therefore, Zhuang Meina decided to be by her side to see just how high her expectations of her useless brother were. Walking up to Tang Meng, Ning Lingyu said that she was betting $10,000 that her brother would run more than 10 laps. Hearing such a bet, most of the boys in the room immediately fell in love, while the girls on the contrary immediately thought she was crazy. Zhuang Meina immediately said that Ning Lingyu was crazy if she dared to come here and open her mouth to make such huge bets, thinking that they were in some fantasy world. Ning Lingyu didn't argue with Zhuang Meina, but simply suggested that she wait and see the result. Tang Meng immediately slammed his fist on the table, saying that the bets were no longer accepted. Those who had placed bets were invited to go to the field to see what the result would be in the near future. Meanwhile, Ling Yun's body was already quite tired. It was already painful for him to move around. He realized that in order to train this fat, worthless body, he needed to temper his heart first. But the spirit did not give up, for he knew that compared to what he had gone through in the cultivation world, this physical fatigue was just a drop in the ocean. Tang Meng came to the stadium and gave a cigarette to Chen Jie, a student of the sports school, and asked how many laps Ling Yun had run and how much he was still capable of. Chen Jie replied that the kid had only run 2 laps, if it could be called running, and already seemed to be running out of energy. It was really hard for him. It seemed that his body was in so much pain that with each successive step, a slab weighing half a ton would fall on his shoulders and prevent him from moving. But as soon as Lin Yun's spirit that was inside him remembered that the cultivation world was 1,000 times more difficult for him, and that physical pain was nothing compared to what he had gone through, it was as if he forgot that he had a sandbag on his shoulders and began to walk faster and more confidently. The disciples who were watching were simply shocked as they saw him walk even faster, even though just 5 minutes ago they thought he was about to just fall to the ground. Tang Meng was also shocked to see that Ling Yun's steps had gotten bigger. He couldn't believe his eyes that this fatty probably hadn't used all of his strength, and had just been fooling everyone all this time. But despite the general surprise, Zheng Ji was calm and said that Lin Yun was at the limit of his abilities, and these jerks were just an adrenaline rush. A last gasp, so to speak. Suddenly, something unforeseen happened, and Lin Yun tripped on the treadmill and started to fall to the ground with the bag on his shoulders. Putting his hands in front of him, he still didn't fall, but blood spurted out of his mouth. Chen Jie saw this and immediately decided to stop his jogging, because he realized that if he continued, he might die. But Tang Meng immediately stopped him, saying that he should wait because something was happening to Ling Yun that was not ordinary. His aura had finally activated, and he had gained even more strength. He got up from his knee and ran like a cheetah with just one hand holding a sandbag on his shoulder. After Ling Yun spat out the clot of accumulated blood, the spiritual power of the 7 luminaries' grass finally flowed through his veins. He began to run with such confidence and speed as if he had done it every day and many times before. Chen Ji was shocked by what he saw because just a few minutes ago he was willing to bet that if this fatty ran even one more lap, he would definitely die. But Tang Meng liked it very much. The more laps the fat man ran, the more money he would earn because no one believed in him and did not bet that he would run more than 4 laps. It was the 4th lap that Ling Yu ran. Junyang couldn't lose, so he texted his assistant on the phone to do anything but let Ling Yu run the 5th lap. Seeing that the fatty was starting to run the 5th lap, Junyang told his assistant not to let him finish the 5th lap, even if he had to break the fatty's legs. In the meantime, a whole team of fans had gathered in the stadium, shouting that Ling Yu must run more than 5 laps because they believed in him, especially since if he did so, they would become several times richer than they were before. Hearing his classmates and other fans shouting that he should only run 5 laps, Ling Yun laughed because it was not his style. Or rather, not the style of the spirit that was inside him. The only thing that frustrated him was this fucking place with no spiritual energy. So the only way he could break the shackles of his body was through extreme training. Lin Yun knew that once this body reached its limit, it would be able to stimulate spiritual power, herbs, family, luminaries, and gain a whole new level of strength. And once he exhausted the energy of this herb in his body, he would continue to go to the river to absorb spiritual power. He decided that day after day, he would get rid of this fat, and then he would reach the peak of body hardening that he possessed in his spiritual cultivation world. After seeing Lin Yun gain extraordinary speed and start running lap after lap, the fans, spectators, and everyone who bet immediately realized that he had become very strong at some point and didn't understand why he started to accelerate. With each lap, someone was getting poorer. Chen Ji couldn't believe his eyes and recognized that this fatty named Ling Yun was a sports genius. Suddenly, Li Lei came out to stop the fat man and ordered him to stop him from running 5 laps at all costs. Putting his 2 hands in front of him, Li Lei said that the fat man had already run too much and it was time for him to rest. After which, he said that Ling Yun should immediately stop and lie down to rest. But to his disappointment, Ling Yun didn't listen to him and didn't stop, he didn't rest, and ran past Li Lei like a train, knocking him down. Li Lei didn't even realize how it happened, because in the blink of an eye, he was already behind Ling Yun. He was spun around so much that he couldn't stand on his feet and fell onto the treadmill with all his might. Seeing this, the girls started to think that Ling Yun was very cool, while the boys laughed at how he had outsmarted Li Lei Lei. Tang Meng, seeing how Lin Yun was able to outmaneuver Li Lei Lei, couldn't believe his eyes, so he asked Cheng Jie if he had seen it. To something he replied uncertainly that he must have seen it. Tang Ming said that he saw that the moment Li Lei tried to push the fatty, Ling Yun ducked and dodged. There was definitely something wrong with him. Not that he couldn't run 4 laps before, but just at the sight of Li Lei, he would immediately stop. There was definitely something wrong. Tang Ming didn't have time to say what he thought about what was going on, but he was suddenly interrupted by Cheng Jie shouting Li Lei's name, all because he saw Li Lei get to his feet and immediately rushed after Ling Yun, fully determined to stop him from finishing the 5th lap. He ran after Ling Yun with a shout that he had embarrassed him in front of everyone, which was why he would be finished, because he would catch up with him very soon. Tang Meng, seeing Li Lei chasing after Ling Yun, immediately became furious, saying that this is blatant interference in his games, calling Li Lei a no-good person who doesn't put him in anything at all. Cheng Jie, seeing that Tang Meng was furious, decided to stop him. Tang Meng asked not to stop him because he was going to beat the bad things out of that brute and asked Cheng Jie to let him go. But Cheng Jie still tried to talk him out of it, saying that this Li Lei was Ye Junyang's junior. He then suggested that Tang Meng calm down and said that he had better not mess with them. Tang Meng calmed down and said that he was not afraid of anyone and would kill anyone who decided to interfere with his bets. Tang Meng shouted to Ling Yun, "Li Lei is running after him and to be careful." 5 seconds later, Tang Meng once again shouted to Ling Yun that Li Lei was right behind him. This time, Ling Yun heard Tang Meng's shout and turned around, thinking that Li Lei didn't care about his life at all, or he didn't care if he was asking for trouble. Ling Yun gathered all his chakra in the palms of his hands to fight back against Li Lei, who was approaching him. Li Lei knew, or rather, was sure that the fatty wouldn't be able to fight back, so after getting close to him, he simply jumped towards him in order to knock him down. But Ling Yun was not going to stop, so with all his strength he turned around and hit Li Lei with a sandbag, knocking him down. The blow was so strong and most importantly unexpected for Li Lei that it left him no chance to balance and even less chance to parry the blow. Therefore, he was defeated. Ling Yun continued to run on regardless, calling Li Lei a trash who should be ashamed of this act and not do it again. Meanwhile, the spectators who were watching Lin Yun's run cheered, saying that he was handsome, and praised him for the way he fought back against Li Lei. Cheng Ji was shocked at how the fatty was able to deal with Li Lei with ease, and Tang Ming said that he wouldn't be surprised no matter what happened next, since the fatty had already run more than 7 laps. 10 minutes later, the school bell rang, signifying the end of the lesson and the beginning of the pause. All the students of the school immediately ran to the corridor window to see how the fat man was doing in the sports stadium and how he was doing. When they looked at the stadium and saw the same familiar fatty on the treadmill, the students were shocked because they didn't expect him to still be running. Tang Meng nervously smoked a cigarette and stood watching as the same fatty that no one believed in was already running 11th. Ning Ling Yun ran out to meet her brother, for she was the only one who believed in him and won her bet as her brother ran more than 10 laps. Zhuang Meinoi was very angry to see that this fatty had somehow miraculously run 11 laps. She couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. Shi Junyang was even more shocked than his girlfriend because he had lost 4 times more money than her. On top of that, his assistant had failed to do his assignment. Zhang Lin saw that Ling Yun had run 11 laps and said that he wasn't human at all, or just wanted to kill himself in such an elaborate way. Chao Shanshan immediately said that she was wrong, as he was 100% intent on taking his body outside in this manner, and he succeeded despite all the difficulties and obstacles. The students near the treadmill cheered, saying that Ling Yun was a real beast, that he had appeared before their eyes in a completely different image, and they all wanted to be his biggest fans. With a smirk on his face, Ling Yun called them ignorant, saying that it was just a run and there was nothing supernatural about it. After throwing the sandbag off his shoulders, he decided to rest first before returning to the dormitory and taking a bath. Ning Ling Yu ran straight to her brother, and before she could reach him, she was already asking if he was all right. Ling Yun turned towards her and took a good look at Ning Ling Yu and realized that she was his sister, or rather, the sister of the body he had captured. When Ning Ling Yu came closer to her brother, she saw the bloody stains on his shirt and immediately asked, where did he get the blood from? She was very worried about her brother, so she asked him if he was injured and if he was all right. Well, it was as if he didn't hear her, all because he sensed the emanating odor of the innate spirit body from Not. Even in the cultivation world, an innate spiritual body was extremely rare, And it was because the speed of refinement in such people was 100 times faster than other ordinary people. Ling Yun sucked in that divine scent of his sister's and realized how extremely lucky she was. He was just getting high, for it was really great since the innate spiritual body was overly pleasant to smell. Sister Ning Ling Yu was shocked when she saw her brother sniffing her with his eyes closed like a dog sniffing a bone it wanted to eat. When he opened his eyes, he saw the question in his sister's eyes, who didn't understand what her brother was doing. Realizing that he was not in a good position, he immediately realized that he had to do something or his sister would take him for a pervert. He scratched his head and said that she looked very sad, so he thought that he needed to comfort her somehow. Ning Ling Yu immediately took his hands and said that she was very happy to have such a sweet and caring brother like Ling Yun. After which, she collapsed onto his chest, with a wistful gaze to nowhere, from which it was clear that she was feeling very good at the moment. Memories of where her little brother had come from came flooding back to her. She remembered that her mother had picked up her brother at the entrance to the temple when he was still an infant. She had known from childhood that they were not blood relatives. But even though they weren't related, their relationship was better than that of real blood siblings. But all of this lasted until one day, when the boys in the yard told her that they weren't even related, and that Ling Yun was just a foundling that her mom picked up on the road. Since then, her brother had become quiet and unsociable and sometimes didn't even pay attention to his sister. It got to the point where he started avoiding and ignoring her not only at school but also at home. It was very painful for her to realize that she was losing her brother. But this time, with tears in her eyes from the joy of realizing that she would not lose her brother forever, she hugged Ling Yun with all her might. Ling Yun hugged Ning Ling Yun and said that from now on, no one would dare to bully her and him. From this day forward, he would always be by his sister's side. He wiped the tears from his sister's eyes and asked her to wait until he went to wash, and then he would take her out for a hearty meal. Hearing such a classy proposal from Ning Ling Yun's own brother, Ning Ling Yun immediately agreed. Sometime later, in one of the most expensive cafeterias in the city, seeing where her brother had brought her, her sister said that she shouldn't have come. There was such a place. But Ling Yun told her with a smile on his face that he should only treat her to delicious food. They sat down at a table, after which Ling Yun handed his sister the menus and told her to order whatever she liked. Ning Ling Yu realized that her brother must be really hungry after his run. So she decided to order something hearty for him and herself so that he could eat well. Ling Yun saw the price tags on the menu of this place and decided that it was very expensive, and it was pure robbery in broad daylight, since he only had $20 in his pocket. He realized that he had no choice, and he would probably have to borrow money from his sister no matter how embarrassing it looked. He asked Ning Ling Yu a little shyly if she had any money with her. And does she generally have enough of it for her daily spending? Hearing this, her sister was shocked, because she couldn't say that she had put all her money on Tang Meng's bets. Otherwise, her brother would get angry. So she replied that she had enough for her daily expenses, but today she borrowed all of her roommate's money. She was very lucky that her brother decided to treat her today. Ling Yun was upset, leading him to realize that there seemed to be nothing left but to slip away quietly after they ate. He realized that not having money was a hassle, but the spirit had no idea how to earn it in this world. Suddenly, from nowhere, Tang Meng appeared in front of the table and looked at Ning Ling Yun's sister and said that he had already searched for her. Ning Ling Yu looked at Tang Meng with an angry look and told him that she didn't understand what he wanted from her and asked him to leave as soon as possible because he was disturbing her dinner with her brother. Tang Ming didn't understand her hints and said that there was no need to shun him, especially since he hadn't eaten yet either, so he was happy to join their meal. Ling Yun saw that Tang Meng wanted to sit down at the table and immediately said that he should get up, because his little sister was not happy to see him. After which, he told Tang Meng that he should get out of here, or else he wouldn't be ceremonious. Hearing this from Ling Yun, Tang Meng immediately realized that he had really become bold enough to speak to him like that. Tang Meng immediately stood up from the table and said, "So it's not fate. He was actually only here to give the money to Lin Yu." Hearing this, Ling Yu immediately said that she didn't know what Tang Meng was talking about and asked him to leave so that her eyes would never see him again. But Tang Ming didn't understand her fierce hint this time either. Scratching the back of his head, he said that it couldn't be so because she had won $200,000 in the bet. Hearing about the amount of $200,000, Ling Yun immediately grabbed Tang Meng's hand and pulled him towards him. Tang Meng was shocked and confused, for he thought that Lin Yun was going to fight him. Ling Yun sat Tang Meng down at his side and put his other arm around his shoulder and asked him what he had said about some money. Tang Meng told him that he was taking bets on how many laps Ling Yun could run. And Ling Yu alone had bet $10,000 that he would survive more than 10 laps. The odds were just over 19. Ningling Yu was already ready to apologize to her brother for leaving bets on him. But Lin Yun suddenly asked her why she had only bet $10,000. Did she not believe in his victory at all? Ningling Yu was simply speechless when she heard this from her own brother, because she thought that he would be very upset and ignore her again. Ling Yun said that the next time they accept such bets, she should go to the bank because they will wrap up this kid to the ground. Hearing such a thing from Ningling Yu's own brother really cheered her up and even cheered her up a bit. Tang Meng was slightly offended because Ling Yun pretended that he didn't know or see him as well. After which, he said that his name wasn't some kid, but his name was Tang Meng. With tears in his eyes, he said that he was one of the 4 bullies of Qingshui Middle School and asked Ling Yun not to pretend not to know him. Meanwhile, Shanshan called her brother and said that his record was broken by someone from her school. He asked what record, since there was no telling how many records he had set. Shanshan said that she was talking about the record of running with a load, which he had set when he was a member of the Shenmi squad. Besides, he was beaten by a fat guy in her class who used to be out of breath after 2 steps. Her brother asked her what she meant by saying that the fatty had pushed himself to the limit of his physical capabilities. Shanshan said that was exactly what she meant, especially since she had seen everything with her own eyes. Hearing this, the brother told Shanshan that those who push themselves beyond their limits begin to develop rapidly. So he asked his sister to be more careful there. Shanshan was very pleased to hear that her big brother cared for her very much, even though it was not at a very close distance. Before Shanshan could say goodbye to her brother, Zhang Lin suddenly came up to her and told her that she was talking on the phone a lot. She immediately grabbed Shanshan's hand and told her that she had been hungry for a long time, but she was starving, so they should go to the 2nd floor of the campus to one of the most expensive places to eat as soon as possible. Shanshan didn't resist and happily ran along with her. When they went up to the 2nd floor of one of the most expensive places, they were surprised to see Ling Yun there, because he had never eaten here before, especially in the company of his sister and Tang Meng. Zhang Ling even thought that there was something wrong with her eyes because when she saw Ling Yun at the table, she couldn't understand why he was eating on the 2nd floor. Without thinking for a long time, Shanshan decided to go over to the table and see what the guys were doing there. Zhang Lin was very scared because she thought that Shanshan had decided to do something not quite good. But fortunately, nothing bad happened, and just organized a round-table dinner together. The participants who were feeling a little awkward, Ling Yun, without thinking for a long time, took the sushi chopsticks from the table and began to put all sorts of seafood into his sister's rice bowl, saying that she shouldn't be shy and try everything. Seeing this picture, Tang Meng and the girls were very much surprised, for this was the first time in their lives that they had seen Ling Yun put food in someone else's plate instead of her own mouth. Shanshan was looking at Tang Meng very intently. Seeing this, he couldn't understand what was wrong with him. With a smile on his face and squinted eyes, Tang Meng asked the school's first beauty what was wrong with her. Then he took out $1,000 from his pocket and put it on the table, saying that he was ready to give it to Shanshan because it was the $1,000 he had lost. But Shanshan refused to give him the $1,000, saying that it was all right. Tang Meng said she should have spoken up beforehand, for he was almost scared to death. Just when he wanted to take back his $1,000 from the table, it was as if a wind had blown it out of his hand. This wind was a nimble Ling Yun, who snatched the $1,000 from Tang Meng's hands and began to count each bill with a smile on his face. Seeing Lin Yun's brazen behavior, everyone at the table immediately asked him what he was doing. Lin Yun said that Tang Meng had given his sister the money she had won from him. But what about the money that was due to him? Tang Meng didn't like that, so he asked Lin Yun what he should pay him for. Lin Yun replied by saying that since Tang Meng's bets involved him and he had to run so much, Tang Meng should share with him for his efforts. Tang Meng replied that it was shameless, since he didn't make Lin Yun run. Ling Yun replied to Tang Meng that if he didn't like something, he could go to the sports field and run 11 laps with a bag on his back. Only then would he give Tang Meng his money back without objection. Tang Meng thought very hard about what Ling Yun said to him, for he did not see any logic in his words. At this moment, Zhang Lin told Shanshan that ever since she sat down at this table, Ling Yun had not looked at her once. Shanshan was really pissed off by this. She got up from the table in a rage, slapping her hands on the table, and asked Ling Yun why he was pretending like she wasn't here. Enjoying the delicious rice and seafood, Ling Yun turned his head towards Shanshan and asked her who she was, after which he asked Tang Meng if she was his girlfriend. Tang Meng puzzledly said that she was not his girlfriend, of course not, and asked Ling Yun not to say such nonsense anymore. Whereupon Tang Meng whispered in Ling Yun's ear that this is Chao Shanshan, the daughter of the Chao family, the most beautiful girl, Middle school, Shui. She is also studying in the same class with him. Ling Yun replied that he didn't even know this, as he wasn't interested. Hearing Ling Yun's impertinent answer, Shan became very angry, realizing that he had once stood out and had already lost his fear. Furious, Shan stood up from the table and told Ling Yun that if he thought he was a man, he would come to the East Alley tomorrow night, and she would make him regret what he had said today. The daughter of the Cow family looked like she was ready to explode. The nearby disciples didn't understand why Ling Yun was still eating after such a thing. Ning Lingyu turned to her brother, saying that Chao Shanshan seemed to be quite angry. There would be something not good tomorrow night. Ling Yun asked his sister not to worry. After all, he wasn't going anywhere. After which, he offered her some food and returned to the classroom. After that, they started smiling and giggling, and Tang Meng was a little puzzled because if he heard correctly, Ling Yun was going to go to class. Tang Meng didn't understand what Ling Yun had actually forgotten in class, unless he wanted to catch up on the school curriculum. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling was trying to catch up with the quickly departing Cao Shanshan, who was very hurt and angry with Ling Yun. After catching up with Shanshan, Zhang Lin asked her to calm down. But Shanshan told her that she couldn't calm down, and she didn't understand who that fat man thought he was if he wasn't interested in her. After her clear answer, Shanshan noticed that Zhang Lin was looking at her very strangely and asked her why she was looking at her in such an unusual way. Zhang Lin immediately asked her if she had any plans for Ling Yun since she was fixating on him too much, to which Shanshan firmly and confidently said that she hated him more than anything else in the world. So she thought this question was very silly and inappropriate. But Zhang Ling knew that there really was no such thing as hate without love. Meanwhile, in the classroom, one of the students yawned and said that he didn't like history to be the first class after lunch because it was very easy to fall asleep. Then, opening his eyes wider, he saw Ling Yun sitting at the desk and immediately asked him what he was doing here. Lin Yun replied in a calm voice that he had come to class and was reading a book in the meantime. But Lin Yun's classmate didn't believe him, thinking that he must have just come to show off. Well, that didn't interest Ling Yun at all, as he found a very interesting read that completely sucked all of his attention. A few minutes later, a teacher leisurely entered the classroom. After looking at his students and what they were doing, the teacher immediately said that they were starting class. Hearing that the lesson had started, the students immediately stood up from their desks to greet the teacher. All except Lin Yun, who was so engrossed in his book that he didn't hear anything or anyone around him. His desk mate, seeing that Ling Yun was frozen and didn't hear that he should greet the teacher, immediately grabbed his hand and started pulling him up so that he finally stood up and greeted the teacher. At that moment, Ling Yun was reading in a book that the period of antiquity before the Qin dynasty. There were hundreds of schools of thought. Taoism, Lao Tzu. Tao gives birth to one thing, that one thing gives birth to another, and that one thing gives birth to a third. But from the three, all beings are born. The sky follows the Dao follows nature. Ling Yun realized that this was clearly a superior method of spiritual practice. The canon of path and virtue was a scripture to cultivate. He had to study how to follow this book. Even so, he realized that the spiritual energy density in this cursed place was so low that such scriptures were almost useless. But just a few seconds later, he still changed his mind after remembering that even in the cultivation world, most mortals don't know about the existence of cultivators. Just because they can't be seen doesn't mean they don't exist. The Ling Yun spirit that had inhabited this body realized that he had recently stood out too much and might once again become a target for those people who were destroying his yang energy meridians. He realized that in order to prevent this from happening again, he needed to speed up his training. But the teacher wasn't going to tolerate his antics and asked Ling Yun to leave the classroom, saying that he was about to take the Gaokao, the only national exam for higher education in China, and he was disrupting the class. At this point, the students' opinions were divided into two camps, some saying that Teacher Wu had always disliked Lin Yun and he simply could not miss such a chance. Others said that Lin Yun was also good. How could he put himself in the crosshairs like that? But their opinions agreed that Lin Yun had completely dumbed down after running around in the stadium. Lin Yun didn't understand why he was interfering with the teacher's lesson, so he decided to ask him about it. The teacher replied with a grin on his lips that Lin Yun was sitting when all the students stood up and standing, when all the students had already sat down, then asked Lin Yun if this was interfering with the lesson. At this point, Lin Yun realized that he was wrong, so he apologized to Teacher Wu and said that he had been reading, and that was why he didn't pick up the general rhythm. Teacher Wu said that if that was his excuse, then he should say what of the reading he was able to memorize. Lin Yun said that he had memorized everything from a period from the ancient pre-Qin era to the hundreds of schools of thought. Hearing his answer, Shanshan turned around and said that he was a dumbass. After all, this was not the time to brag at all, as Teacher Wu would definitely not let him go now. Teacher Wu was very happy to hear Lin Yun reply like that, after which he said that if he had memorized everything, they would have a review of the contents of the first volume today. Teacher Wu decided to mock Lin Yun a little, and said that he wanted to see how he would retell everything from beginning to end. Lin Yun thought for a while, and then said that he needed some time to structure his answer and give a fuller volume. Lin Yun's classmates mocked him, saying that he could start the story after all. They were already excited for this grand failure. His classmates from all sides shouted at him not to chicken out and start his story after all. They were with him and would support him in his time of need, they said, laughing at him. Lin Yun said that he was afraid that he did not have enough time, but the content is large. 1 or 2 hours would not be enough to retell everything. Hearing his student's answer, Teacher Wu spat out the water from his mouth. But Teacher Wu insisted that Lin Yun should still tell the story, as he felt that it didn't matter how much time the story would take. After all, they had 2 history lessons in the afternoon, so there was plenty of time for him to tell the story. The classmates realized that after the teacher answered like this, Lin Yun would not be able to avoid answering. Just a second later, Teacher Wu came over to Lin Yun and said that he also thought it would be uncomfortable for others to listen to him from here. So he told him to stand at the blackboard so that the whole class could hear him perfectly. In fact, Teacher Wu did this on purpose so that no one would be able to prompt him while he was standing at the blackboard. Seeing that Teacher Wu was deliberately trying to embarrass Lin Yun in front of the whole class, Cao Shanshan stood up and wanted to intervene. Before Shanshan could call out Teacher Wu to save Lin Yun's already precarious position, she was suddenly pushed back to her chair by her deskmate Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin immediately asked Shanshan what she was doing, to which she replied that she was trying to stop Lin Yun before he embarrassed himself in front of the whole class. But Zhang Ling was reminded, and she had just recently said that she hated him. After which she asked, what was it that she suddenly felt sorry for him? Shanshan got angry upon hearing such accusations against her, and said that she, just as the class head, couldn't sit back and watch everyone wasting precious time just to teach Lin Yun a lesson. Zhang Ling said that although she too thought that he wouldn't be able to retell anything, but for some reason, her sixth sense told her that he would be able to get away with it somehow. Lin Yun heard their conversation, and mentally looking at Shanshan asked her to just trust him and watch. Lin Yun moistened his throat and began his story of the first chapter. 40 minutes later, Lin Yun was already narrating the sixth head. He spoke without a single stop or hesitation. There was absolute silence in the class. Everyone was shocked. They really enjoyed listening to Lin Yun and the way he presented the information. Zhang Ling was as surprised as the others. She realized that he had done the impossible, because he had really learned the whole text by heart. Shanshan complimented her by saying that he was reciting the textbook word for word. Teacher Wu was also very surprised, so every 5 minutes he took off his glasses and wiped them, thinking he was imagining things. But near the end of the lesson, Teacher Wu congratulated Lin Yun on his excellent answer, saying that he didn't even realize he had such an elementary memory. Suddenly, the bell rang for recess. Teacher Wu told Chiang Shanshan that the next lesson would be self-study and asked her to keep an eye on the order of the classroom. After that, he asked Lin Yun to go with him to his office because he wanted to talk to him about something. Before following the teacher, Lin Yun turned around and looked straight at Cao Shanshan. He looked straight into her huge eyes and realized that she really was in the same class with him, and she was also really very beautiful. No sooner had Teacher Wu and Lin Yun left the classroom than the students immediately began to discuss what had happened, saying that it couldn't be, because such a thing was simply impossible. Some said that nothing was impossible after all. Someone had calculated the number of pi to 6,000 decimal places. Zhang Lin immediately said that the number of pi was clear, but Lin Yun retold half of the book without missing a single word. And in fact, why compare scientists with the penultimate student in their class? One of the students said that as cool as it was, Gao Kao didn't limit himself to just history, especially since maybe he had spent the last 3 years memorizing this book. In the end, all the students agreed that Lin Yun must have prepared for this performance in advance. But his desk neighbor knew that he really hadn't prepared at all, and had only started reading this book before the lesson started. Meanwhile, Teacher Wu was telling Lin Yun that students should certainly memorize the moments of history, but it was much more important to understand them. He told Lin Yun that he himself had personally prepared this pile of repetition materials and exam variants in past years, So, in order to pass the Gaokao exam successfully, Lin Yun should focus on studying them. After which, teacher Wu threw himself at Lin Yun with a hug and confessed that he used to think that Lin Yun had no desire to learn, which was why teacher Wu was so often angry with him. But since he had now come to his senses and had such talent, teacher Wu said that he would never abandon him and would bring him to the final exam prepared. Teacher Wu said that he would assign people to help him with his lessons and reminded him that he himself could come to the teacher's office if anything was unclear. Lin Yun thanked teacher Wu and said that he would put all his efforts into his studies. Walking out of the teacher's office and holding a pile of research papers and articles in his hands, Lin Yun realized that it would take him a whole night to manage it all. Teacher Wu wiped his tears with his handkerchief and regretted that he had learned about Lin Yun's abilities so late. Given his grades, even if he worked hard for 2 months, he would only pass 3 subjects at most. The teacher realized that Lin Yun had missed out on too much in his studies. It's because in China, children devote 10 years to elementary school and 3 years to junior high school. After 9th grade, students can continue to study in senior high school or already a professional school. They study there for another 3 years. Now the protagonist is in his last 12th year of schooling. Coming back to the classroom, Lin Yun heard his classmates discussing where they would go to have fun after class. Someone said that there was an update on the monster hunt, so immediately after class he would run home and play until night. The rest of the guys were going to go to a movie at the theater. The main character's neighbor on the desk was surprised by him. After all, he not only amazed teacher Wu with his answer, but the whole class. He asked Lin Yun why the teacher had called him into his office. Lin Yun couldn't miss this chance to show off, so he turned his nose up high and said the teacher praised him, gave him a lot of material to prepare. So today, he would stay up all night to study it all. In the next geography class, the teacher did not pester the protagonist in any way. But Lin Yun noticed that from time to time, someone would turn around and look at him. He realized that his classmates expected to see the same thing from him as they did in history class. Unfortunately, their wishes were not destined to come true because the line did not want more attention than he already had. After the geography lesson, one of the students approached him and offered to go to the dormitory together, but the protagonist refused, saying that he was going to study some more. Hearing the refusal, the student said that the June line is too late to start studying, because the material is so much that he cannot cope with it even for a year of continuous study. But Lin Yu did not care in the least. He knew that history would help him understand how the world developed, and geography would help him understand the structure of the world and its natural features for people. The Great Wall of China was worth a lot, because its head looked towards the East China Sea and its tail towards Kunlun. The spirit realized that no matter how one looked at it, it had to be the place of the dragon veins. The terracotta statues of warriors and war horses in Qin Shi Huang's tombs. It was obvious that Yin warriors were used to cultivate the Tao of longevity. Lin Yun realized that if he combined all this with the Chinese legends of Fu Xi, the fire deity Zhongrong, and the water god Gonggong, the legends and myths would become true. After that, he was 100% sure that there must be cultivators in this world. He decided for himself that when the time came, he himself would be able to explore these places and confidently find any supporting records there. In the past, he himself would be able to visit these places in an instant. But now, he hadn't even reached the first level of body tempering, so he couldn't even protect himself. Zhang Lin, seeing Lin Yun studying hard, told Shanshan that she was very surprised because he had not missed a single lesson today. Shanshan replied that she didn't know what was on his mind. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin got up from her desk and said that they shouldn't guess, but they could ask him why he suddenly started studying. Zhang Ling walked over to Lin Yun and told him to remember to invite her to dinner tonight. Lin Yun asked her in surprise why he should ask her to dinner, and even in the evening, she replied that she had been asked to help him with his history class homework, so if anything was unclear in the future, he could ask her right away. After which she said that he just had to treat her to dinner in return. Zhang Lin was a representative of the history class. She was among the top 3 best students in the class. Lin Yun said that he just had a lot of questions, so he would gladly treat her to dinner. Hearing this, Zhang Ling said that if he didn't mind, she would take head girl Chao Shanshan with her as well. But Lin Yun was against it. Zhang Lin upsetly asked Lin Yun why he was against it. To which he replied that she had such a temper, and she was too troublesome. This was a very awkward situation for Zhang Lin, because she wanted Shanshan to get closer to Lin Yun, but it turned out to be the opposite. Turning around and looking at our Shanshan, Zhang Lin exhaled. realizing that Shanshan had not heard this conversation. Otherwise, she would have been furious. Looking into Lin Yun's textbook, Zhang Linbai noticed that he was interested in ancient Chinese landmarks. Seeing this, she immediately said that if he wanted to visit those places, she thought that Shanshan had already been there, and she probably knew them well. After which, she added that it would be best to consult about these ancient places directly with her. Hearing this, Lin Yong said to Zhang Ling without thinking for a long time that she should take Shanshan with her then. Zhang Lin said that she would book a room in Zhuanyuan, which is opposite the school. Shanshan wanted to know what they were talking about and why Zhang Lin was talking to Lin Yun for so long. She would have loved to join them, but her pride prevented her from doing so. After making arrangements to study history and geography in the evening, Zhang Lin went to call Zhuanyuan restaurant to book a private room there. Suddenly, on her way out of class, she bumped into the torso of some student who asked her who she was booking a room at that restaurant for. Upon hearing that Shanshan would be going to this restaurant, he immediately said that he was willing to pay for all the expenses. He was also very surprised why they didn't tell him about this evening's trip to the restaurant. When Cao Shanshan saw Guo Junf in the classroom, she immediately became furious and pointing her finger at the door, shouted at him that he should immediately leave her classroom and never come again. Guo Junf was the #1 of the 4 bullies of Qingshui School, a very rich and dangerous student in the school. The students were very much afraid of him. If they talked about him, it was only in whispers. Because no one wanted to become his target, see? He was impossible to escape. Guo Junfa's father was the head of a real estate company and earns a lot of money. That's why Guo is rampaging around the school, and no one dares to rein him in any way. Guo didn't listen to Shanshan and didn't leave the classroom, but decided to look around, walking between the desks. After walking between the desks almost to the end of the classroom, Guo stopped when he saw Lin Yong sitting at the desk, who didn't even pay attention to him because he was very much into reading history and geography. Shanshan immediately realized that Guo was targeting Lin Yun from the very beginning, but she didn't understand what she should do. At this moment, Guo turned to Shanshan and told her not to worry because when he finished here, he would definitely go to Zhuanyuan with her. After that, he walked over to Lin Yun and said that he heard that Lin Yun distinguished himself in school today by calling him a dumb porker. Guo, seeing that Lin Yun was ignoring him, said in a raised tone that he was talking to him, so Lin Yun should raise his stupid pig head. Lin Yun raised his head and said that if Guo Junfa came to see him specifically, he had a couple questions for Guo. Guo Junfa was very angry after all. No one dared to talk to him like that. But he still told Lin Yun that he could ask him anything he wanted. But after that, Guo would make sure that he was not left alive. This was very helpful to Guo, because he wanted Shanshan to see how good he was. Lin Yun agreed to his condition, and asked Guo how many times he had beaten him in the past 3 years and how much money he had taken from him. Guo Junfa laughed and said that he couldn't even remember how many times he had beaten Lin Yun, as he had taken him on as soon as his hands were itchy. As for money, Guo said that he had taken no more than $3,000 or $4,000 from Lin Yun. Then he told Lin Yun that he had taken so little money from him only because Lin Yun was a beggar and had nothing to take from him. Guo also said that he had heard that today, Lin Yun's sister had won $10,000 from Xiao Baowang, and that Lin Yun had embezzled $1,000 belonging to Shanshan. After that, he said that he hoped Lin Yun would be a smart boy today and give it to him. Otherwise, he would take it back himself when the protagonist couldn't move anymore. When Shanshan heard this, she told Guo Junfa that he had no right to be disorderly in her class. Then she added that because of his behavior, he was no different from a robber. Lin Yu told Shanshan not to worry so much about him. He told Guo that he understood and asked him how much money he had with him now. Guo said with an angry face that he had enough money and asked, what did Lin Yun care how much money he had if he was going to beat him anyway and take all the money he had? Lin Yun replied that then he wasn't interested in anything else and was glad that Guo had enough money. Guo was dumbfounded by Lin Yun's calmness and asked him why this information so reassured him. At that moment, Lin Yun swung his fist at Guo and said that if he didn't have enough money, he wouldn't be able to pay his medical bills. Then the protagonist swung his fist and hit Guo in the face, not only hurting him, but shocking him that the fat man, who had been bullied and robbed of his money before, was able to fight back. But that was just the beginning, because Lin Yun realized that one punch would not be enough. He immediately ran over and grabbed Guo's tie with his right hand, pulling him towards him. After that, the main character immediately threw a powerful punch at Guo right in the body, throwing him to the back of the class. Guo was hurt badly. He didn't expect the fat man to be able to give him such a powerful punch. Everyone in the class was surprised, not only Guo, but also his minions and the girls. Guo, realizing that he couldn't fight the fat man alone, decided to call his henchman Pai Heji to help him, telling him to get his ass over here and help him. Pai Heji said in a trembling voice and half-whispered voice, pointing his finger at the fat man, that he dared not hit his boss and if he ever hit him again, he would be in trouble. Hearing this, Guo told his partner that he was asking him for help, not to talk nonsense that would make the fat man even angrier. Guo again told Pai Hezi to just silently come over and help him beat up the fat man. Pai Hezi silently nodded his head, but was still afraid to approach. Lin Yun didn't wait for Pai Hezi to dare to come closer and approached Guo again. The frightened Guo asked him why he had approached him. Lin Yun asked Guo, didn't he want his assistant to come closer and help? Lin Yun, without waiting for his answer, immediately kicked him in the chest with all his might. The impact was so strong that Guo flew straight into his companion Pai Heji. Guo and his partner slammed into the wall and were unable to get up, much less fight back. The protagonist was very pleased with himself, as he had fought back against his assailants for the first time in 12 grades of school. Zhanglin was delighted because for the first time in so many years, she saw how cool her classmate, who had recently been an ordinary fatty two-timers. Cao Shanshan, on the other hand, was stunned by what she saw. The beaten Guo, along with Pai, were lying on the ground and couldn't even move, so badly Lin Yun had beaten them. But Lin Yun wasn't going to stop there, so he put his foot on Guo's neck and, calling him baby, said that he should say something in human. Hearing this, Zhanglin asked Shanshan if she had heard this. After all, just now, Lin Yun had called one of the 4 main bullies Guo Junfa a baby. Lin Yun asked Guo why he was silent and was he in pain, after which he added that Guo dare not call himself a campus bully because even Wei Tiangan from their dormitory would be better and tougher than him. Hearing this, Wei Tiangan was as he didn't want his name to be mentioned anywhere at all, for he was afraid of both Guo and the fatty already. Meanwhile, Lin Yun asked that Guo repeat how much he had stolen from him in the past 3 years. Guo said in a trembling voice that it was about $3,000 or $4,000, but definitely not more than that amount. Lin Yun heard that this amount was equal to $7,000, so he asked Zhan Ling how much interest would accumulate in the bank from $7,000 in 3 years. She said that she couldn't say for sure, but if it was a fixed deposit, Lin Yun should get at least 10%. The protagonist, after thinking a bit, said that he would consider that Guo owed him 15% on top, and from $7,000 is $1,050. Then he said that he would not be impudent because he did not need the surplus, so he said that Guo would have to give him only $8,000. With a trembling hand, Guo took out a pile of money from the inside pocket of his jacket and said that there were $10,000 and Lin Yong could take them all. Lin Yun counted out $8,000 and said that he was not as shameless as Guo and only wanted his money back, but he threw the remaining penny of $2,000 right into Guo's face. Seeing this, Zhanling said that Lin Yun knows how to stop in time. But Shanshan wasn't so sure about it and said that it was too early to draw such conclusions. Lin Yun walked up to Guo and said that he didn't just beat him for nothing. After all, he had to put so much effort into it. After that, he squatted down and told Guo that he should pay him for his efforts. Zhanling heard this and couldn't believe that he was saying this seriously. And Shanshan said that such a shameless person should be looked for. Hearing this, Guo took out all his money from all his pockets and also gathered up all the money that was lying on the ground. He held out all his money to the protagonist and asked if this amount was enough for him. Lin Yun looked down at Guo and said that it was too much. He then asked Guo if it was too much money to beat such a lowly person. Without waiting for Guo to answer, Lin Yun said that he would take exactly half of that amount and then they would be even. Guo decided to stand up and give him the money, saying that he would soon take revenge on him by asking someone stronger to beat Lin Yong to death. Before he could stand up, he was immediately kicked in the chin and fell back to the floor. Lin Yun, holding his foot in his face, asked Guo did he allow him to get up? From under Lin Yun's sneaker came Guo's voice saying that people shouldn't be bullied like that, especially since he had already taken away all his money and beaten him very badly. Lin Yun asked Guo if he knew what to say. Where did the bruises on his face come from? Guo remembered that exactly 6 months ago, he had said the same phrase to Lin Yun, after he had once again beaten him very badly and taken away all his pocket money. At the same time, Lin Yun replied under the pressure of Guo's shoe that he had fallen down the stairs and no one had beaten him up. Thinking back on it, Guo immediately replied that he accidentally hit the wall and then fell down the stairs, all because of not looking at his feet on the way to his own classroom. Turning to his classmates, Lin Yun said that he hoped everyone had heard this. After all, Guo Junfa had just said that he had received those wounds himself, and it had nothing to do with their class. The students as one angrily started shouting that they had heard everything, and if need be, they could even witness it. Lin Yu took his foot off Guo Junfa and advised him to be more careful next time and not crash into the walls, as it was very traumatic. After that, Lin Yun took Guo Junfa by the neck and told him not to dare to appear in front of him again, because if he saw him, he would beat him again. Guo said in a trembling voice that he understood everything. After that, the protagonist, pointing his finger at the floor exit, ordered Guo and his comrade to leave and never return to his classroom again. After all, they were glad that this bastard named Guo Junfa had finally been put in his place. They didn't even get a good look at him, and he was already lying on the floor. At this moment, Shanshan was in a very pensive state, because she saw everything that was happening with her own eyes and realized that Lin Yun's blows were not random. His movement implies some mysterious trajectory. Looking at the departing Lin Yun, Shanshan realized that he was hiding many more secrets that she wanted to know. The protagonist, having put all his hard-earned money on the table, decided to think about where he wanted to spend it and what he wanted to buy with it. He knew that he needed to buy acupuncture needles, as well as sports uniforms and a punching bag for training. He also wanted to buy his little sister a brand new cell phone to make her happy, since she already had an old and useless phone that barely worked. And lastly, tomorrow, when he was going to return home, he decided to buy a gift for his mom. The protagonist realized that this money would obviously not be enough to buy everything he needed. He wished that there were some other rich and weirdos looking for trouble on their ass, so that he could make even more money off of them. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name very angrily and loudly. Lin Yun immediately got excited, thinking that it was also some other rich disciples who wanted to get a smack from him. But it was Tang Meng who burst into the classroom and said that Lin Yun had beaten up Guo Junfa for nothing, because his father was the head of the largest real estate company in their city. After which he added that Lin Yun had gone against the heavens. Seeing that it was only Tang Meng, despite his seeming arrogance, Lin Yun thought that he was a man of integrity and trustworthiness. He told Tang Meng that he was too late to show up because Guo Junfa's beating party was already over. The protagonist then hugged Tang Meng and said that if he had come a little earlier, they could have beaten up Guo Junfa together. Tang Meng immediately laughed and said that it was for sure, because that bastard was still a pain in the ass and he had a long-standing problem with him. Then they laughed very loudly in unison. Before they could laugh enough, one of the students ran into the classroom and without noticing, Tang Meng ran into him, saying that there were rumors that Lin Yun had beaten up Guo Junfa. Tang Meng was very angry at the kid because he had come to see Lin Yang, but hit him. Meanwhile, the protagonist couldn't understand why they were coming to him one after another, as if they were conspiring. Well, no matter how it looked, the protagonist realized that these two were just looking out for him. Following the kid, Lin Yun's sister also came running into the classroom. She said that she heard him fighting with Guo Junfa and asked if he was hurt. The protagonist hugged his sister and told her that he was fine and she didn't have to worry, then suggested that she go to a restaurant with him because he wanted to treat her to dinner. Then he turned around and looked at Tang Meng and another classmate and said that they could go with him too, because he was treating them to dinner tonight. Tang Meng took the opportunity to lead them to one of the most beautiful, vintage, and expensive restaurants in the city. Seeing the painted tables and chairs, as well as the shiny glasses and chic furnishings, the protagonist asked Tang Meng if it was too flashy to come here for dinner, since they were just high school students. Tang Meng reassured him by saying that in order to celebrate their victory over Guo, they should go to Zhuangyuan, one of the best restaurants in Jiangnan province. Then he added that Lin Yang had been very generous. The protagonist thought that this place was like a cafeteria on the second floor, but fortunately, the $20,000 he received today was still with him. They sat down at a table and Tang Meng immediately told Ling Yun that he was very lucky because he was the only guy in the whole school who was accompanied by two of the school's top beauties. Meanwhile, Janling told the waitress that she wanted 2 shrimp in oil, 1 boiled fish, 1 roast duck, and 1 large dish of chicken pieces. Upon hearing how much she was ordering, the main character told her to stop immediately as it was too much. And moreover, no one else but her had ordered anything. Janling replied that it was a rare occasion when he would give her a treat, and it was obvious that she wanted to eat enough since there might not be a second time. After a while, the waiter set up a sumptuous table with a variety of dishes, including octopus, caviar, stuffed duck, and many, many sweets. Tang Meng told Lin Yun at the meal that he didn't expect that 2 months before graduation he would become the school's biggest celebrity and be the center of attention. Saying that Guo Junfa is a troublesome type, but Lin Yun still managed to embarrass him. Tang Meng also warned the protagonist to be careful because Guo Junfa will definitely not let it go and is trying to take revenge on him. Lin Yun asked Tang Meng if Guo had the courage to take revenge on him. Tang Meng thought for a while and said that Guo Junfa had never lost like this before, so he would probably hire some sports guys to give the protagonist a good beating. Hearing what Tang Meng was saying, Lin Yu's sister asked him if he could help her brother. Tang Meng asked Lin Yu not to worry, saying that although Lin Yun had caused a lot of trouble this time, but as long as Tang Meng was by his side, Guo Junfa wouldn't dare to take a step. Janling heard this and said that perhaps Lin Yun wouldn't need any help at all. She then asked how Shanshan felt about it. The first beauty of the school replied that no matter how strong the protagonist is, there are times when two fists cannot defeat four. Hearing Shanshan's words, Lin Yun realized that she was right, because if you want to live a comfortable life, you must have enough power to do so. This is an immutable truth in any world. Looking at Tang Meng, the hero realized that in front of him now sits an excellent candidate, thanks to which he can increase his strength many times over. Seeing how strangely Lin Yun was looking at him, Tang Meng didn't realize what was going on. Tang Meng was even slightly frightened as he didn't understand how he had attracted such attention from the protagonist. Suddenly, Zhanling's spoon fell out of her hands and she had a stomachache. She realized that she had eaten too much, so she apologized to everyone and said that she was going to go powder her nose. Ling Yu didn't want to leave Zhanling alone in that position, so she decided to go with her to powder her nose. Seeing this, the protagonist realized that this was a great opportunity to see Cao Shanshan's information. He asked Shanshan, Tong Meng, and another classmate if any of them had ever been to the Great Wall of China. The classmate replied that he had been there once as a child, but he didn't understand why he was asking about it so suddenly. Lin Yong replied that he was just curious. How did ancient times people build such an impressive structure? After all, in order to build such structures, surely they must have known some spells. After that, the protagonist turned his attention to Shanshan and asked if she knew anything about it. Meanwhile, at the restroom, 3 hooligans were harassing Lin Yu and Zhanling, asking them how much money they were willing to give them for an unforgettable night. At the table, the protagonist suddenly heard the voice of his sister and Cao Shanshan, his girlfriend Zhanling, asking the hoodlums to get away from them. While Lin Yun sat there and digested what was happening with the food he was eating, Cao Shanshan immediately ran to the girl's aid. Seeing Cao Shanshan, who stood in front of the girls, the bullies said that they were very lucky tonight because now they would have as many as 3 beauties this night. Tang Meng, who also immediately came running to help, immediately asked Lin Yu if she was all right. Janling looked at those scoundrels with a scream and said that they were trying to take advantage of them. Tang Meng grabbed one of the bullies by the arm and said that they should apologize, and if the girls forgave them, he would be merciful and let them go. This bully was not the slightest bit afraid of Tang Meng, but rather said that he must be sick of living if he allows himself to say such things to his elders. The bully clenched his fists and said that this bunch of brats had no right to talk to them like that. After all, they had already graduated from Jiangnan University of Technology. After that, laughing in Tang Meng's face, they said that he should kneel down and bow to the elders, after which they would consider sparing him. Tang Meng became very upset when he heard such a suggestion, so he immediately stabbed one of the bullies standing in front of him in the chest from his knee, saying that they were not worthy of him bowing down before them. Seeing Tang Meng hit one of the hooligans with particular cruelty, the other 2 kneaded their hands and decided to get rid of him. Before one of the hooligans could stretch his shoulder joint, he suddenly discovered that Lin Yun was already standing behind him with an angry look. The bully couldn't understand where he was looking at, nor how he could get behind him so quickly. Lin Yun, without thinking for a long time with all the strength he had, kicked directly into the back of the bully to give him no chance for self-defense. Meanwhile, a classmate of the protagonist disarmed the 3rd bully by tripping him, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. When Tang Meng saw this, he praised the youngster, saying that he had done a good job with his footstep. Janling, with a smile on her face, told the boys that they had done a great job on those bullies. Tang Meng asked these bullies, how dare they dare to misbehave, representing the name of his university. He couldn't believe that Jiangnan University of Technology only produced such animals. Before he could finish his sentence, another gang of hooligans consisting of 6 people suddenly came from outside, who were very eager to know who it was that was slandering their favorite university. Seeing this crowd of hooligans, Cao Shanshan asked the girls to get away from here so that they wouldn't get hurt. Hearing this from Shanshan, the girls realized that she too had decided to fight and help the boys. But Lin Yong saw that Shanshan wanted to get into a fight and immediately grabbed her by the arm and told her that she should go and look after the 2 of them, since a girl doesn't belong here. He then told Tang Meng and his classmate that they should stand behind him and not interfere in the fight, but only protect the girls if necessary. Hearing this, Tang Meng told the protagonist that he was crazy because there were 7 of them, and he alone could not stand up to them no matter how well he fought. But Lin Yun asked him not to make a fuss and back off. One of the hooligans came up to the boy and said that he is a hero for nothing, because he cannot win this fight. Then the bully swung a bottle at Lin Yun and said that none of his friends and he himself would not leave this restaurant unharmed today. Ning Lingyu was very worried about her brother, so when she saw the bully attacking him with a bottle in his hand, she immediately shouted to her brother to be careful. Despite the bully's sharp and strong attack, the protagonist managed to easily dodge it. Seeing how Lin Yun easily dodged the first attack, the bully thought that even though he was fat, he was very agile, so he decided to immediately launch another attack with the bottle. But the boy was able to dodge this unexpected attack of the bully without much effort. 2 gang's comrades, and that was the name of the leader of this gang of hooligans who tried to unsuccessfully attack Lin Yun with a bottle, could not understand what he was doing, because out of 10 blows he could not hit once. After exhausting Gan with his dodges, Lin Yun stood behind his back and asked him if he had finished his attempts to hit him, after which the protagonist, without waiting for an answer from the bully, immediately took him by the neck with one hand and with the other hand knocked him out of his hand into a glass bottle. After that, Lin Yun threw Gan to the ground and applied a painful technique by putting his knee on his back and twisting his arm. At the same moment, the bottle that was knocked out of the bully's hands by the protagonist fell to the floor and shattered. Lin Yu did not think for a long time, took the broken bottle and put it to the throat of Gang to make him realize that he was defeated, and there was no point in resisting. Gang, seeing the broken bottle in front of his throat, immediately began to shed tears and begged the protagonist to spare him. Lin Yun took away the bottle, his throat and the protagonist, and pointed it at his henchmen, saying that he was ready to fight each of them unless they came here just to show off. The bully and immediately realized that things were bad and kneeled down and started crying, saying that they wanted the protagonist to forgive them as it was their fault for not realizing who they were dealing with. But Lin Yun just gave him one angry look and let him know that they should apologize, not him. The bullies immediately ran up to the girls and started apologizing to them while bowing, saying that they had too much to drink today and were talking complete nonsense. They also said that the girls could beat them or scold them as they pleased. The girls laughed very loudly and said that these changes were not really sincere, so they asked the bullies to apologize more sensitively and sincerely. At this moment, a long-haired boy in a red shirt came up to the protagonist and said that since he had beaten them all up, they could forget about everything and peacefully disperse. Ling Yun said that he was glad that someone with a higher education could talk and not just swing his fists, and asked the guy to introduce himself. The guy said he was the deputy head of the group and told the protagonist that if he had any conditions, they could discuss them. Lin Yun said that he didn't have any conditions in general. The only question was what the compensation would be. Hearing this, the deputy head of the group said that they had apologized. And moreover, they were the ones who had suffered the most, so compensation was out of the question. Lin Yun told him that they had scared his little sister and ruined the dinner as well. After which he asked how much he thought it was all worth, and he added, if someone could not enter the university because of fear, what would be the damage? He asked the deputy headmaster. After scratching the back of his long-haired head, the guy asked the protagonist how much he thought they should pay to keep this matter quiet. Lin Yun, with a smile on his face, said that if they did admit their mistakes, then they could not agree that they would just pay the bill of their table, and compensate for the moral damage to those beauties behind his back in the amount of $1,000 to $2,000. The red-shirted kid asked Lin Yun to lower the compensation value. The protagonist looked at him with a glare and said that once they paid the money, everything would be over for them immediately. After which, he put a broken bottle to the kid's throat and said that otherwise, their fight would continue and he would be next. Janling was watching what was going on and noticed that Lin Yun was becoming more and more skillful at luring money out of his assailants. The red shirt bully realized that the main character was not to be trifled with and asked him to calm down, saying that they would pay the entire restaurant bill and compensate the girls. Janling thought about it and realized that the protagonist had not only beaten up these guys, but also made them pay compensation for it. In her eyes, he was the #1 hero since no one had ever done such a thing before. Lin Yun was very cool. The deputy handed Lin Yun $2,000 to compensate the girls. In response, the protagonist told him not to get upset. There were just some people you couldn't joke around with. After that, he thought to himself that these people were very lucky to be in such a peaceful world, because if they were in the realm of cultivation, there would already be several corpses lying around. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ling told the protagonist that he was handsome, but tonight's dinner didn't count as a treat. Lin Yun asked why it didn't count. After all, Jiang Ling had eaten to her heart's content. Mash, she replied to him that he didn't spend a single dollar, so it can't be called a treat. After which, she said that if the protagonist promised her one thing, she would immediately forget about the promised ouch. Lin Yun was interested in the offer and asked what exactly he had to promise. She said that he was currently running in order to lose weight, and as she realized he was serious about it. Knowing this, she asked him to promise that once he lost weight, he would immediately become her boyfriend. When Cao Shanshan heard her friend say that, she couldn't believe her ears. And Tang Meng said that it was not in vain that they went to the most expensive restaurant today. After all, if they hadn't gone there, they wouldn't have heard such a thing. Lin Yun realized that his situation was not good right now, so he didn't make such a promise to Jiang Ling and offered to talk to her about it later. But Jiang Ling was not satisfied with such an answer, so she grabbed onto the protagonist's hand with a dead grip and said that he should promise her right now. But Ling Yun was lucky as Cao Shanshan intervened and told Jiang Ling that it was getting late and the evening self-training would start soon, so they should go back. Upon hearing about the evening self-training, Jiang Ling immediately let the protagonist go and said that she was letting him go this time, but not forgetting that he had to promise her. Cao Shanshan couldn't listen to this anymore, so she grabbed Jiang Ling's hand and dragged her back to the school. At this moment, Lin Yun stood there in complete shock and couldn't understand what was happening to him. And how did it even happen that one of the most beautiful girls in the entire school wanted him to be her boyfriend? Seeing Lin Yun frozen in place, his sister immediately grabbed his hand and asked him, wouldn't he go back to school with the others? After all, the evening self-study would start very soon. The protagonist turned around and told his little sister that he had some errands to run and would return to school, but a little later. At that moment, Tang Meng put his arm around Lin Yong and told his sister not to worry because he would go with him so nothing would happen. Lin Yun said that he didn't need an escort. Tang Meng, on the other hand, said in response that no one knows the surroundings of this school, big and small, better than he does. Therefore, whatever the protagonist was going to do, he would gladly be able to help him. Hearing this, Lin Yun said that in that case, Tang Meng could go with him. Seeing his brother leave in an unknown direction with Tang Meng, his sister was a little upset, saying that he had started skipping classes again, even though he had just recently said that he would start studying hard. But their classmate with crystal clear eyes, looking at Lin Yun, said that no matter how it was, but in just one day he had changed a lot. After hearing this, Ning Liuyi agreed with him, saying that she was also thinking that her brother would become better and better in the future. After a while, Ning Liuyi sat in class and was sad. She was very sad and lonely. She didn't understand why her brother hadn't come back to school yet. But before she could get too sad, one of her classmates ran into the classroom and told her that her brother had come with Tang Meng. When she saw her brother, she immediately rushed into his arms, saying that she was very worried, anxious, and bored while she was waiting for him. At this moment, Tang Meng was a little offended because Ning Liuyi didn't notice him at all, even though he was standing just a meter away from her brother. After a joyful hug, Lin Yun gave his sister the gift and asked her to unwrap it to see if she liked it or not. Spilling out all the contents of the gift on the porta potty, his little sister was shocked, for there was one of the coolest laptops, a cell phone, a digital camera, wireless headphones, and a game console. Seeing all this, her jaw dropped, and she immediately realized that when her brother said he was going on business, he had gone to buy all this for her. Seeing the joy in his sister's eyes, the protagonist said that he had bought all of this so that his little sister could have everything that others have and don't have. Seeing that Lin Yun had bought his sister the latest models of digital appliances and more, his sister's classmates couldn't understand what was going on, because they knew that Lin Yun and his sister's family was poor, and they couldn't even afford to eat at the school cafe on the second floor. His sister was silent for a long time, so Lin Yun decided to ask her if everything was all right. To which she replied that everything was fine and she was very happy. Wiping the tears of happiness from her face, she told her brother that she shouldn't have spent so much on it since she wouldn't use it all anyway. Suddenly, Zhuang Meina and her boyfriend Junyang suddenly appeared in front of Ning Liuyi and said that Ning Liuyi doesn't even know how to use all this equipment, so she won't use it all. Tang Ming immediately stood up for Ning Liuyi, telling Zhuang Meina to watch her tongue. But Zhuang Meina wasn't going to stop, saying that the protagonist's family was so poor that no one knows where he got it all from. Hearing such ignorance and insults from Zhuang Meina, Tang Meng immediately became furious, He decided that today he should definitely teach her a good lesson so that she would never let out her long tongue again and think 1,000 times before doing so. Seeing that Tang Meng was on edge, Lin Yun immediately grabbed his hand and asked him not to interfere or do anything. He then turned to Zhuang Meng and said that he was very happy to finally meet the one who was getting in his little sister's way. Zhuang Meng was interceded by her boyfriend and asked what Lin Yun wanted from her. Seeing some lisping boy in front of him, Lin Yun asked who he was. The boy replied that his name was Zi Junyan, and if Lin Yun had any questions for Zhuang Meng, he would help him solve them. Ning Liuyi realized that the situation could escalate to a fight, so she hugged her brother and told him to forget about it, telling him that he was tired today, so he shouldn't waste his energy on such people. Lin Yun turned to his sister and said that if she asked him to do so, then so be it. After that, he turned to Zi Junyan, pointed his finger at him, and said that he was warning everyone that if anyone dared to bully his sister or offend her in any way, or even thought about it, everyone would regret what they had done because Lin Yun would make everyone pay for it. The students couldn't understand what was going on. One of the students at the front said that the fat man they knew before was no longer a weakling. He had the strength to fight. He started acting like this after he beat Jun and gave him the nickname Kid. Tang Meng asked Lin Yun why he didn't do anything, saying that he would have loved to beat up Zi Junyan. Lin Yun stretched and looked at Tang Meng and said that if he started fighting Zi Junyan, he would definitely lose to him. Tang Meng was surprised and asked the protagonist why he thought that this kid with slicked back bangs could beat Tang Meng. Lin Yun said that just now, when he pointed his finger at Zi Junyan, not only did he not try to dodge, but he was ready to attack. At this moment, the protagonist realized that Zi Junyan was definitely a skilled warrior, and his strength was surely not small. After a short thought, Lin Yun turned to Tang Meng and told him to go home, because Xin Yun was still going to go practice. Tang Meng told Xin Yun that it was too late. Was he sure he wanted to train? The protagonist replied that he hadn't met a worthy opponent before, so he wasn't really motivated to train hard. Lin Yun ran to the field to the river where he had recently discovered the 7-rays grass. The protagonist sat down next to the 7-ray grass and began to meditate. Focusing on meditation, he decided to apply the secret technique of 50 stars, which at the initial level allows you to absorb the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen the human body. If practiced to the extreme, one could feel equal even with heaven and earth and use the full power of the sun, moon, and stars to one's advantage. Suddenly, the protagonist felt that something was going wrong, and all because he forgot that the meridians in this body have not yet been restored. After that, he calmed down, thinking that such a small problem couldn't cause him any trouble, especially since he now had all the time in the world. He didn't stop and continued absorbing the spiritual energy from the 7-rays grass. After he finished meditating, he noticed that his absorption speed had become much faster, and his body could hold twice as much spiritual power as it had before. Lin Yun was very tired, but he was happy that he had finally managed to reach the first level of body hardening. He picked up his gym bag and tossed it above his head a few meters up. Then he took his right foot back and took good aim. The moment the bag was at a suitable distance, he gave it a powerful kick with his foot. Although he didn't break through to the second level as he had hoped, it was enough for him for now. He pondered and realized that at this moment, all he needed was a good and handy weapon. Meanwhile, in the capital of China, Beijing, in some very expensive country house, a party for a rich man was in full swing. The event was held behind closed doors, with a pole dancer dancing for him. Also on the couch near him were 2 more dancers who were serving him, while he was shouting to the girl on the pole to spread her legs even wider. Suddenly, his ideal environment was shattered by one cell phone call. Picking up the phone irritably, he immediately asked who was interrupting him and why. The caller was a person previously unknown to him, who told him to watch a video very funny. Here was a fat man running around the school campus stadium with a bag of sand on his shoulders. When he saw this video, he was shocked and very, very angry. The girls were very much startled and shocked to see that after he watched the video, he just started yelling to the whole room and waving his arms. After that, without thinking for a long time, he took out his phone and called Chen Sen, asking him why he said that he had killed that fat man, and he was actually still alive and well. Chen Senyu immediately jumped out of bed in incomprehension. How is this even possible? How can this fat man be alive and healthy? After which he said in a confident voice that he had seen this fatty hit by a truck with his own eyes. The rich man's name was Ling Xiao, and he was the one who paid Chen Sen $2 million to finish off Ling Yun. But after he saw the video of the fat man running around the stadium, he was very disappointed in Chen Sen's services. Chen Sen assured Lin Xiao that killing that brat was a cakewalk, and he wouldn't cheat him out of it. He then said that he really should be dead by now, but if he is still trying to live, it means that someone has saved him. Then Chen Sen added that he had heard that in the city of Shui there is a doctor of Chinese medicine who is rumored to put even the dead on his feet, known as Sai Bianca. But Ling Xiao said that it was impossible, because no matter how good the Axial Master's skills were, it was definitely impossible for him to resurrect a dead person. He then said that the fatty could come back to life, as long as the person who saved him was not an ordinary person at all. Chen Sen almost choked on his saliva and asked Ling Xiao, "So he thinks that the fat man was saved by those very people?" Ling Xiao did not even want to think about it. In his eyes was a fire and rage that flared up more and more just at the mere thought. The Lin and Chen families are at the absolute top of the pyramid in this country. Therefore, they know much more than ordinary people, such as the fact that there are cultivators in this world. Some of them belong to ancient Chinese families studying martial arts and hiding in the city, and some belong to hidden sects nestled in the mountains. Chen Sen still couldn't believe it after all. These people are mysterious and secretive, and ordinary people have no way to encounter them. Even his grandfather would treat them with respect if he met them. He was very much frightened and didn't know what they should do. After all, they had messed with some very big shots. Ling Xiao told Chen Sen not to make a fuss, for this fat pig, in his opinion, was of no interest to anyone. He then told Chen Sen to stay out of it, as Lin Xiao had decided to take care of the elimination of this fatty himself. Hearing this from Ling Xiao, Chen Sen wished him luck, calling him brave, and hung up the phone. While drinking another glass of champagne, Ling Xiao remembered why he wanted to kill Ling Yun. At one of the dinners with his father and grandfather, his father had told Lin Xiao to remember that even though he was the eldest grandson of the Lin family, it didn't mean that the position of the future head of the family would necessarily be his. Shang Lin agreed with this by nodding his head. Third uncle had told Lin Xiao that he shouldn't be too upset being the eldest grandson. After all, if anyone would be hurt, it would be his uncle, since he had to watch him and his two sons of his two brothers fight amongst themselves. To which Ling Xiao replied that it was easier for his third uncle because he only had one daughter. Hearing such a ladder and speeches, Ling Xiao asked his third uncle if he supported him, to which he replied that of course he supports him, but Xiao does not forget to keep him company from time to time. After the family dinner was over, Lin Xiao, already dressed, was about to go home as suddenly heard some noise in his grandfather's room and, opening the door, decided to see what was going on there. When he opened the door, he saw his grandfather beating his son, his third uncle, mercilessly, saying that he was shameless, and in general, how could he dare to secretly bring up a child out of wedlock? The third uncle answered his father, saying that he had not brought up this child, but had left him in the wilderness as soon as he was born. But his father did not even want to listen to him, and ordered him to find and bring his grandson home, saying that his grandson should not grow up somewhere on the street. The third uncle did not contradict his father and immediately said that he would send someone to find Lin Yun. Hearing this conversation and realizing that his inheritance was at risk, Lin Xiao went home angry. Remembering all this, he clenched his palm so hard that the glass in his hand shattered into dozens of small shards. He didn't understand why the life of some bastard mattered at all. After that, he immediately called his subordinates and told them to send an assassin to Qingshui Middle School to kill the person called Ling Yun. He also asked for the body of the fat man to be delivered to him because this time, he wanted to personally verify Ling Yun's death. Meanwhile, in the Qingshui school, Ling Yun, holding a fountain pen and aiming it at a fly, said that he possessed the flying needle technique, and at his current level, he should be superbly marksmanship. Taking good aim, he released the fountain pen from his palm with lightning speed. The pen hit right on target, all because he could hit without missing at a distance of up to 10 meters. Ling Yun realized that with his knowledge of the body meridians, silver needles could also be used to heal and save the sick. This was the best weapon for him at the moment, except he didn't know where to get him silver needles that would fulfill his requirements. Suddenly, his roommate appeared and sweetly asked him to go to bed because it was too late. Saturday morning, the Lin and came to the stadium again. For over the past few days, he had developed a common understanding of what he needed to do. The protagonist realized that the common sense of mortals in this world has acceptable limits. Realizing this, he realized that he would no longer be able to train during the day, so as not to attract too much attention from his students and others. In fact, after just a few training sessions, everyone started seeing that he had lost a lot of weight and started to look much better. The girls began to whisper among themselves, saying that he began to walk like a real man. so the protagonist decided to try to do his training out of sight and be in the shadows. Suddenly, Lin Yun was spotted by Li Lei on the sports ground and immediately asked him how dare he come to the sports ground after what he had done, after which he turned to his comrades and asked, "Why is this jerk here again?" But no one answered his question. He then called the protagonist a stupid pig and ran towards him saying that he was going to slap him, and since he didn't want to ruin his mood, he would only need a couple of punches. But Ling Yun was easily able to repel Li Lei's hand, which he used to slap the protagonist hard, after which he took his hand back as far as possible, and with all that he had in his might, slapped his face with his palm. His slap was so strong and powerful that Li Lei couldn't stand on his feet and immediately landed on the ground. The protagonist came up to him and told Li Lei that if he called him for slaps, Ling Yun was ready to provide them to him in full and add a few bonuses on top. Hearing this, Li Lei was very frightened and holding his hand on his cheek, asked Ling Yun not to even come near him. But the protagonist was unstoppable. He took Li Lei by the scruff of his neck and started slapping him, hitting him from right to left. At this moment, his assailant's head resembled a punching bag that was being pummeled by the boxer's punches. The students watching from the sidelines realized that Li Lei, who was practicing karate, had no chance to fight back. Some even suggested that he would be beaten to a pulp if he continued like this. The protagonist didn't want to beat up Li Lei so badly, but he also wanted to teach him a lesson so that he would never want to hurt anyone again by using his physical superiority. After giving Li Lei enough slaps, Ling Yun suggested that he leave the stadium if he didn't want their clash to end sadly. But Li Lei couldn't let it go, as he was humiliated in public, so he got up from the treadmill and immediately lunged at the protagonist again, shouting that he was about to get what he deserved. Lin Yun grabbed his arm and threw the poor guy over his shoulder with all his might. After the protagonist parried the blow, he said that he was always good for good, evil for bad. Until he was attacked, he would not retaliate in any way. Then he also added that if someone decided to offend him, he would repay him 100-fold. Meanwhile, a very gorgeous and beautiful girl was watching from the side. She immediately realized that Ling Yun was a very interesting type. Returning to his dormitory last night, the protagonist saw a pharmacy. He immediately decided to stop by and see if he could buy silver needles from them. Before he could enter the pharmacy, he heard someone suddenly say his name from behind and asked him to wait. Turning back, he was very much impressed by the girl he saw because she had a very large, seductive shape, thin as a needle waist, and when his eyes lowered, his nose was steaming like a Spanish bull, because he noticed that she also had very long legs. The girl, seeing that Ling Yun was in a state of appraising her, immediately asked him if he had seen enough or should she wait a little longer so that he could see everything. Realizing that he was in an awkward situation, scratching his head, the protagonist said that he had probably had enough, then asked the beautiful girl why she had called him out. The girl immediately decided to introduce herself, saying that her name was Shui. She was from 11th grade, studying in Group Z, and said that he could just call her Ninger, after which she asked him where he was going now. Lin Yun hesitated a bit and told her that he wanted to buy something at the pharmacy for personal use. The girl immediately said that she wanted to go with him and took him under her arm. The protagonist was surprised and asked her if she was afraid he would kidnap her. Ninger wrapped her 2 arms around his neck and said that she would rather she kidnap him than he kidnap her, so she doesn't have an ounce of fear. Ling Yun realized that the matter was going in some other direction, so he asked the girl to stop, and then said that he was going for silver needles. Girls are hardly interested in such things. Niner hung on his neck and immediately asked him what he needed silver needles for. He answered that sometimes it's for pain, and sometimes it's for pain. The protagonist decided to scare the girl a little and said that if she wanted, he could try the needles on her first. But Ninger wasn't scared in the slightest, and just started giggling sweetly. After that, she told Ling Yun that he had better go with her then, because her family not only had silver needles, but also a bunch of golden needles that he could choose to his liking. The main character was very surprised to hear about the golden needles. After thinking for a while, Ling Yun thought that it was a manna from heaven that fell on him. Or was he very lucky to meet such a beautiful girl who understands needles? Realizing that he couldn't trust the first girl he met, he immediately asked her who she was and why she had come to him. The girl was upset and asked him why he was suddenly angry out of the blue. The girl with a sad look said that it was because her grandfather happened to see the main character running around laughing sand, and he was curious to meet Ling Yun. She also added that if the protagonist pleases her grandfather with his presence, she believes that he will let him pick up any needles he likes for free. And all because her grandfather is a doctor of Chinese medicine, the number of different games after treating the sick he keeps accumulating. Ling Yun could not believe his ears. But the girl immediately told him that if he wanted silver needles, he should definitely meet her grandfather. She then waved her finger at the protagonist, saying that they should meet her grandfather as soon as possible and invited him into her car. Inside the car, Ling Yun felt slightly embarrassed because despite the large amount of space Ninger stuck to him like gum to the sole of a sneaker and didn't want to let go of the protagonist. When Lin Yun told her to make the car full of room and she could sit off him, the girl said that she needed to hold on to him or else suddenly he would run away. Suddenly, Ninger saw something in the window and immediately asked the protagonist, "What does he see?" Ling Yun realized that this girl was very sneaky since she used such a trick, as if he could move while she was sitting on top of him. After half an hour's ride, they arrived at their destination point. It was a cottage neighborhood, a clear stream. Ninger realizing that they had reached their destination, she immediately got off the protagonist's lap and decided to get out of the car. Saying that they had arrived, it was time for them to get out. Seeing that Ling Yun was in no hurry to get out, she said that if he wanted her to sit next to him, they should get out of the car. But that wasn't why the protagonist didn't want to get out. It was because she forgot to pay for the cab fare as there were more than $40 on the meter. Hearing this from Ling Yun, the girl got out of the car by slamming the door and said that she didn't have any money, so it was up to him to pay. The protagonist asked her why she took a cab. Did she not have the cash for it? Meanwhile, the cab driver thanked the couple for using the cab service and asked to scan the code to pay. Ling Yun sweetly asked the cab driver for a discount for the first ride, but the cab driver sternly refused, throwing him out of the car and abruptly drove away. Entering the cottage where the girl's grandfather lived, the protagonist immediately felt a dense spiritual energy. He also smelled precious medicinal herbs. Now he was even curious to meet Ninger's grandfather. As he approached the entrance of the house, Ninger told Ling Yun that when he entered, he should behave respectfully towards her grandfather and not argue with him in any way. The protagonist replied to her that he is not a rascal and is easy to get along with everyone and never clashes with almost anyone. After that, they immediately entered the building and Niner saw her grandfather with a smile on her face and said that she was back. The grandfather, on the other hand, with a smile on his face, told his granddaughter that he heard her lecturing under the door, even while in his office, and then greeted his granddaughter. After that, the grandfather asked the protagonist if he was the same Ling Yun that his precious granddaughter had been praising so much. Ling Yun nodded his head and said that he was. After that, Grandpa asked Ninger to go prepare tea for the guest, using Grandpa's best lunging. Granddaughter immediately ran to the kitchen to prepare lunging tea, a kind of green tea from Hangzhou. The grandfather, laughing, told the protagonist that his granddaughter had been pampered since she was a baby, so she had grown up a little urchin. After which he asked if she had given him any trouble. Ling Yun replied that she hadn't caused him any trouble. But he added that she was too fiery, making it difficult to deal with her. Looking at the old man, the protagonist realized that the old man appeared to be strong and vigorous. But there was clearly something wrong with his lungs. Hearing Master Shui coughing, Ling Yun immediately asked him if he had any problems with his lungs. The old man said that it was an old problem, and it didn't bother him one bit. In fact, he really wanted to see Ling Yun in person. The protagonist asked the old man in a slightly frightened voice why he wanted to see him in person. To which the man replied that he had seen a video of him running on a sports field with a 50-kilogram sandbag. He asked Ling Yun how come he spit out blood from his mouth and could be said to have run the second half of the laps. Master Shui said that he was very curious about the kid's physical condition. Then taking his hand, he asked for permission to feel his pulse. Feeling the pulse of the protagonist, the grandfather said that everything was very strange, because his life force was much more than that of an ordinary person. Well, the pulse in the meridians, yang energy was simply off the charts. Therefore, Master Shui said that obviously Ling Yun's body must be very weak. Hearing this from his grandfather, the protagonist couldn't understand how he was able to unlearn so much just by touching him. Ling Yun realized at this moment that if even an ordinary Chinese medicine doctor was this good, the one at the peak would surely be on par with him. Master Shui asked the boy if he had met any special people recently. Had he eaten anything unusual? What time does he get up and go to bed? And has he felt any abnormality in his body? The protagonist answered that he did not go anywhere or meet anyone except his classmates. He eats in the school cafe, goes to bed late, and gets up late like everyone else. In general, nothing unusual. Grandpa, hearing Lin Yun's answer, thought that it must be because of the blood he coughed up. But he realized that it couldn't have caused such an effect. It just didn't make sense. The kid, scratching the back of his head, realized that he couldn't say that he had absorbed the immortal key and purified his bone marrow. He was afraid that such information would scare Master Shui to death. At this awkward moment, Ninger came over with tea on a tray and immediately asked her grandfather if Ling Yun's body was curable. Her grandfather answered her that his physique was now several times stronger than an ordinary person's. The prescription he had originally prepared for the protagonist would be useless. Hearing this, Lin Yun asked them what kind of recipe did they prepare. Ninger gave Ling Yun a mug of tea, after which she said that when her grandfather found out what happened to the main character, he prepared a recipe especially for the boy that would restore his body. She said that Ling Yun has no idea what he has lost. After all, so many people all over the world are begging her grandfather to take up their treatment. Grandfather, hearing this, told Ninger to choose her words more carefully. A healer's duty is to heal and save sick people. Nina said with a smile on her face that he was right, and she would choose her words more carefully from now on to describe his work. The protagonist didn't expect that this old man had such a kind heart. So after thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that he should help Master Shu. Ling Yun told the old man that he had come here today to ask him for something. Master Shui was surprised to hear this, and then said that he had nothing here except for things related to Chinese medicine. Ninger, seeing her grandfather's surprised eyes, told him that Ling Yun wanted to ask him for silver needles. Ling Yun said that he didn't need a lot of needles, just 9, but they should be of a slightly unusual shape. The first one was thin and 1 inch long. The second was a needle with a round end that was also 1 inch long. The third was a blunt needle that was 3.5 inches long, and the rest of the needles were all 2 inches long. When she heard what kind of needles the main character needed, the girl immediately dropped the tray with the mugs of tea. She and her grandfather were shocked, for they realized that Ling Yun was asking for these needles for the canon, the mysterious essence of the 9 kinds of needles. Master Shui immediately asked the boy if he understood what he was talking about and what he was asking for, after which he took the protagonist by the hand and asked him to honestly answer honestly whether or not it was true that he possessed the canon of the mysterious essence of the 9 kinds of needles. Ling Yun confidently replied that of course he possessed it. Grandpa couldn't believe that he had met a person who possessed one of the most advanced acupuncture techniques, the canon. In the Yellow Emperor's treatise on the inner, it is said that there are 9 unrestrained organs in the human body, which are the 9 major spiritual centers of the body. They are the key to crossing the work of the 12 major meridians and unpaired meridians in the 8 veins of the body. The canon, the mysterious essence of the 9 kinds of needles, is the method of conducting needles to these 9 points precisely. With its help, if a person is still breathing, you can save him from even the most serious injuries. But this method was lost long ago, and no one had ever seen it in person. Master Shui lost his temper after hearing that and squeezed Ling Yun's hand very hard. The protagonist couldn't understand why Master Shui was so excited. After all, it seemed to him that the canon of the mysterious essence of the 9 kinds of needles was not the most common acupuncture technique. Ling Yun recalled that in the past, he had stopped using it back when he had reached the stage before melting qi. Ninger looked at the protagonist very suspiciously, for she understood that the canon of the mysterious essence of the 9 kinds of needles could only be used with the help generated by true qi. She didn't understand how Lin Yun, an 18-year-old middle school student who had just overcome his physical limitations, could have such a level of cultivation. After weighing the pros and cons, she immediately grabbed the protagonist by the scruff of his neck and told him that he made it all up and was a liar. After which she asked Ling Yun why he decided to mess with her grandfather's body. Seeing his granddaughter's disgusting behavior, the grandfather immediately ordered her to let the protagonist go. Ling Yun, on the other hand, asked Nina if she would believe him if he told her exactly what was wrong with her grandfather. The girl gave the kid only one chance to do so. The protagonist said that Master Shu has a cough that won't stop at first glance. It's all about the lungs, but the root of his problem lies in his heart. Hearing this, the grandfather was surprised because the boy had identified his illness with just one look, without even feeling his pulse. Ling Yin said that the heart and tongue among the 5 elements belong to fire. Master Shu's tongue has a purple color with a dark greenish tint at the tip. This is a clear result of excessively strong heart fire. He continued by saying that fire suppresses iron, and the lungs belong to this element. When heart fire is too strong, it begins to harm the meridians of yin energies in the lungs. This naturally leads to lung insufficiency and constant coughing. Ninger, hearing this, asked why her grandfather's heart fire was so strong. Ling Yun replied that it was simple. Her grandfather was using too many strengthening remedies. After coughing a little, Ninger's grandfather asked Ling Yun to get ready to insert the needles, for he trusted him 100%. Hearing this, his granddaughter immediately asked the protagonist why then her grandfather was taking so many strengthening herbs and eating them almost instead of food. Ling Yun looked into Ninger's eyes and said that he could see that she was very worried about her grandfather. So he should tell her himself, after all. She was his own granddaughter. Grandpa said that the reason why he uses so many herbs is because he has a living being in his body. Ninger, hearing this, couldn't believe this damn thing. Master Shui asked his granddaughter not to panic, saying that the living creature in his body was a poisonous parasite. He said that 40 years ago, when he had traveled to the Miao territories in search of a higher path of healing, he had coincidentally saved a girl from the Miao tribe. It later turned out that she was a Miao territory maiden saint. She was a great master in the art of healing and perfecting parasites. Grandpa said that the time spent talking to her was one of the happiest times of his life. However, when his medical skills stopped improving, he made the decision to leave Miao territory. At that moment, he had no idea that Miao Fenghuang had already fallen in love with him and wanted him to stay with her forever. My grandfather was already married to Grandma Ninger, and he already had a son who is her father, so he couldn't just pick up and forget about them. Master Zue never thought that Miao Fenghuang would have a hand in his food. Hearing this, Ninger realized that that night, Grandpa had cheated on her grandmother with that same Miao. The old man immediately felt embarrassed and said that she had planned it so much that he couldn't avoid it. Seeing this awkward situation, the protagonist immediately realized that the grandfather had not even tried to avoid the situation. Master Zhu said that it was through this coitus that she was able to plant a love parasite in him. After making love, this parasite penetrates into the body of another person and does not allow to forget his partner for the rest of his life. And if someone forgets, the parasite will eat away at their heart, and the pain will be so intense that death seems to be the only way out. Ninger asked her grandfather if Miao Fenghuang was a very beautiful girl. The old man replied that she was indeed a beauty that was rare to find. The granddaughter then asked him why then he had refused her. They had brought her home with them. The question was unexpected, rather harsh and straightforward. Coughing slightly, the grandfather asked his granddaughter, "Don't make him laugh as he couldn't take this girl with him, because as he said earlier, he already had her grandmother." Then he said that after some time her love had weakened and once the effects of the parasite became less destructive, that was when he realized that he had the only chance to escape from the Miao territories in a long time. But to his disappointment, no matter what he did, he could not get the parasite to leave his body, so the old man had to find a way to suppress it. The protagonist interrupted the old man and said that he had had a very difficult life for the past 40 years. All because he had to take all these medicinal herbs to strengthen his heart and spleen, to increase the firepower in his body, and suppress the pain from the parasite. Ninger asked her grandfather why, if this girl was so persistent and loved him so much, why didn't she start looking for him later? Grandpa said she did look for him, but before she found him, she met his wife. The granddaughter was shocked to hear that Grandpa's mistress had met her grandmother. Master Zhui continued his story, saying he didn't know what they talked about, but after that, Miao Fenghuang went back to Miao territory and he never saw her again. Ninger asked why her grandmother didn't ask him to get rid of the parasites in his body. The old man replied that her grandmother had told him that he himself had instigated this affair and this love parasite, and suffering was the price he must pay throughout his life. Hearing this, not only Ninger realized that her grandmother was quite a cruel woman, but Ling Yun was also thinking the same thing at this moment. After thinking for a bit, Grandpa said that he had told the whole story from beginning to end. After which, he asked Ling Yun to get ready for the insertion of the needles. After a while, the old man brought out a wooden box. After he opened the box, a very huge spiritual energy started to wriggle out of it and come out. Seeing this, the protagonist was quite pleasantly surprised, for the old man had kept the golden needles in a box made of spiritual jades. Inside this box, there was another box that contained the golden needles. Grandpa took it out and handed it to the main character. Taking the needles in his hands and looking at the old man, Lin Yun said that he was ready to start acupuncture. Ninger, overwhelmed with emotion, immediately hugged the protagonist and looking into his eyes asked him to take care of her grandfather. After that, she went back to the house and warned the protagonist that if anything happened to her grandfather, he would be hunted by her family. As soon as Niner left, Ling Yun immediately took the needle in his hands, thus shocking her grandfather, because the grandfather thought that he would at least disinfect them and do it in good light. But the protagonist said that nothing was needed and it was so bright outside, so he asked Grandpa to just take off his shirt and get ready for the acupuncture. Ling Yun, looking at the needle, realized that now he only needed to use those needles to transfer spiritual energy to Master Shu's acupuncture points. But looking at the needle, He realized that something wrong was happening as he was unable to engage the spiritual energy. He immediately gathered his thoughts and holding the needle in his hand, he began to recall the 24 Gods Qi movement technique, illusory true Qi movement technique, supreme Qi movement technique, and heaven circle Qi movement technique. After a while, after opening his eyes, he looked at the needle again, but realized that nothing had changed. At this moment, he remembered Ninger's words and realized that if he didn't do anything now, she would definitely explode with anger. Looking around, he didn't know what to do. He was already thinking of even going outside and running a couple kilometers to expel the spiritual energy. But suddenly, his eyes fell on a box of needles, and he decided that he could just absorb the spiritual energy of this jade and use it to stimulate the flow of energy in his body. The protagonist understood that if he sacrificed this spiritual energy for the benefit of the old man, he still wouldn't spill fertilizer on other people's fields. His special talent was the ability to absorb the spiritual energy of all things. No matter how strange it seemed for himself, his method really did work. He immediately told Master Shui that he was using acupuncture to suppress the parasite, adding that although it would stop affecting him for about 2 months, so the old man would have to settle the meridians in his lungs during that time to temporarily get rid of his cough. The protagonist warned his grandfather that this process would be very painful and asked him to by all means hold still and be patient. After Ling Yun stuck the first needle in, Master Sui clenched his fists very hard from the pain. The protagonist realized that the old man was in great pain, but he continued to push the needles into him, for he knew that this was the price of getting rid of the parasite. Inserting the last 9th needle into Master Shu's body, Ling Yun warned him that it would be very painful now, such pain as he had probably never experienced before. As soon as the protagonist inserted the last 9th needle, the old man immediately felt as if he had been hit by a powerful electric shock all over his body. From such a strong discharge of spiritual energy, a bloody clot spurted out of the grandfather's mouth. Seeing what was happening, Niner, who was worried about her grandfather's condition, immediately ran over to him and asked if he was all right. Her grandfather looked at his hands and said that this was the canon of the mysterious essence of the 9 kinds of needles. It was incomprehensible to his mind, for he felt as if he had a brand new body. After which he looked at the boy and said that when he got those golden needles back, he could have them for himself. Ling Yun didn't believe what he heard, so he asked Master Shu again, did he really want to give those needles to him? The old man, laughing, said that even if one searched all of China, he thought that the main character was the only one who could use them properly, so he decided to give them to him. Ling Yun knew that obedience was better than politeness and said that he would gladly accept them. Ninger walked up to the protagonist and said that she had never seen such people who couldn't even say thank you after receiving a gift. But Ling Yun was not confused and immediately leaned over to her and said that he had enlarged her grandfather, and thank you, never heard. The girl realized that she had fallen into her own trap and embarrassedly said thank you in a quiet voice. Ling Yun put his palm to his ear and said that he didn't hear anything and asked her to repeat. Seeing this one, the girl immediately grabbed his ear and said that she wouldn't say it twice. If he didn't hear it, he might forget. Seeing his granddaughter's impertinence, the grandfather said something that main character saved his life, so she should be nicer to him. Ninger heard her grandfather and said that from now on, she would behave with Ling Yun as politely as possible. Realizing that the time spent visiting Master Shui was coming to an end, the protagonist said that he had one more request. Hearing this, the girl thought in her mind that she knew that if she gave him a finger, he would bite off her entire hand. Ling Yun said that he also wanted to ask Master Shui for a set of ordinary silver needles, so that he wouldn't have to search all over the city for them later. Mary Zhu said that there was no need to talk about one set. Veden might as well give the protagonist all 10. He immediately spread out a set of all his needles he uses himself in front of him, and asked Ling Yun how they were for him. Ninger was shocked because it was the same set that her grandfather had used himself for many years. After seeing these wonderful needles, Ling Yun told Master Shui that he would only need such needles in case of emergency, and now some simple needles would do. Well, Grandpa decided to insist on his own, and told the protagonist that these needles will find maximum effectiveness only in his hands. He was sure that with their help, Lin Yun would cure a large number of sick people. The boy understood that he also needed these needles only for his own self-defense, but he didn't tell the old man. Interfering in their conversation, Ninger asked the protagonist when he would be able to completely remove the parasite from her grandfather's body. Ling Yun replied that he would be able to do so in about 2 months, as exactly after that period of time, Master Shu's body would recover enough. Master Shui looked at the boy with eyes filled with joy and said that he was counting on him. Meanwhile, in the village where the grandfather met his mistress who poisoned him, Meow, being in her house, fell to her knees and spewed out of her mouth a bloody lump. She was furious, for she realized that someone had managed to suppress the parasite that was devouring the heart of her lover. She began to meditate. All she could think about was that she must not let any expert rid Sui Zhengqi of the parasite she had given him. After all, she wasn't going to let him go. Xiaomiao remembered the girls from her settlement, asking her to tell her, "And what are the handsome men on the streets outside the mountain, and what's going on there in a completely different world?" Xiu told them that there are very tall buildings outside, even taller than the mountain in the distance. And there are also cars there that drive fast. Suddenly she heard her mother calling her, so she immediately ran home, telling her girlfriends she will tell them the rest tomorrow. Very quickly home she saw her mother sitting on the floor in a very bad condition, for her mouth was oozing blood. The girl immediately ran up to her mother and asked her how she had hurt herself. The mother asked her not to worry, saying that it was just her love parasite that had been suppressed, causing it to recoil. Hearing this, Xiao Miao immediately told her mother that several decades had passed. She sincerely didn't understand why her mother continued to suffer, as she could have simply brought the parasite back. The mother didn't share her daughter's opinion, so she immediately started yelling at her to shut up and shut her mouth. The mother then told her daughter that if she had gotten her parasite hooked on this man, her parasite, then he was the only one she liked in this life and she would never bring the parasite back. Realizing the stupid thing Xiao Miao said, she immediately asked her mother to calm down. After puffing up a bit, she told her daughter that the person who suppressed her parasite was very skillful, and she couldn't deal with him from such a great distance. She then added that he was already marked by the aura of the heart-eating parasite, and since her daughter had inherited her technique, the voodoo curse, she ordered her to go out to look for him tomorrow. Xiao Miao told her mother that she wasn't sure if she would be able to deal with him, since this person was able to take control of her heart-devouring parasite. Waving her hand, her mother said that although this person was very skillful, his cultivation level was extremely low. Therefore, with techniques and voodoo, she should be able to suppress him easily. She also said that when her opponent was in a very agonizing position and started looking for a way to save his life, she should force him to release her parasite. And lastly, she added to make her daughter remember that there are no good men on the outside. The mother told Xiao Miao that she must complete her mother's lesson and not give in to temptation when seemingly outside the settlement. The daughter looked into her mother's eyes and said that she would never like outsider men in her life. At the same time, somewhere in the city, a swanky red car rolled up to one of the restaurants. The waiter standing at the entrance, seeing the luxurious car and the beautiful woman who got out of it, could not understand what kind of an important person had come to the restaurant. Following the beauty, Lin Yun got out of the car and said that it was a very good car, much better than the cab they had used before. Seeing this, the waiter was simply shocked. Seeing the luxurious building, the protagonist immediately asked Ninger where she had brought him to which the girl replied that it was a restaurant. Qing Shui, her grandfather, had told her earlier that she should personally take Lin Yun to the restaurant and treat him to a good meal. Seeing such an abundance of food, the protagonist didn't even speak, but only ate and listened, because he realized that since it was free, he could eat as much as he wanted. Ninger saw him eating greedily and asked Lin Yun if it was too much. He replied that if someone treats you to a meal, you should eat enough, otherwise much will be lost. Hearing this answer, she asked him why he didn't ask for anything when he cured her grandfather. Hearing such a question, the protagonist was surprised. After chewing on it, he immediately replied that he had asked for a set of gold and silver needles. But Niner didn't understand how his greedy nature could be satisfied with just 2 sets of needles. After thinking for a bit, she realized that Lin Yun probably didn't know until now what her grandfather's status was. The protagonist interrupted his meal and said that of course he knew what her grandfather's status was. Ninger, hearing this, immediately asked him what status he thought her grandfather had. Without thinking for a long time, Ling Yun raised a finger up, said that her grandfather was a skillful doctor of Chinese medicine, after which she added, saying that he's also a heartbreaker who dumped his lover. When she heard this about her grandfather, she immediately became furious and stood up from the table and told the protagonist to never talk about her grandfather in such a way. She then swung her fist at the protagonist and said that he shouldn't blame her for being so rude after what he said. Nai Ling Yun was able to parry this blow with ease, and taking Ninger's hand he placed it on his lap, after which he pressed against her cheek and said that she should fulfill her promise first. Hearing this, the girl was very confused and asked what other promise the protagonist was talking about. Ling Yun leaned closer to her and asked, "Does she forget her promises so quickly?" And just half an hour ago, she had told Ling Yun that if he didn't cure her grandfather after bragging so much, She would strip him naked and throw him into Qingshui Lake to feed the fish. This was a harsh condition, but the protagonist agreed to it, asking Ninner how she would repay him if he did cure her grandfather. That's when Ninner said that if he could really cure her grandfather, she would let the protagonist kiss her. After partially curing her grandfather, the protagonist immediately wanted his reward, but the girl was in no hurry to give it to him. Reminding Niner that she owed him a kiss, the protagonist said that it was the right time and that's why he was kissing her. Hearing this, the girl immediately asked him to become. She remembered that they had made a deal for him to heal her grandfather completely. Nenner said that before he kissed her, he must first completely remove the parasite from her grandfather's body. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that he would just wait for 2 months to do that. The girl was slightly upset upon hearing such a thing, not realizing how this fool could talk about it so flippantly. After all, this would be her first kiss in her life. In order to let off some steam, Nina began to eat all the food in front of her with great speed. Looking at what was happening, the protagonist could not even expect that this trick would be so effective kind. Now she was not in the mood to ask him about anything else. Of course, he knew that Master Shui had an unusual status. After all, not everyone in China could afford to live in such a large mansion on such expensive lands. Besides, her grandfather's speech felt the grandeur of a high-ranking person. Could he be an ordinary person? The protagonist realized that if he just took a bunch of money from him, their relationship would end there. As it was, he would remember him as the man who had saved the old man's life almost gratuitously, asking almost nothing from him in return. He would always look for a way to thank Lin Yun and would come to his aid at any time. This was exactly the kind of reward the protagonist needed. A while later, after gorging herself and calming down, Ninger grabbed Lin Yun's shoulder and said that since they still had to wait for another 2 months, he could teach her the canon of the mysterious essence of the 9 kinds of needles. Realizing that the girl wouldn't be able to use this technique without spiritual energy, the protagonist said that he couldn't pass this technique to other people as it was very unique and it was forbidden to pass it on to other people. Ninger hugged him, grabbing his hand, and said that he could teach her secretly then. Lin Yun looked at her and realized that she was an annoying little witch, and that if he didn't agree, she was unlikely to leave him alone. The protagonist made a smart look and said that if there was a secret, then he could certainly train her, but he needed to check on Niner first. The girl with happy eyes immediately asked how long would it take. Lin Yun, after thinking for a bit, leaned over to Ninger and showing her 2 fingers said that the whole process of evaluating her would take at least 2 years. Hearing this, Ninger immediately asked why this process was taking so long. The protagonist said that because the canon of the mysterious essence of the 9 kinds of needles was a legendary technique, and he had to master it for almost 10 years. While Lin Yun was talking nonsense with a serious face, Ninger realized that it looked like she would have to go through many trials. In the end, while holding her hand, the protagonist said that the legacy should stick to the old rules. If she didn't want to go through all this, then she should just forget about this technique. But Ninger wasn't going to give up, and said that 2 years is so 2 years. For the sake of it, she was willing to go through any kind of trials. Lin Yun, with a smile on his face, told her that he was willing to see how she would handle all the trials. After that, they got into the car and drove to the interior of the city. Lin Yun immediately asked Ninger where she was taking him this time. The girl replied that she was taking him to Qingshui's most elite shopping center. The spirit that had taken over the boy's body didn't know what a mall was, but according to his memories, the body he took over the mall was a place where all sorts of unrealistically cool things were sold. The protagonist decided to immediately warn Niner that he didn't have a single dime with him, to which she replied that she didn't need his money because he wouldn't need it, all because she had secretly taken her grandfather's card, and there was no limit on it. You could buy whatever you wanted and as much as you wanted. Lin Yun realized that this girl wasn't shy about taking advantage of her family, and this kind of thing was his style. After a few minutes, the traffic fig was blocked by the traffic jam standing in the center of the city. The cars were moving very slowly. It was the first time Nenner was caught in such a traffic jam, and she couldn't understand why they were standing in one place for so long. The main character got out of the car in order to assess the situation and understand what had happened and why they were standing in one place for so long. He saw that he was at an intersection. Not far from them, there was a serious accident, near which quite a large number of people crowded together. Seeing this, he said that it seemed to be serious there, and suggested that Niner sit in the car, as he thought it would still take a long time. Ninger didn't agree to the kid's suggestion, saying that they were doctors and should go see if anyone needed help. Ling Yun followed Ninger with a dissatisfied face, although he didn't understand when ordinary students suddenly became doctors capable of first aid. As she got closer to the accident scene, Nenner heard one of the eyewitnesses say that the car that caused the accident was driving too fast. The person behind the wheel was probably very drunk. He ran a red light, hit 3 pedestrians and crashed into a white car before he could stop. Of the 3 pedestrians hit, only 2 schoolgirls were not very seriously injured and is now in a shocked state with a few abrasions on her body. But unfortunately, that old man was thrown into the air. The eyewitness didn't know if he was alive or not, but he was sure that he had suffered a very dangerous injury, incompatible with life. Ninger didn't think twice and told Lin Yun that they couldn't stand around waiting for the ambulance but had to go and help the injured. Although the protagonist didn't want to help anyone, he followed the girl, and suddenly he felt as if someone was following him. He immediately turned around to look at all the people standing behind him, but he didn't see anyone suspicious there. As soon as he turned around, that feeling disappeared. He thought it was just his imagination. No sooner had Niner touched the old man lying on the pavement than a voice from nowhere told her to take her hands off him immediately, because the old man was badly hurt and she could make him worse. The girl became very upset, realizing that she was a useless person in this situation. She was good at recognizing medicinal herbs and feeling for a pulse, but how to save a person in this position she had no idea. At that moment, a young man who introduced himself as a surgeon approached her and said that he had to examine this old man in order to understand how to help him further. Doing an initial examination, the surgeon said that the old man's injury was very serious. His pupils were dilated and his breathing and heartbeat were weak. He then immediately asked the female police officer if the ambulance had been called and when would they arrive. She replied that it was the weekend and the nearby streets were clogged with cars, so the ambulances could not get through. Hearing the policewoman's reply, the surgeon immediately said that this elderly man must be operated on immediately, otherwise his life could be in danger at any moment. Hearing this, Ninger cried and tearfully asked Lin Yun to help this old man. The protagonist sat down next to the girl and asked her not to cry and to calm down, saying that he would not let this old man die. Ninger hearing this, Lin Yun with surprise on her face immediately calmed down and stopped crying. She knew that if he said such a thing would save the old man 100%. Before the protagonist could touch the old man, the surgeon suddenly grabbed his hand and immediately told him to take his hands off the injured man and not to touch him. He told Lin Yun and Ninger that they should go play at the playground instead of doing it at the scene when people's lives were in danger. Hearing what the surgeon told them, Ninger realized that his opinion would only prevent the protagonist from saving the old man. And she was right, because as soon as Lin Yun heard this to himself, he immediately told the surgeon that he washed his hands of the matter and would not give the old man any help, wishing the surgeon good luck in saving the man. The protagonist was about to leave the scene, but Ninger immediately grabbed his arm and asked him how he could leave knowing that this old man was about to die. Lin Yun turned around and said that she was worried for nothing because the old man's condition was still stable. That's why he decided to go and check on the others. After that, he asked me to go with him and help him check on the others. She gladly agreed. Approaching one of the injured schoolgirls, the protagonist asked her not to be afraid, saying that he would stop the bleeding with acupuncture and then he would set her bones. Ninger asked Lin Yun how can he stay so calm when he sees so much blood. The guy replied at length, without hesitation, that he was already used to seeing so much blood. He recalled that the cultivation world was a place where the strong ate the weak and where fighting for one's life was commonplace. In this world, people making every move point their sword in front of them, which was why he had seen many scenes of blood pouring out in rivers. After doing acupuncture and setting all the bones, the protagonist told the schoolgirl that she didn't have to worry anymore, because she would be fine soon. He didn't even have time to move away before the schoolgirl suddenly said in surprise that, indeed, she wasn't even in pain anymore. Climbing into the car, the protagonist probed the pulse of the girl behind the wheel and found out that there was nothing wrong with her. She had just lost consciousness. Lin Yun gave her acupuncture and told Ninger to stay with this girl and observe her. After all, she should have woken up soon after the needles were inserted. The surgeon was shocked to see how the boy had dealt with so many injuries in such a short time. He immediately realized that this kid is quite challenging and has a precise mastery of Chinese medicine. After a while, the main character returned to the wounded old man again and asked the surgeon if he could provide medical aid to the injured man this time. This time, the surgeon answered in the affirmative, asking if there was anything he could do to help him. Lin Yun asked the surgeon to keep outsiders away while he conducted the insertion of the needles. The protagonist realized that he couldn't engage his spiritual energy in this situation, so he decided that he would have to rely on influencing the acupuncture points. The surgeon carefully observed the boy's work and noticed that the entire process from probing the points to inserting the needles was done without the slightest hesitation. The surgeon could not understand how an ordinary teenager does acupuncture with such precision, as if he had decades of experience under his belt. It didn't settle in the surgeon's mind. Suddenly, eyewitnesses pounced on the kid, not realizing what he was doing to an injured old man. Someone in the crowd, seeing that the protagonist wanted to stick a needle into the old man's head, said that he wanted to drive the old man into the grave. But Lin Yun knew that this old man had brain damage. If the needle wasn't inserted now, he might remain paralyzed or even never wake up. At this moment, the surgeon couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that the protagonist had inserted the needle into the parietal point without any hesitation. He had heard that even the best doctors of Chinese medicine did not dare to use needles there lightly. After doing the acupuncture, Lin Yun said to wait for a few minutes for the old man to begin to regain consciousness. 5 minutes later, the crowd began to applaud Lin Yun, because after his acupuncture, the old man's arm moved and it was a sign that he would live. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already exhausted, because he had a hard time without spiritual strength, although he had only used the 9 needles technique 4 times. But he was very tired. At this very moment, the perpetrator of the accident did not want to cooperate with the investigation and was breaking the law by insulting the policewoman. He yelled at her, saying that he had too much money and could afford to beat up all those pedestrians, and if she talked too much, he would ask one of his associates to strip her naked. He then walked over to another car and started kicking at it. He yelled at the girl named Zhuang Meifeng who was driving the car. Seeing that the girl was not responding to his yelling, he started pounding on the windshield with his fist to bring her to her senses faster. He shouted to Zhuang Meifeng that she was stupid if she thought she could hide from him in Qingshui City, adding that this marriage was begged for by her family, which was why she wouldn't be able to give it up. The man decided to drag the girl out of the car, saying that if he didn't also teach her a good lesson, she wouldn't be able to live peacefully in the capital city. At that very moment, Niner appeared and grabbed the bully's arm, preventing him from touching the girl sitting behind the wheel. She then told the bully that the girl had just regained consciousness, so he dare not even lay a finger on her. The bully leaned over to Ninger and said that people were telling the truth, that Qingshui City was introducing real beauties, after which he offered Ninger to fondle her tonight. Nenner heard such insulting words, became furious, and asked the bully to get as far away as possible from her and the girl sitting in the car calling him a shameless man. But hooligan? It was not the first time to hear such a thing. Girls in the capital also constantly called him such names. At this very moment, Lin Yun appeared behind the bully's back and asked the bully if he had had his face polished long ago. Seeing the fat boy in front of him, the bully said that if he decided to show off in front of the beautiful girl in this way, he did it for nothing, and immediately rushed at the protagonist with his fists. Lin Yun easily dodged the bully's blows, not even taking his hands out of his pockets to do so. But after a few blows, the protagonist grabbed the bully's fist and with all the strength he had squeezed it. At this point, the bully was very painful, as he felt his bones in his hand as if squeezed by a metal vice. After disarming the attacker, Ling Yun struck him back with his left hand to his right cheekbone, knocking out several teeth in the process. The bully was shocked that the protagonist dared to hit him. He said that he was the young master of an influential family from the capital, and they would not just let this go unpunished. But Lin Yun didn't care who he was or where he came from, because the protagonist didn't even know where this capital city was. So to shut the bully up, he gave him another kick with his foot on his jaw. From such a powerful and unexpected blow, the bully fell to the ground, and the main character decided to go up to him and see if he had learned his lesson. But he was prevented by a policewoman who, seeing the fight, immediately ordered to stop it. She decided to come up and settle the dispute and end the fight. But suddenly her legs as if stopped listening to her, and she froze on the spot. Seeing the main character looking at her, she couldn't even believe that she would be scared so much by this brat's aura. Zhuang Meifeng, upon coming to her senses and seeing what was happening, she couldn't believe that this young man had even allowed himself to be beaten up by a person of the Sun family. At this moment, she only asked herself one question. Then what was the origin of the protagonist? The crowd cheered, chanting that this rich sucker deserved a good beating, and cheered Lin Yun. The protagonist, hearing the crowd's support, realized that this bully needed to be taught a lesson properly and rushed to attack again. But suddenly Ninger asked him to stop and not beat up the bully. Lin Yun stopped and asked Ninger if she wanted to spare such a bastard so easily. Ninger replied that of course she didn't want to spare him. She just wanted Lin Yun to give up his seat so that she could teach the rich man a lesson. Ninger said that she remembered that rich sucker telling her that he wanted to fondle her late at night. So she decided to finish him off so that he wouldn't be able to fondle himself for a very long time. Within 5 minutes, Niner beat the bully using her hands and feet, hitting him all over his body so that he couldn't not only say anything bad to the girls but also caress them. After Ninger finished beating the bully, she immediately felt very relieved. Then she asked the protagonist if he liked her performance. Lin Yun silently gave her a thumbs up, giving her a like for her performance. But he thought to himself that angry women were too horrible and decided it was better to never provoke this girl from now on. The protagonist was about to leave when he heard a certain female voice calling out to him from behind. It was Zhuang Meifeng. She asked Lin Yun to come over to her for a moment. The protagonist, of course, agreed, and as he approached the car, he asked the girl if she was all right. The girl thanked him for his help and said that she was much better now than she had ever been before. Lin Yun said that he had no trouble teaching that bully a lesson. Then he told Zhuang Meifeng that he should take the needle out of her because she had already woken up and the needle sticking in her body was of no use to her. The girl, of course, agreed, and the protagonist proceeded to remove his needle from her neck. In order to remove the needle from the girl's neck, he had to stick too close to her. Zhuang Meifeng, feeling that the protagonist was too close to her, couldn't understand why he wasn't paying any attention to her, but was completely focused on his needle. This was quite unusual for her, because all the men she had met before without exception always looked at her with a lustful gaze. But not the protagonist. Taking the needle out of the girl's neck, Lin Yun told her that she needed some more time to be motionless and rest, while he at this point took out needles from the other victims of the accident. A few meters away from the car in which Zhuang Meifeng was sitting, the protagonist just let the steam out of his ears, because he realized that she had a very gorgeous body, and the view was just amazing. He could barely resist such a temptation. Suddenly, while Lin Yun was standing still and blowing off steam, the girl he had saved suddenly grabbed his hand. The protagonist couldn't understand why she grabbed his hand. Did she really like the way he was pulling out of her neck? Lin Yun turned to the girl and asked her what her problem was and why she left the car. The girl said that her name was Zhuang Meifeng and asked Lin Yun that he leave her his cell phone number. Upon hearing this, the protagonist said that at the moment he didn't have any cell phone and naturally he didn't have a number either. Zhuang Meifeng heard Lin Yun's reply and thought to herself that he was saying that he didn't have a cell phone because he just didn't want to contact her in any way. At this moment, the protagonist told her that he was studying at Shui High School in the graduating class of 6, so if she needed anything, she could find him there. Hearing this, the girl immediately asked him if he really studied there. Lin Yun was surprised to hear such a question, but he replied that he was really studying at Shui School in the 6th graduating class. After which he asked the girl why she didn't believe him. Zhuang Meifeng replied that she couldn't believe it because he was very good at Chinese medicine and in her opinion, he just couldn't have been in school yet since he was so good at it. The girl realized that she had run away from her marriage and couldn't go back to the Zhuang family. After all, she also didn't want to reveal her connection with Maina. Without thinking long, she took out a pen from her pocket and wrote her cell phone number on the protagonist's hand, saying that he could call her anytime. After thinking for a while, Zhuang Meifeng told Lin Yun that the Sun family was one of the most influential families in the capital, and since he had beaten their heir, they would surely want to repay him. After saying that, the girl hugged the protagonist and said that she would do her best to protect him when the time came. Lin Yun was glad that in this world, girls were taking the initiative themselves, but still pushed the girl away slightly and said that he appreciated her willingness to protect him. But it would be better if she took care of herself for now. The protagonist realized that he wasn't the only one beating up this kid, as there's also little devil Ninger, who also has quite a bit of influence. Zhuang Meifeng looked at him with loving, sincere eyes and said that he was a very good person. She had never met anyone like him before. Ninger saw Lin Yun flirting with the accident-stricken girl and became very angry. After all, there was already a very beautiful girl in the person of Ninger next to him, and he still finds time and place to flirt with others. She walked up to the protagonist and immediately took him under her arm, saying that the ambulance had already arrived, then looked at him angrily. Lin Yun realized that he had done something unpleasant in Ninger's eyes, so he said that he would get the needles right away, out of the old man, and they could go shopping. But no sooner had they separated than a policewoman suddenly appeared in front of them and said that they must stop and stand still, as no one could leave the scene. Pointing her finger at the protagonist and Niner, the policewoman said that they had double assaulted a man on the street and should follow her to the station. Niner responded by rebuking the policewoman for her unfair judgment and actions, because when Sun Xing tried to attack a harmless girl, the policewoman didn't even raise an eyebrow. Ninger also said that she and Lin Yun might have saved that girl's life. The surgeon nearby also told the policewoman that it was wrong of Lin Yun to hit someone, but he was trying to protect the girl. And besides, it was only with his help that the old man was saved. Zhuang Meifeng also told the policewoman that the guys were not guilty of anything, and if necessary, she was ready to go with her to the station and explain everything herself. At that moment, Wang Min, the policewoman, was approached by her partner and told that they could just turn a blind eye and not get involved. He told her that it was unlikely that Sun Xing was seriously hurt, and these guys were just high school students, so he suggested letting them go. Wang Min told her partner that Sun Xing had said that he had a very complicated and very powerful family, so if they didn't arrest these two, then they would get it later. She then pointed her finger at Ninger and Lin Yun and said that if they had anything to say, they could do it at the station. Hearing this, Ninger started to roll up her sleeves, saying that if the policewoman wanted to arrest them, then physical force would have to be used then, or else she would regret it very much. After that, the girl decided to turn around and ask the protagonist if he agreed with her that they wouldn't just give up. But when she turned around, she saw that he was gone behind her back. At this moment, Lin Yun was pulling out his needles from the old man's body and doing a general inspection. After coming to his senses, the old man immediately asked what the name of the boy who had saved his life was. The protagonist replied that his name was Lin Yun and asked the old man not to worry, but to get a good rest in order to return to his old life faster. The old man thanked the young man and said he would never forget his savior's name. Eyewitnesses, seeing that the main character saved the life of the old man, who literally 2 minutes ago could not open his eyes, not to speak, were pleasantly surprised. They immediately began to express their disagreement with the arrest of the protagonist and Niner. They unanimously said that Sun Xing had attacked first with threats, and that was why he got what he deserved. Seeing that the crowd had interfered with the police, the protagonist took Niner's hand and suggested that she just leave before she said something unnecessary. But the policewoman, despite the public pressure, did not want to let Lin Yun and Niner go. So seeing that they wanted to leave under the noise of the crowd, again ordered them to stay put. The protagonist at this point realized that the policewoman would not let them go. So he decided to use the hidden technique of 5 pain points to distract her attention and quietly leave the scene of the accident. Wang Min's partner, seeing that she couldn't stand on her feet, immediately grabbed her and asked if she was all right. The policewoman couldn't understand what had happened to her. After all, just a few seconds ago, she felt fine as she suddenly stopped feeling her body. Ninger, grasping Lin Yun's hand purposely loudly, told him that they owed her not far away, to the parked Audi R8 car that was still standing in its place. Hearing that, such a young girl, such an expensive car police officer almost fainted. Just a few hours later, the main character sat in the car, completely filled with purchases from the mall. He could no longer sew and very tired. He realized that this is a little witch, a real shopaholic. Niner, on the other hand, was on the contrary very happy and excited because she hadn't gone out shopping for a long time. She sincerely couldn't understand why the protagonist was so tired. After all, she was the one who picked out both the phone and clothes for him. She told Lin Yun that he was tired because he was fat and couldn't stay on his feet for too long. That was why she couldn't find the right suit for him in terms of size. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that he had already lost too much weight in just 1 week and added that in 2 months he would weigh 75 kilograms. Ninger looked at Lin Yun carefully and said that right now, by the looks of it, it seems like he weighs at least 100. Therefore, she couldn't believe that he would lose 30 kilograms in just 2 months. After which, she said that he was generally not bad looking right now. So she suggested that he not to worry about it, because she had nothing against it. Lin Yun was silent when he heard this, but he thought to himself that this brat would be very surprised when he saw that he had lost 30 kilograms and was even better. Suddenly, Niner's phone rang. After picking it up, she angrily told Li Qingchuan that she had told him many times not to call her anymore, to which he replied that he wasn't going to call her, because today was his first call. Li Qingchuan was the #1 major in Qingshui City. He told Ninger that he was calling because he couldn't decide on her birthday present, so he wanted to ask her what she would like most. An angry Ninger replied that any gift he gave her would not be to her liking, so she asked him not to waste her time. Li Qingchuan replied that it didn't matter to him whether she liked him or not. What mattered was that he liked her, which was why he would send her whatever he bought. Ninger, on the other hand, told him that he should just tell her what he liked in order for her to try to change it in herself. Upon hearing her reply, the main character couldn't help himself and laughed very loudly. Li Qingchuan heard a man's voice and immediately asked the girl why there was a man next to her. Ninger, with a smile on her face looking at Lin Yong, replied that she had a great time with this man today. They had dinner and went shopping together today and did many things that Li Qingchuan cannot even suspect. The guy who called couldn't believe what he heard, so he asked, "Who is this man and what is their relationship?" Without thinking for a long time, Ninger told him that this man was her boyfriend and hung up the phone. Li Qingchuan put down the phone and sat there for a while, looking at the same point, realizing that he had been chasing her for 2 years and she had a boyfriend. He didn't understand where Ninger got a man in such a short period of time, because just a few days ago, he was sure that she had no one. Suddenly, Tang Meng was woken up in the middle of the night by a strange call. Picking up the phone, he asked what was calling him in the middle of the night. Hearing the voice of his old friend Li Qingchuan, Tang Meng happily greeted him and asked why he suddenly decided to call him when he was in Beijing. After hearing Li Qingchuan say that Ninger had found a boyfriend, Tang Meng promised to find the idiot who had dared to get close to Ninger, saying that his friend could rest easy because he would handle it himself. At that moment, the protagonist sitting in the car felt as if someone was cursing at him behind his back. After finishing the conversation, Nenner immediately started asking Lin Yun to pretend to be her boyfriend. But the protagonist told her that he couldn't do that. Lin Yun realized that this devil's family was quite powerful, but Li Qingchuan, fearing nothing, was so annoyingly pursuing her, which meant that this guy's family wasn't ordinary either. Therefore, he decided that it was better for him to stay out of it so that he wouldn't have to deal with unnecessary problems later. At this moment, Nianer hugged the guy's arm and said that she had bought him a lot of things including a cell phone. After which she asked why he couldn't do her such a small favor. She then added that she was ready to buy the protagonist something else, because her boyfriend couldn't lose to Li Qingchuan. Hearing this, Lin Yun couldn't resist such an offer, so he asked the girl how long he would need to do this. Ninger replied that it wouldn't take long. It's just that he has to make this Li Qingchuan get away from her forever. The protagonist realized that this stalker wouldn't give up so quickly, and realized that it was coming out that he would have to pretend to be this girl's boyfriend all this time. Think it over carefully, he came to the conclusion that he was tricked into getting on a pirate ship. Meanwhile at school, sitting in the self-study class, Cao Shanshan couldn't understand why Lin Yun missed the evening self-study. Suddenly, Zhang Lin ran into the classroom and told her friend that Lin Yun had finally showed up. Shanshan immediately asked her friend where he was. She replied that he was on his way back to the dormitory and had been spotted getting out of his Audi R8. Upon hearing this, Shanshan's eyes became so huge that they resembled billiard balls and almost fell out of her eye sockets. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the school dormitory, Ling Yu's sister Ling Yu was waiting for Lin Yun. Zhang Lin saw Ling Yu waved happily and said that she was very happy to see her. Ling Yu immediately asked Shanshan if she was here to see her brother or if she was just passing by with her girlfriend. Shanshan replied that she had come to see her brother. A moment later, the main character came out. Walking out of the building without paying attention to anyone, he immediately headed towards his sister. Approaching Lin Yu, the protagonist said that he was ready and they could go home. His sister, on the other hand, said with surprised eyes that Shanshan had come to see him. Shanshan was very upset and angry with the protagonist at this moment, as she couldn't allow such behavior towards her. She grabbed his hand and ordered him to follow her. Ling Yun couldn't understand where the head girl was pulling him to. Taking him slightly aside, Cao Shanshan asked him that he had skipped classes and spent a lot of money and bought a lot of things. The protagonist was shocked as he didn't understand how she knew all this, and said that he actually thought it was all too expensive himself. But he couldn't stop the person who was beside him the moment he decided to take something. Hearing his story, Shanshan immediately asked him, the person he was talking about, was it a guy? Without thinking for a long time, Ling Yun replied that it was a girl. Shanshan was furious when she heard Ling Yun's answer and asked him if he knew what he was doing, and if he even wanted to go to university. The protagonist thought for a while and replied that, of course he wanted to do well in the exams, but he sincerely didn't understand what he was doing had to do with old age. After hearing this answer from Ling Yun, Cao Shanshan decided to teach him a lesson and kicked him. Well, it did not work, because the protagonist easily grabbed her leg and asked why she suddenly started kicking. After all, they were just talking. Lin Yun held the girl against him and said that he wouldn't let her go until she stopped being angry and promised not to kick anymore. Turning her head back, Shanshan noticed that more and more gawkers were gathering behind her back, gawking at what was happening. The crowd of students were shocked that Lin Yun was able to catch Shanshan's kick, because she had been practicing and there were very few guys in the school who could beat her. Tang Meng was surprised, because his new friend did not even spare the first beauty of the school, which was expected from the boss, he thought. He was so cocky. Ling Yu asked Tang Meng why he had come, to which he replied that when he saw the crowd of gawkers, he decided to come and see the show too. In fact, yesterday, Tang Meng had heard that Ling Yu was going home with Ling Yun and thought it was a great opportunity to accompany her. Tang Meng couldn't understand why Ling Yun still hadn't let Shanshan go. The disciples watching the spectacle thought that the protagonist was addicted to hugs. With each passing minute, the disciples were getting more and more, each disciple calling out their friend and comrade to gawk at the show that Lin Yun had put on. Chao Shanshan realized that she was in a very awkward situation and asked to finally let her go already. But Lin Yun didn't think so. He told her that so many students had come to see it, so he would hug her for a while longer. The headmistress realized that she was in a desperate situation, so she exhaled with a sad face and asked the protagonist to lean closer to her so that she could tell him a secret. Hearing about the secret, Ling Yun immediately leaned over to Shanshan and took her cheek with his hand and asked her what secret she wanted to tell him. But it was a deceptive maneuver, and taking advantage of the boy's weakness, the head elder immediately sank her teeth into his hand. Her plan worked because the protagonist did not expect her to bite him. That was why he let her go out of surprise. After running away from Lin Yun for a few meters, Shanshan turned around and said that she would not forget tonight and would definitely take revenge. Leaving, he also said that if he skipped class again, she would bite him so hard that it would not be enough for him. After this happened, his sister immediately ran up to Lin Yun and asked him if he was all right and how his arm was. As soon as his sister took Lin Yun by the chest, he immediately began to replenish his strength thanks to her spiritual energy. He was very pleased because he had spent a lot of spiritual energy today, so he needed to recover urgently. Tang Meng decided to also support the boss, so he ran to him shouting that he also wanted to support him. But Ling Yun angrily looked in his direction and ordered Tang Meng to stay away from him. Tang Meng abruptly stopped and said that he understood the boss's order and didn't dare disobey it. He then asked the protagonist if he wanted Tang Meng to drive him and his sister to their house in his car. Tang Meng told Lin Yun that their house was far away from the school and the last bus trip had already passed. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately became more sympathetic and told Tang Meng that he could walk over to them instead of standing aloofly in the distance. As they approached the house where Ling Yun's family lived, his sister immediately asked Tang Meng to drop them off at the nearest entrance. Getting out of the car, the protagonist immediately realized that his house was completely different from the one Master Shui lived in. Seeing that his brother had frozen, Lin Yu immediately approached him and asked if everything was all right, to which he replied with a smile that everything was fine. At this point, the protagonist made a promise to himself that someday he would move his little sister and her mom into a similarly gorgeous house. After a moment of thought, Ling Yun turned to Tang Ming and said that he and his sister would go in first and he would have to move all their stuff from the car. Seeing this pile of stuff, Tang Ming asked Lin Yun if he would help him, to which he replied that if Tang Ming didn't want to carry his and his sister's stuff, he could leave. Tang Meng realized that there was no way out and agreed to carry all of his stuff. Meanwhile, at home in his mother's office, the protagonist was negotiating. Tian Bo Tao, the head of the street organization department, told Xiao Qin that her clinic had a lot of problems in all areas. He said that if an inspection came soon, her clinic would be shut down immediately. Then he added that, of course, with his help, things would be different. Xiao Qin listened to the fatty and couldn't believe her ears. She was silent, and he thought that she was ignoring him and was slowly boiling over. Tian Bo Tao continued to say that this place would be demolished soon, but he knew the developer very well, which was why he could help avoid this situation if, of course, Xiao Qin agreed to his terms. Before he could hear the answer, Ling Yu suddenly burst into the room with a smile on her face, telling her mother that her brother had come along with her this time. The lustful fatty immediately began to stare at Xiao Qin's young daughter. After seeing her gorgeous body and mini skirt, he immediately came up with a new condition, all just to touch the young girl whose mother was in a desperate situation. The mother hugged her daughter and called her an affectionate fool, and said that she had told her on the phone yesterday that they would come home with her brother today. Literally 1 minute later, Lin Yun entered the room and told his mother that he was home. Xiaoqin, giggling with her daughter, told her son that she was very happy for his arrival. Tian Bo Tao couldn't take his eyes off the young beauty, so he immediately asked Xiaoqin if it was her daughter. The fat man couldn't wait to meet Xiaoqin's daughter, so after calling her beautiful, he asked her to come closer to him and get acquainted. At the same minute, the main character came up to him and asked the fat man if he was sick by any chance. Tian Bo Tao asked him to repeat what Lin Yun had said. The boy replied that he thought the fat man was weak, probably because of his excessive drinking and sexual activity. The fat man said, looking into the eyes of the protagonist, that he was talking nonsense and was a weakling himself. And because he doesn't know who is standing in front of him, he must apologize. Lin Yun, without listening to Tian Bo Tao's words, immediately gave him a powerful punch on his fat face to shut his filthy mouth. Mother and her sister froze, shocked at what was happening. Especially the mother could not believe that her son had become a real defender of the family's honor and dignity. At the moment of the scuffle, Tang Meng came into the room and saw the protagonist punching the fat man for his bad words and immediately clenched his fists. He then asked the boss not to dirty his hands on this fatty and leave it to him. Hearing this, Ling Yun was shocked because he didn't intend to beat up Tian Botao, but only hit him once to teach him a lesson. But when he turned around, he realized that it was too late to say anything. Tang Meng began beating the fatty mercilessly, leaving him no chance for excuses in self-defense. Each of his blows was stronger and harder than the previous one. Seeing the force and ferocity with which Tang Meng was beating the fatty, the protagonist couldn't understand what had upset him so much. Tian Botao, badly bruised, with his nose bleeding and his lips also smashed, asked the brats how they dared to beat him up. Hearing that the fatty could still speak, Tang Meng grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him outside. After dragging Tian Botao outside, the little boy threw him face first into the asphalt and told him that if he didn't want more trouble, he should get out now and never be seen by him again. Tang Meng then exhaled a sigh of relief because he had eliminated the obstacle that was hindering the protagonist and his family. Lin Yun followed Tang Meng outside and asked him if he knew this poor guy. Tang Meng replied that he had seen Lin Yun beating the fatty, and that was why he had rushed over to join him. The protagonist was dumbfounded by the answer, for he thought that Tang Meng had a grudge against Tian Botao. He then concluded that today's youths are too irritable. When the protagonist returned home, he introduced Tang Meng to his mother, saying that he was from the second group of the graduating class, and it was thanks to him that they had reached home. Xiao Qian thanked the boy for helping her chase away that rascal who had been bothering her for months. Hearing the praise from such an enchanting, sexy beauty, Tang Meng literally almost lost his head and immediately said that he just did what anyone in his place should have done. The protagonist, seeing that the boy is about to drool on his mother, immediately wrote him a slap to bring him to his senses. Tang Meng immediately came to his senses and said that he was at fault, but it was only because his aunt was too young and very beautiful. Xiao Qian told her son that it was not good to behave like that with guests, and immediately told her son to invite Tang Meng into the living room for tea. Hearing this, the boy once again almost had an emotional breakdown after realizing that Auntie was indeed the kindest person in the world and not at all similar in personality to her two children. With a smile on her face, Ling Yu invited the boy into the living room, calling him Mr. Tang. Tang Meng let a stream of manly tears flow at this moment, not believing that he had finally made it, and Ling Yu smiled at him. The protagonist put his arm around the boy's neck and told him that if he wanted to eat dinner at his house, he should go and carve the lobster. Hearing that he would still stay for dinner, Tang Meng almost cried again, realizing that he had successfully joined their family. The daughter asked her mom why she didn't stop the boys when they were beating up that fat uncle. Xiao Qin replied that the man deserved the way the boys treated him. Ling Yu asked her mom what would happen if Tian Botao wanted revenge. Xiao Tian looked her daughter in the eyes and said that she should remember running away, and patience will not keep her out of trouble. She told Ling Yu that if in the future someone were to bully her, she should act like her brother. Always fight back to protect herself. After listening to the lecture about self-defense and defense from her mother, Ling Yu said that she would do that from now on. A moment later, she asked her mom why in all the years that her brother had been bullied, she had never once urged him to fight back. Xiao Qian replied that brother Ling Yu was a very intelligent boy, but his worries were too heavy and some truths could only be understood by him. Finishing her answer, the mother asked her daughter to bring her 2 large plates for the lobster would be ready soon. Ling Yu immediately went to fetch the plates. On the way, she thought that her mother didn't tell her something and didn't understand why she was acting so strange today. Standing over the gas stove, Xiao Qian whispered to herself that she hadn't eaten lobster since Tianya disappeared. She never thought that today, Ling Yun would buy it for her again. Meanwhile, the protagonist was preparing the table for the meal, wiping it with a cloth and realizing that everything in his family would be fine from now on. Tang Meng looked around and saw the empty cupboard, the mattresses stacked in the corner, and the pile of boxes on the cupboard and realized that Lin Yun's family was having a hard time. Turning to Lin Yun, he said that he now realized that his family was having a hard time. The protagonist sighed and said that was why he needed money, a lot of money. He then abruptly turned to Tang Meng and asked him with fury in his eyes if he knew what he was talking about. The guy was shocked to hear such a thing from Lin Yun. This time, he hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse to take Tang Meng's money. Tang Meng remembered his childhood and how he had grown up in a completely wealthy environment. He was fed, clothed, and provided with the best of everything. Every Chinese New Year, he received at least $100,000 as a monetary gift for the new year. He could not think at that time that he was living in a different way than the rest of his peers. But today, everything has changed. Realizing how much he was wrong, he felt sad. He had just bragged about how expensive his car was. He didn't pay attention to Ling Yu and Ling Yun's feelings. Once the realization of what was happening entered his head, he realized that it was perfectly reasonable to give money to help his bro. And since the boss had asked, he had no reason to refuse. The protagonist said that he had a way to make money, and he wanted Tang Meng to join him. The kid stepped back from his long thought and told Lin Yun that as soon as he returned, he would immediately sell his car and give the proceeds to the boss. After he heard what Lin Yong had told him, he asked him in surprise, didn't he want to squeeze money from him? To which the protagonist replied that he definitely wouldn't do such a shameful act. Tang Ming remained silent but thought to himself that this was all he had been doing these past few days. Tang Ming decided not to drag his feet and asked the protagonist what kind of plan he had in mind. Lin Yun asked the boy if it was true that he was known as the little god of gambling. Then he looked into the boy's eyes and said that it was time to play big. Hearing about the betting, Tang Meng's eyes immediately lit up. He immediately asked Lin Yun what he wanted to bet on, saying that next month is the Fall Sports Festival. Well, the protagonist wasn't interested in the Fall Sports Festival. He told Tang Meng that he should accept bets on whether the protagonist could get into university, which university he could get into, and how many points he could score. The guy, hearing this, immediately became sad in the face and said, "What's the point of taking bets on this? If everyone knows that Lin Yun will not get in." The protagonist got angry upon hearing this and hit Tang Meng on the head, after which he said that he didn't know anything. Lin Yun was going to definitely get into Yanjing University. Tang Meng took the protagonist by the shoulders and said that he knew, of course, that the boss was very cool and all, but asked him to be realistic because Yanjing University, you can't get into Yanjing University by cramming alone. Seeing the smile and gleam in the boss's eyes, Tang Meng said that he would rather sell his car and bring him the money. Lin Yun, on the other hand, asked Tang Meng had he already forgotten about his running. The kid immediately remembered that he thought back then that it would be impossible for the boss to run 11 laps with a bag of sand. But in the end, he did it. After thinking back and thinking it over well, Tang Meng realized that getting into Yanjing University was just as possible as running 11 laps with a bag of sand on his shoulders. After realizing what was happening, Tang Meng said that he was willing to take the risk. The protagonist, looking into his eyes, told him not to worry, because he was in good hands with him. He then whispered in Tang Meng's ear that he would need him in order for them to make a lot of money. After listening to the boss, the guy said with burning eyes that this was very sneaky, and it was because of this that they would be able to rip off Zi Junyun, Guo Junfa, and the rest. Lin Yun replied that if they didn't take this chance and cheat those rich daddy's boys and daughters, they wouldn't be able to get so much money anywhere else. At this moment, Ling Yu appeared in the room and asked her brother along with Tang Meng not to think about cheating people anymore, but to take a seat at the table and start eating dinner. The dinner looked modest but at the same time lavish, for there was lobster on their table tonight on this beautiful evening. Seeing that Tang Meng was feeling awkward, Aunt Xiaoqin asked him not to be shy and make himself at home. Putting just one piece of ham in his mouth, he felt as if he had been electrocuted, for he had never tasted so good. Looking at Auntie Tang Meng, he couldn't believe that she was just a doctor in a street clinic. After all, the skill of her cooking just made his head spin. This kid could easily be called a gourmet to some extent. Therefore, as soon as he tasted the main course, he realized that Auntie's culinary skills would make her a goddess in any restaurant. The kid didn't understand why a person of such caliber was living in this shabby clinic. Looking back, Tang Meng didn't feel embarrassed even in front of the girl. But in front of Auntie Chin, he felt uncomfortable. It was as if there was a special aura emanating from her. Her gaze made him feel like he was being seen through. The protagonist asked Tang Meng why he was petrified so abruptly. Xiaoqin also asked him, could it be that he didn't like the food she had prepared? At this moment, Tang Meng looked at Lin Yun and realized that if he did something wrong now, he would immediately be beaten and humiliated. Therefore, he immediately began to mercilessly eat the rice with the rest of the dishes, saying that he liked everything, and each dish was good in its own way. Xiaoqin looked at her son and said that he should also eat some more, as he looked a bit thin. Hearing this, the protagonist laughed and asked his mom not to worry, saying that he was on a diet now. It's not like he can't always stay fat. Smiling, Xiaoqian said that indeed, on a slim body and clothes look better. The protagonist was very surprised because he didn't think that his mom would easily accept this. He thought that she would have to explain everything long and hard. Today, he bought a bunch of things and even took the initiative to teach Tian Botao a lesson. He had become a completely different person compared to the previous weak, incompetent Lin Yun. The protagonist couldn't understand why his mother wasn't surprised in the slightest and took it for granted. After sitting and thinking for a bit, Lin Yun still realized why mom wasn't even surprised. It was because mom had single-handedly raised two children. Obviously, she had abilities and insight that no one could match. Soon after dinner, Tang Meng decided not to linger and told his boss that it was time for him to go home and he would visit them some other time. Lin Yun told Tang Meng that if he wanted to have dinner with his family again, he had to do him a favor. The protagonist said that he would like to rent an apartment near the school and asked the kid if he could find a suitable one. Tang Meng immediately wondered why the boss suddenly wanted to rent a house. Was he really planning to start a relationship with Cao Shanshan? Lin Yun said that he needed the apartment to be not too far from the school, but preferably in a quiet neighborhood. He wouldn't want to run into too many people. Tang Meng clapped Lin Yun on the shoulder, saying not to worry, because Tang understood everything and would do the best. The protagonist was wondering, what did this asshole understand after all? But not to be delayed, he said that he would move in no later than Monday evening, and then told Tang Meng that he could get to work. Driving back home in his white Hummer, Tang Meng remembered that there were 3 people in the boss's family, and they all had different last names. In addition, although Aunt Chin was dressed in ordinary clothes, her mannerisms were far superior to those of ordinary people. The boss family had more secrets than Tang Meng could imagine. Once everyone had dispersed, Lin Yun told his mom to go for a run. She told him not to take too long and let him go. The kid realized that the road from his house to 7 Lights Grass takes about 50 lights, takes 50 minutes, and that's by car. He realized that getting home too late would raise unnecessary suspicion, so he decided to speed up. He ran so fast that the driver of the truck that was passing by didn't realize what just flew past his car. Thanks to the acceleration, the protagonist was able to reach his destination in just 40 minutes. Since he still had some energy left, he decided to swim a little. After a while, he still used up all the spiritual energy in his body. After that, he realized that it was time to move to the second level of body hardening and started meditating. After reaching the second level of body hardening, all aspects of his body will be perfected. The amount of spiritual energy that could be absorbed would also increase several times over. After only a few minutes of meditating and absorbing the energy of the 7 Saint Grass, the protagonist had still reached the second level of body refinement. When he opened his eyes, he saw the immortal spiritual energy in front of him. It was the one that protected his original spirit while traveling through time and crossing the tribulation. The protagonist thinks that his spiritual energy was completely depleted after crossing time, but it turned out that it was hidden in his body. The kid realized that although he couldn't use it now, but this immortal spiritual energy would be very useful for his cultivation. Raising his gaze to the sky, the protagonist whispered words of gratitude to the Lord who he felt was good to him. After that, the boy decided that it was necessary to forge iron while it was hot. Therefore, he decided to practice a valuable 50-star technique. Lin Yun began to meditate using the 50-star technique, and the energy of the 50 stars began to flow through his body, hardening his body more and more each time. Finishing the training, the protagonist couldn't believe his eyes that he had been training until dawn. He realized that he had better go home. Ling Yu and his mother wouldn't be bothered. Meanwhile, in one of the city's neighborhoods, hooligans were throwing vegetables on the ground and stomping, thereby forcing the shopkeeper to get out of their neighborhood. The pregnant girl whose vegetables the hooligans were throwing around asked them to leave her alone and not to touch her produce as she had just brought the vegetables. The hooligans said that this was their territory and asked Liu Li who allowed her to sell her vegetables here. The girl was in a panic and didn't know what to do, so she decided to call for help. Seeing a group of men bullying a pregnant woman right in the middle of the street, the main character became furious. One of the hooligans told the girl that she could scream at the top of her lungs, no one would help her anyway. After which he said that if she wanted to stay, she should pay. Liu Li replied that she had given all of her husband's money to pay his medical bills, and she really had nothing left. But the bully didn't care, so he said that if she didn't have any money, she could pay by other means. He suggested that she come to the bar in the evening and chat with him, after which she could sell whatever her heart desired. The girl said with sadness in her eyes that she was going to the hospital from tonight to take care of her husband, so she didn't have time for anything else, much less hang out at the bar. The bully took Liu Li by the chin and said that then he was willing to go with her to the hospital and commit adultery in front of her husband. Hearing this, the girl called the bully a bastard and slapped him, but he managed to dodge. The bully was terrified because he did not expect that this stupid girl decided to fight with him. He immediately decided to retaliate by telling her that he would add some colors to her appearance and took a swing at her. Liu Li squeezed her eyes shut, expecting a strong slap from the bully's hand. But the protagonist arrived in time and grabbed the bully's arm. The bully immediately ordered him to let go of his hand, saying that he was Tian Botao's nephew. Hearing that the boy was the nephew of the very rascal who had molested his mother, Lin Yun immediately broke his wrist. Such pain the bully had never felt in his life. Tian Botao's nephew immediately bounced a few meters away from the protagonist, and holding his mangled wrist on his right hand, he couldn't say a word. Lin Yun asked Liu Li if she was all right. The girl said that she was fine and asked the protagonist to run away as soon as possible, saying that these people were not to be trifled with. With a smile on his face, he replied to the girl that he was fine, as he had just finished his workout, so he didn't mind stretching his arms. Hearing the protagonist say that he didn't mind stretching his arms, Tian Botao's nephew ordered his boys to beat him to death. Hearing their elder's order, the boys broke off their chains like wild dogs and started attacking the protagonist from all directions. Lin Yun grabbed one of the attackers by the wrist and squeezed it so hard that the guy dropped the knife he wanted to stab the protagonist with. Then he turned around and with a straight leg hit the chest of another attacker, thus not only immobilizing him, but also causing him serious damage. Seeing that Lin Yun was being approached from behind, Liu Li immediately decided to warn him by shouting. It was the gang leader who was holding a metal pipe that he wanted to kill the fatty with. Seeing the metal pipe, the protagonist thought that it was a good chance to test how much the 50-star technique had transformed his body, and immediately struck the pipe as hard as possible. Because of such a strong and very unexpected blow, the attackers let go of the metal pipe, because of which the pipe immediately hit him on the head with all its strength. Tian Botao's nephew fell on his heel with a huge bump on his forehead and an incredible pain in his head. Lin Yun, on the other hand, looked at his arm and realized that although there was no injury, it was still a bit painful for him as well. Therefore, he decided that he really needed to keep practicing. Liu Li asked Lin Yun if he was all right, to which the protagonist replied that he was fine and was just having fun with them. The girl was shocked, realizing that taking out 4 guys was just fun for this little guy. Suddenly, all of a sudden, once again she had a very bad headache. The pain was so severe that she could not even stand on her feet and almost fell to the ground. But Lin Yun was there to pick her up. Seeing the girl's poor condition, the protagonist asked her if she had been feeling sick a lot lately, and also why she was suffering from headaches, and if she had a rapid heartbeat. But it was a rhetorical question, for he told the girl that if she continued like this, her child and herself might be in danger. Crying, Liu Li asked the protagonist what should she do then, and how to be. Lin Yang told the girl that she could take it easy because his family had a clinic, so she was obliged to come to that clinic tonight for him to examine her. The girl was flattered by such an offer and asked the guy if he could really cure her. The kid said he could certainly help her and reached into his pants pocket. He took out a pile of money from his pocket and held it out to the girl, saying that he could see that she was having money problems and offered to take it to her. Liu Li looked at him with big eyes and waved her hands, saying that she couldn't take money from him. But the protagonist took her by the hand and put a pile of money in her palm by himself, saying that she must take it because the vegetables she wanted to sell had spoiled those awful, so it was only to throw them away. So she must take the money and pay her husband's medical bills. Hearing this from the protagonist, Liu Li cried as she clutched the money to her chest and said that she didn't even know how she could repay the guy. Ling Yun replied to her that there was no need and told her that she could safely go home. The girl obeyed the guy and turned around and went home. And the protagonist said that for the sake of herself and her child, she should not put the stall at least a couple of days to rest at home. After standing outside for a while and thinking, Lin Yang came to the conclusion that good deeds even somehow refresh him. But afterwards, he tearfully remembered that he had given the last money he had with him. It was too much to pay for good deeds, he thought. Seeing that Tian Botao's nephew was still conscious, the protagonist decided to approach him to make amends for the damage he had caused him. He took his hand out of his pocket and showed the bully his reddened fist, asking him if he could see it. The bully couldn't understand what Lin Yun wanted from him by showing his reddened fist. Lin Yang, pointing to his reddened hand, told the bully that because he had injured his hand, he was now obliged to pay for the treatment of his hand. Tian Botao's nephew was outraged, saying that he was hurt much more than the protagonist. Lin Yun, on the other hand, swung at him and said that if he had the strength to scream, it meant that the blows on him were not enough. Scared of more injuries and trauma, the bully immediately gave all the money he had on him to the protagonist. Meanwhile, Liu Li was in the hospital, and while she was sitting in the waiting room, she decided that it would be unconscionable if she did nothing after the protagonist helped her. On one of her visits to her husband, she heard him say that if she was having too much trouble, she should sell an item that had been passed down in their family for hundreds of years by inheritance. She was shocked, because she thought it was their family heirlooms that couldn't be sold for any money in the world. But her husband said it couldn't be called that. After all, It was just an item stolen from the tomb, so it couldn't be more important than their family. The woman realized that she couldn't just leave the kindness of the kid who saved her and gave her possibly her last money. After much deliberation, she made up her mind and took her suitcase. Then she took an old heirloom of her family and put it in her suitcase. She really hoped that the kid wouldn't refuse to accept such a gift from her. Meanwhile, Lin Yun leisurely strolled through the city blocks, walking home. He was almost home when suddenly he saw his sister, who had apparently been waiting for him for a long time. Seeing his brother Lin Yu immediately rushed to hug him and ask why he did not come home for so long. The protagonist made up an excuse beforehand, saying that he was sorry, but he was very tired after the run and fell asleep on the grass by the side of the road. Ling Yu, looking at her brother with big eyes, said that he didn't need to train so hard as she thought that he was already handsome as he was. He replied that he should be even better because he had to protect her and mom. Before she could enter the apartment, Ling Yu shouted to her mother that her brother had come home. Her mother was very calm when she heard the news and simply said, "Good." Lin Yun entered the room where his mother was and immediately decided to apologize to her for being late. But before he could say a few words, she suddenly interrupted him. Xiaoqian interrupted the young man and said that next time he should warn his little sister if he planned to be late so that she would not worry. Hearing this from his mother, the protagonist realized that she was reacting too calmly, as if she was not at all interested in what he was doing. After a while, his younger sister knocked on his brother's room and said that she had brought him clean clothes. The protagonist thanked his sister and allowed her to enter the room. Seeing his brother without his outer clothes, his sister said that he had indeed lost a little weight. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was glad that she noticed, saying that it was the effects of his training. Ling Yu then asked the protagonist, "What was that wooden box he brought home yesterday?" Lin Yong replied to his sister that if she was interested, she could just open the box to see what was inside. The sister decided to ask if she could really open the wooden box. The protagonist replied, "Anything that belongs to him, she can consider as her own and look at it as much as she wants." Hearing this from her own brother, the sister, overjoyed, immediately rushed to open the wooden box and see what was inside. Ling Yu was so pretty. If she didn't wear such modern clothes, she wouldn't be any different from an immortal world cultivator. The protagonist realized that she would like some goat in the future, but he didn't even want to think about it because it was very unpleasant. Inside the wooden box was a jade box. Such a beautiful jade box was the first time Sis had seen such a beautiful jade box in her life. As soon as Ling Yu touched the box, she immediately began to draw out spiritual powers from it. Noticing this, the protagonist asked his sister to keep her hands on the box and never let go. He was very surprised because this jade box was really sucking the spiritual energy out of Ling Yu's body. The kid would never have thought that this vault could be such an amazing thing that could store energy. At this moment, Ling Yu didn't understand what Big Brother was going to do to her. The protagonist took his sister's hand and moved it closer to the box, thus realizing that the closer her hand was, the more energy the box was collecting. He was happy to realize that he had been worried for nothing, because the energy of the 7 luminaries herb would simply dissipate. The protagonist realized that now, thanks to this jade box, he would be able to store spiritual energy and access it whenever he wanted. It was practically the same as having an energy-gathering talisman that could be used indefinitely. After realizing the delights of his discovery, Lin Yun immediately hugged his sister and thanked her. He realized that if she hadn't insisted on looking at it, he would have just sold the box and forgotten about it. Hours later, sitting at the dinner table with his mom and sister, the protagonist decided he should take the opportunity to explain to them how he had suddenly become rich. All because he felt guilty in front of them every time he saw them. He offered to help his mother to her clinic this afternoon, telling her that he could treat all the usual ailments. He did this so that she would rather ask him where he learned it. That just to use Master Shu's name. But to his great surprise, his mother agreed with him, saying that she and Ling Yu would then go to the store and buy him some clothes. The protagonist said that he already had too many clothes, so he suggested that the girls buy some for themselves. His mom, hearing this, laughed heartily, calling him a fool, and then said that he should get a new suit because he had lost a lot of weight. Hearing this response from his mother, the protagonist almost choked on his rice. Soon after lunch, Lin Yun's mother and sister went out shopping with smiles on their faces, leaving him in charge at the hospital. The protagonist waved at them and wished them good luck on their journey, also saying that they could not be upset about wasting money on shopping, and it didn't matter even if they were delayed. Lin Yu ran into the doctor's office with lightning speed and took out his golden needles that Master Shui had recently given him. Sitting in the doctor's chair, he realized that this was a rare opportunity to be treated by this immortal doctor. So he wondered which of the lucky ones would be able to take advantage of it today. While waiting, he sat for several hours during which no one came to him for help. The protagonist realized that in order to pass the time, he needed to find something interesting to do. He took one needle, and looking at it, realized that he hadn't practiced for a long time and wasn't sure how accurate he was now. To further test his marksmanship, he took 4 more needles and with all his might, he shot them at a poster of human anatomy. Despite the fact that the protagonist hadn't practiced in a very long time, he easily hit the target straight on. The peak of the second level of body hardening was a different matter. He easily stuck the needles into the wall. Suddenly, quite unexpectedly, a ball of spiritual energy appeared on the parietal part of his head as well as his forehead. The protagonist couldn't understand what was happening to him, because for some reason the immortal energy in his body had activated by itself. The immortal spiritual energy helped him break through to the third level of body hardening without any special effort. After realizing this, the protagonist decided to use this opportunity to try to break through to the fourth level of body hardening. After standing in this position for a while, Lin Yun could not understand where his immortal spiritual energy had gone, and why he could no longer feel it. He tried to take various poses to summon immortal spiritual energy, even standing on his head and one arm, but still could not summon it again. Suddenly, Liu Li entered the office and said hello to Lin Yun. The protagonist did not expect that today someone would come to him at all. So, seeing Liu Li was very much frightened and, having lost his balance, fell to the floor. But he quickly gathered his thoughts, got up and told Aunt Li that he was fine, because he was just doing sports. She told him that he had told her that this clinic would be able to cure her illness, which was why she had decided to come. With a smile on his face, Lin Yun replied to her that he didn't have any patients today anyway, so he was willing to get busy right now. Pointing his finger at the doctor's couch, he asked Liu Li to go over there and lie down right on top of it. Hearing this, she was slightly shocked. The protagonist, seeing the concern in the woman's eyes, said that he was a doctor of Chinese medicine and couldn't help her if she didn't lie down. The woman listened to the kid and lay down on the couch. Meanwhile, the young man took out his golden needles to perform acupuncture. Liu Li was very tense because she had never tried this kind of treatment before. After a while, Lin Yun turned to the woman with the needle in her hand and said that if she was nervous and afraid, she should close her eyes so she couldn't see it. She happily agreed and closed her eyes in her mind and began to reassure herself, saying that she believed that this young man was an extraordinary person and he would be able to cure her. Meanwhile, Lin Yun looked at the needle and realized that the third level of body tempering was indeed different, as spiritual energy enveloped the needle without any problems. The protagonist realized that he would now not only be able to normalize the fetus, but also improve his aunt's health so that she would almost never get sick. Literally half an hour later, Lin Yun finished performing the acupuncture ritual and immediately asked Aunt Li how she was feeling. Liu Li replied that her agitation had disappeared. Her whole body felt so light, as if she had inexhaustible strength. With a smile on his face, the kid also said that her baby would also be fine now. She could no longer worry about it. Letting out a small tear of joy, Aunt Li said that the baby was actually the most important thing to her. After that, she said that she didn't even know how to thank the guy, so she took out a family heirloom and asked him to take it as payment. Upon hearing that it was a family heirloom, the protagonist started waving his hands and said that he couldn't accept it because it was an item passed down within the family. But Liu Li didn't even want to listen to him, so she put the artifact into his hands herself. As soon as she did so, the kid's immortal spiritual power dramatically activated. Looking at the brush that was in his hand, he couldn't understand what was happening to him and why his immortal spiritual energy had activated. But after just a few seconds of observation, he realized that this brush was absorbing his immortal spiritual energy. The boy panicked and decided to immediately get rid of the artifact. But no matter how hard he shook his hand, the brush wouldn't come off his palm. He tried to use all his strength to pull the hand out of his hand with his other hand, but he failed. Watching from the side, Liu Li couldn't believe that the young man would dislike her gift so much. Lin Yun waved the brush like a madman, saying that he would deal with her and get his immortal energy back. Liu Li told the protagonist that if he didn't like the gift, she would find another way to repay him for his kindness. But the kid grasped the brush with both hands and said that he liked her gift and thanked her. Of course, he could not return the brush because it contained his immortal spiritual energy. Hearing this response from the young man, Auntie Li simply smiled and glowed. After a few minutes, Liu Li left the clinic, and the protagonist told her that if she needed help in the future, she could definitely call him at any time. Liu Li's auntie said that she would definitely call if she needed help and said goodbye to Lin Yun. The protagonist quickly returned to the study and decided to see what the artifact Liu Li had given him was all about. Sticking the tip of the brush lightly into his hand, he realized that it was very sharp and it wasn't clear what the brush was made for. Maybe it wasn't a brush at all, but a weapon. Fortunately, there was ink ready in the cabinet to try it out and make sure it was a writing instrument and not a weapon. The protagonist was quite surprised to find that when you dipped the tip of the brush into the ink, it became soft. Then he wrote a hieroglyph and was even more amazed because the brush glided very smoothly on the sheet. After a little thinking, the boy decided that it could be used for writing talismans in the future. And it was clear to a fool that this brush was a real treasure. But the protagonist didn't understand what he should do with his immortal energy that she had stolen. After thinking for a bit, Lin Yun made a decision that he could no longer remain so passive. He must reach the 4th level of body tempering as soon as possible. This would allow him to actively control his body's spiritual energy and find a way to recover the immortal spiritual energy. Suddenly, out of the blue, the kid's cell phone rang, which no one had ever called him before. This caller was Zhou Meining, the same girl who had bought him the phone. After approaching the protagonist's house, the girl was very separated as she had a hard time driving her Audi R8 here. Getting out of the car, she thought that if she knew the roads here, she would have chosen a car with a higher suspension. The protagonist, who came out to meet her, said that she might not have come here at all. After all, he didn't get to say a word after she said she was bored and would come to him wherever he was because she wanted to have fun. Hearing that the kid was at home, Meining said with a smile on her face that she would pick him up in 5 minutes. The guy realized that he had absolutely no chance of rejection. Upon entering Lin Yun's house, Meining was pleasantly impressed, saying that she didn't know that his family also had their own clinic. Turning to the main character, the girl said that since they were colleagues, she could come and help him in the future. But Lin Yun tactfully refused her, saying that his mom was running the place. Hearing this, Meining winked at him and said that Aunt Chin would definitely not refuse her. Then she immediately hugged the protagonist and said that she would not refuse her just because she was his girlfriend. Lin Yun was very embarrassed and asked Meining not to overdo it, saying that he was only pretending to be her boyfriend. She, on the other hand, replied that that's why he should pretend better. Otherwise, Li Qingchuan just wouldn't believe him. After noticing the dimples on his face, she immediately decided to touch them. At this moment, the protagonist realized that this stinker was finding excuses to take advantage of him. After a moment's thought, he grabbed Meining's hand and said that if she wanted to touch it, she could do it for $10. One touch. And as long as she paid enough, she could touch him all she wanted. The girl said she agreed to those terms and pulled out her cell phone. A few seconds later, a notification rang on the protagonist's cell phone that the money had been credited to his bank account. To open the notification, the guy lost the breath of speech because he saw that $5,000 had been credited to his bank account. The girl then pounced on the kid again and asked him if she could now touch his dimples, calling him a courtesan. Lin Yun said that of course she could do that. He realized that there was no way he could refuse her. After all, she had paid too much. Meining, rubbing her hands and looking at the protagonist with huge eyes, said that then she would not be ceremonious. At this moment, Tang Meng walked in with Lin Yu and said that he had met her and her mother at the mall and kindly decided to walk them home. Walking a little further, Tang Meng saw Lin Yun along with Meining, thereby taking them by surprise. Tang Meng was almost speechless when he saw Shui Meining riding Lin Yu. Mom was also slightly shocked when she saw this picture and hurriedly asked her son what he was doing here. Shui Meining immediately jumped up from the main character and said hello to everyone, saying that she was Ling Yun's girlfriend. The guy was shocked at how quickly she changed her face. Xiaoqin said that Lin Yun was such a child, since he didn't even tell them he had a girlfriend. Therefore, she offered Meining to stay with them for dinner. Tang Meng was shocked when he found out that his boss, Lin Yun, is Shui Meining's boyfriend. Tang Meng immediately remembered telling brother Chuan Yu not to worry, promising that he would find a lookalike for Ninger, saying that he wouldn't have to do anything and he would deal with him himself. Tang Meng was very much saddened to realize that he had signed up for a mission that he was simply unable to handle. Ling Yu was also shocked to learn that her brother had a girlfriend, and not an easy one at that. Meanwhile, Tian Botao's nephew was lying in the hospital with broken arms and legs, and his brother was standing over him. Dao apologized to his brother for not being there for him and letting him get beaten up, after which he said that he would kick that Ling Yun's ass today to avenge his brother. The boy asked brother Dao if Uncle Tian Botao knew about his beating and why he didn't come to see him. Dao replied that Uncle Tian had to attend a meeting at the moment and could not leave from there. He asked for words for his nephew's speedy recovery. Also that he and Dao would take care of everything. After that, he left the room and quietly closed the door. Then he got into the elevator and went up 2 floors. After that, Bao went into the hospital room where Tian Botiao was and said that he had visited Xiao Guang. He reported to his uncle that his nephew was badly injured and would probably have to spend the next 2 to 3 months in a hospital bed. Tian Botiao was very angry, with only one thing on his mind, to get well soon and avenge Lin Yun. Dao leaned over Uncle Tian and told him that he had called all his brothers so they would break all of Lin Yun's legs and arms tonight, and in addition, smash his clinic. But Tian Botiao knew that this Lin Yun was not so easy to deal with, so he told Dao that they should wait until he returned to school and then smash the clinic and kidnap his mother Qin Qiyu at night. Tian Botiao told Dao to just tell Lin Yun that he had Qin Qiwei when the time came. Once he knew that, he wouldn't dare to resist. After all, just beating him wouldn't be enough. Tian Botiao wanted him to suffer in pain, kneeling like a dog without dignity and begging him to give him his mother back. Meanwhile, Ninger was treating her boyfriend to dumplings and asking him to eat some more. On the other hand, his sister was also treating him to dumplings, asking him to eat a few more dumplings. It was as if a real lightning bolt flew between them, as they both wanted their brother to pay attention to them and only eat the dumplings from their hands. They looked into each other's eyes, not looking away for a second. It was a battle of the eyes. After that, they simultaneously put one dumpling each into the main character's plate. After just a few minutes, the dumplings did not fit Lin Yun's plate anymore. Looking at this mountain of dumplings, he realized that it looked like a new food torture. Tang Meng, looking at how the girls were taking care of Lin Yun, became very sad because no one had put a single dumpling on his plate. Seeing that Tang Meng was upset, Xiao Qin put a couple of dumplings in his plate and told him that he could eat. Seeing this and feeling his auntie's concern, Tang Meng almost cried. After dinner, the main character's mom thanked the kids for helping and washing the dishes and wished him a good trip back to school. Ninger told Aunt Qin that she didn't have to worry about Ling Yun because he had already ridden in the car with her and knew that she was an experienced driver. Hearing this, Ling Yu asked Tang Meng to ride in the car with him. When he heard this, he asked her if she really wanted to go alone with him, to which she said yes. No sooner had they gotten into the car than Lin Yun suddenly ordered them to stop in a commanding voice. Tang Meng immediately started shedding tears, saying that Lin Yu wanted to ride in his car for the first time and the boss had prevented it. But the protagonist wasn't going to stop his sister from riding alone with Tang Meng. He asked them to stop because he felt that somewhere nearby there was some kind of threat that he could smell. He felt a murderous aura with every cell in his body. He went to his sister and ordered her to get into the car immediately, Tang Meng. He then went to his mother and told her that someone had come to the clinic looking for trouble and asked her to hide somewhere in the clinic or get into Tang Meng's car with his sister. While in Tang Meng's car, the sister told her mother that they could not leave her brother alone. The mother reassured her daughter, saying that she should trust her brother, just like he trusts her, because he knows exactly what he's doing. Tang Meng, with a sad face, asked his boss why he couldn't stay. Lin Yun told him that he would have to protect his mother and sister. Tang Meng, realizing that the boss had entrusted him with his most precious thing, said that he could rely on him. Nenner pounced on the protagonist with a lot of questions. Does he know how to use martial arts? Does he have any hereditary weapons, and how is he going to deal with a group of people? The guy didn't bother to answer all the questions. He shoved her into the car, saying that he just didn't have time for that. Meanwhile, the thug group was already near the front door to his mother's medical office. One of the thugs told Dao's leader that the lights were on and the door was wide open, but no one was in the clinic. Dao realized that the protagonist's mother, along with him, were most likely hiding in the backyard, so he ordered his thugs to trash the clinic first. After entering the clinic, the thugs smashed everything in their path, sparing nothing, even overturning tables and breaking chairs. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared at the entrance to the clinic. He decided to squeeze through the thugs to get inside the room, but one of the thugs blocked his way and said that he had to get out of here if he didn't want to die. Seeing Lin Yun, the bully leader Dao ordered the bully to let Lin Yun go and let him enter the clinic. The bullies were at a loss as to why the boss let the boy into the premises so easily. But Bao only did it to see how the brat could handle the crowd of his thugs. Meanwhile, some of the hooligans were still in the building, smashing everything in their way. Upon entering the clinic room, the protagonist immediately attracted the attention of the bullies and pointed his finger at the chandelier on the ceiling. One of the hooligans became enraged because Lin Yun was just mocking them. But it wasn't just mockery. It was the kid's cunning plan. He took his golden needle and smashed the ceiling chandelier with a single blow. When the lights went out in the house, the hooligans wanted to go in and see what was going on, but Brother Dao said they should wait. A few seconds later, Laoki, Dao's right-hand man, broke the glass with his body and flew out into the street. A few minutes later, Laoki was followed by the rest of the hooligans. After them, the main character came out of the front door, pointing his finger at Dao. He asked him if he was the boss of this bunch of losers by any chance. Seeing how easily Lin Yun had handled half of his gang, Dao was speechless. While the boss stood and chewed snot, his loyal Ambo decided to attack the protagonist with a shout that he was going to kill him. Lin Yun gathered the power of spiritual energy in his fist and gave the ambalist a crushing blow to the chest. The blow was so strong that the amban broke the asphalt with his body. Seeing this picture, Dao immediately realized that this time he had messed with the wrong person. He immediately fell to his knees and said that his name was Dao Yun, and he was known as Dao on the street. After which he added that they were impulsive today, so he asked the protagonist to do him a favor and let them go. Lin Yun asked him, why would he have to let them go? Dao at this moment realized that if they couldn't quiet this guy down, they would probably all have to die today right outside this clinic. A few minutes later, all the bullies as one were busy cleaning and restoring the clinic. After they finished cleaning up, Dao once again knelt down in front of Lin Yun and said that he was willing to pay the moral damages with a transfer of $100,000. Hearing about the amount of $100,000, the protagonist started yawning as much as possible, showing that it was a very small amount of money. This was quite a good move because, after all, Dao had paid Lin Yun $600,000 in moral damages. The protagonist realized that money was certainly a good thing, but he couldn't just let Dao go, so he used the pain point technique and landed 2 precise blows on Dao. The bully was in a lot of pain. He felt as if 1,000 knives had been stabbed into his body. Lin Yun stood up from his chair with a smile on his face and said that from now on, Dao would experience a hellish pain for half a minute every midnight. After which, the protagonist said that he didn't care why exactly they trashed his family's clinic. But next time, if they thought of causing trouble again, they would be dead and no one would save them. When Lin Yun delivered his message to the bully leader, he kicked him with his foot and told him and his gang to get out as quickly as possible before he changed his mind. Hearing this, the hooligans immediately grabbed their wounded under their arms and ran as far away from the clinic as possible. Lin Yun realized that he was lucky, because his loved ones didn't see him fighting the crowd of hooligans alone, because he just didn't know how to explain it to them. After a few minutes, his loneliness was brightened by his sister, who came running to him asking if he was okay. Following her came Nainer, who was delighted with the protagonist, as he had single-handedly beaten a whole crowd of bandits. Of course, Tang Meng did not stand aside and said that the boss's movements dumbfounded him. After thinking for a bit, the protagonist realized that they had seen everything. A little later, Nena revealed that not only had they seen, but everyone had seen this legendary fight because she had captured it on video. After that, Ninger along with Lin Yu and Tang Ming pounced on the protagonist asking why he was suddenly so strong. Is he a martial arts master? And how many other secrets is he keeping from them? Lin Yun realized that he couldn't tell them the truth. So he said that he had actually accidentally fallen down a mountain not too long ago and stumbled upon a secret martial arts book. Suddenly, his mother suddenly appeared and said that she told him to never reveal his power. She told the guys that the main character had been unusually strong since childhood and could easily carry hundreds of pounds. So she was worried that he would get in trouble because of his physique, which is why she told him not to show his strength. The boy decided to play along with his mother and said that he apologized to her. But when he saw the hooligans smashing the clinic, he became very angry. Xiaoqian forgave her son, telling him not to be so reckless next time. Afterward, looking at the time, the protagonist's mother said that the boys should go back to school as it was very late. Ling Yu asked her mother to go along with them, because the clinics were dangerous, but Xiaoqian refused, saying that Xian would be fine. Going back to school in his girlfriend's red car, the protagonist couldn't understand why his mom just now didn't ask anything, and instead, covered for him. And she was too calm about the clinic being trashed. For a second, he even believed Tang Ming's words when he said that Lin Yun's mother wasn't exactly an unusual mortal. At this moment, Ninger was looking at her supposed boyfriend with loving eyes and realized that he was not an ordinary person, the kind of person she was willing to follow to the ends of the earth. Meanwhile, alone with the girl of his dreams, Tang Meng didn't know how to start a dialogue with her. But because Ling Yu was curious about how long her brother had known Ninger, she didn't wait for Tang Meng to make the first move and asked him about it. Tang Meng got very flustered and, stammering, replied that he didn't know for sure, but he thought they had only met a few days ago. The next day after school, Sis gave her brother a pink rose, saying that it would remind him of her on the days when he would spend the night at the house Tang Meng had rented for him. When Niner came to pick him up, the protagonist decided to give her that rose. But the girl was not happy, and immediately asked Lin Yun if he knew what the pink rose meant in the language of flowers. The protagonist didn't know that pink rose means a symbol of falling in love, sympathy, and admiration, so he simply replied that this flower was given to him by his little sister, so he liked it very much. Hearing that this flower was given to him by his sister, Niner, immediately got out of the car and asked the guy to wait. A moment later, she came back and threw a whole bunch of pink roses at the protagonist. She then added that if she found out that he threw her flowers, she would chew him to death. Tang Ming saw that his boss was given flowers by two girls at once, almost cried because no one had ever given him flowers. But he was not confused and jumped into the flower bed and began to tear a bouquet of roses for himself. Tang Meng did self-hypnosis and did not even notice his strange behavior, unlike the other students of the school. Meanwhile, while in his rented apartment, the protagonist decided it was time for brush study. He was at the third level of body hardening. With ordinary sharp weapons, it was difficult to harm him. But this brush was able to hurt him without any effort. The kid decided to see how sharp this brush really was and barely touched his finger, almost stabbing it through. The protagonist was startled when he noticed that the brush had started sucking the blood out of his finger. No matter how hard he tried to pull the brush away from his finger, he couldn't get it to work. He couldn't figure out how it worked or how to turn it off. At this second, he realized that if he didn't find a way to turn it off and it kept going on like this, it would suck him to death. If a normal person saw a brush suddenly start sucking blood, he would definitely be scared half to death. But the protagonist was not scared, because he had reached the level of passing through disasters, and what only demons and monsters he had not seen. After having so much blood sucked out of him, the recognition ceremony was complete, and he became the sole owner of this miracle brush. After all this, he could finally feel a connection with the brush in his hands. The bundle could become as soft or as hard as steel. He only needed to think about it. This brush was a very good weapon, for it could be used to draw amulets and engrave information in normal times, but it could also become a powerful weapon when facing enemies. After the protagonist dealt with the brush, he decided that he needed to rest and went to the beach to swim. After that, at 10 o'clock in the evening, he went to the stadium in order to run and improve his physical stamina. Close to 1 o'clock in the morning, he was already sitting on the bank of the river and cultivating. Close to 5 o'clock in the morning, when the protagonist realized that he had already reached the peak of the third level of hardening his body, he decided that it was time to check the results of his training. He decided to test how fast he could cross or swim across the river. Entering it, he gathered all his spiritual energy. He couldn't believe his eyes as he crossed the river in a blink of an eye. His physical changes were more significant than he thought. Before that, all 6 senses had reached a new level, even though the cultivation speed on the ground was much slower than in the cultivation world. With every time he reached a new cultivation level on Earth, the kid gained more and more strength. He was sure that he wouldn't make the same mistake again when he crossed the tribulation again. After his half-night training and cultivation, the protagonist hurried to school because he had promised Ling Yu that he would never skip class again. After noticing that everyone started paying attention to the protagonist at school, he thought that after reaching level 3, his charisma had also improved. But all of this was only because the students were discussing a picture that one of the students had posted on the school forum, where Lin Yun was holding Cao Shanshan tightly to him. After seeing the pictures of Lin Yun and Shanshan on the school forum, Zhang Lin told her that she would definitely find the person who took them and punish him. Cao Shanshan told her friend that she actually liked the pictures and that they were quite well done. Suddenly, at this moment, the main character appeared in the classroom and waved his hand to the girls, wishing them good morning. Zhang Ling saw that her friend didn't even say hello to Lin Yun and immediately asked her why she was ignoring him. Shanshan proudly replied that she had nothing to do with him and was not interested in him at all. Hearing this answer from Shanshan, her friend asked her if she would mind if another girl asked Lin Yun out. Cao Shanshan replied that of course she wouldn't mind, being completely sure that the protagonist, except for his sister, doesn't talk to other girls at all. Suddenly, a girl with long silk hair and huge eyes entered the classroom at that very moment. All the students were shocked, but not only because this girl looked like a star, but because she asked where she could find Lin Yun. The protagonist didn't even get up from behind his desk. He just raised his hand and said that he was here. After walking out to the hallway with Lin Yun, the girl said that she had washed his jacket and his ID card also brought it. The girl he had saved that long ago evening by the river couldn't believe that the fatty would turn out to be really handsome if he lost a little more weight, of course. The protagonist took his jacket and asked the girl if she wanted to give him anything else. After all, he had saved her life this evening and expected something more than a clean jacket. Lin Mangghan grabbed his hand and said that she would never forget his kindness. Realizing that the girl was very drunk that day, he knew that she didn't remember anything at all. So he decided to lie that she had stepped on his favorite glasses that he had left on the beach, after which he added that it was his mother's birthday present, and it was his favorite glasses. Lin Mangghan found herself in a very awkward situation. So she apologized to the guy and asked him to give her contact information so that she would take him to the store next time to buy a new pair of glasses. The students were shocked when they saw that it was the goddess who took the phone number from the main character. Zhang Lin asked Shan Shan how she thought where Lin Yun could have met such a girl, to which her friend replied that it was just meeting a girl and nothing more. Before she could finish, another gorgeous girl suddenly entered the classroom and also asked if the protagonist was in this class. Seeing the surprised faces of the students and the phrase that she was another girl today who was looking for him, she realized that the guy was very lucky for girls. Cao Shanshan, on the other hand, became furious after realizing that this was not a chance meeting or acquaintance. The protagonist came out to the girl and asked her what she wanted from him and why she came to meet him. The beautiful girl replied that she wanted to thank him for saving her grandfather on the pedestrian street, saying that she was his granddaughter Mujun Feishui. At this point, the protagonist realized that his last attempt to make money from beauty had failed because he wasn't ready for it. But this was an opportunity he was determined not to miss. Seeing that Mujun arrived in a Maserati, Lin Yunpre suggested that she talk to him in her car to avoid unnecessary publicity. When he approached the car, the protagonist was shocked because it was the first time he had seen such a car. Once inside the car, the boy touched everything he could, saying that it was so beautiful that it could hardly be admired. The girl got angry and grabbed his tie, saying that she came here to thank him for saving her life and her grandfather. Lin Yun replied to her that her grandfather's life would not have been saved without his help. Therefore, he was very lucky, because usually people have to pay a lot of money to get treatment from the guy. Mu Yung understood what he was implying, so she said that she was willing to pay any money. Hearing this, the main character got excited and said that he wanted her to pay him $1 million and also give him her car. The girl was shocked to hear that he still wanted her car, so she asked the guy if he knew how much the car was worth. Lin Yun opened the car door with a frustrated face and said that apparently she didn't love her grandfather that much if some car is above his life. Mu Yung dragged him back in and said that her grandfather's life was more important to her than anything else in the world. She then immediately pulled out a check from her checkbook for $1 million and handed it to the young man. After that, she left her car, leaving the keys in the ignition, saying that now she had fully paid for saving her grandfather, and therefore they owed each other nothing. The protagonist could not expect that he would get a cash reward of $1 million and a car, which he did not know how to use, but immediately decided that he would give it to his sister. After a few lessons, a young man who was also looking for Lin Yun entered the classroom. The protagonist approached the kid and asked him what he wanted from him, and did he also, like the others, owe him not a decent amount of money. Ninger suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stood between them, asking Li Qingchuan, the guy who was chasing her, where did he come from? He replied that he had come to see who the hell Lin Yun was, who dared to steal a girl away from him. Ninger immediately lit up saying that she was not his girlfriend and asked him to watch his mouth. Li Qingchuan said that he didn't understand why she was so cold to him, because she was the reason why he rejected many girls who were always crowding behind his back and wanting his attention. Realizing what kind of guy he is, the protagonist decided to play along and not stand aside. He hugged Ninger and said that he was happy to meet someone who was constantly chasing after his girlfriend. Then warned Li Qingchuan, asking him to stay away from her. Otherwise, he would admire his bruises under his eyes. Li Qingchuan laughed in response, saying that he didn't believe in this theater. After all, Ninger wasn't blind, and she couldn't give up on him and choose a fatty protagonist. The girl couldn't let her pretense be declassified at this moment, so she said that it was all true and kissed Lin Yun. Realizing that it was her own initiative, the protagonist reciprocated her. He didn't know that this was her very first real kiss. When Cao Shanshan saw this, she was furious and said that she would sew Ninger's mouth shut so that she would never touch something that didn't belong to her in her life. Cao was upset, not understanding why Shanshan took out her anger on her and not Lin Yun. Li Qingchuan was also shocked because he didn't expect such an act from the one he had been chasing all his conscious life. So he said that he would kill the protagonist. Suddenly, because of the intense excitement and stress he received at this moment, his heart felt as if it had received an electric shock. Seeing Li Qingchuan fell to the floor and was unconscious, Ninger began to blame herself, saying that she knew he had a congenital heart defect, but she didn't expect him to be so shocked. Looking at the protagonist with tears in her eyes, she begged him to save the kid. Tang Meng, who appeared at that moment, also asked the boss to save his childhood best friend. At the most inopportune moment, Tu Gang appeared in the corridor, the same thug whom Lin Yun had beaten up outside Zhuanyuan restaurant with his buddies. Seeing Tu Gong and the guys who came with him, Tang Ming warned the protagonist that the people behind Tu Gang belonged to the Green Dragon Gang. Tang Meng said that this gang consisted of a bunch of hooligans who were desperate for a fight, so there would probably be no way around it without a fight. Lin Yun realized that if things didn't take a big turn, they could all be expelled from the school. So he told Tang Meng and Ninger to leave him alone and leave the corridor with the rest of the students. They immediately obeyed him and started chasing the rest of the students away, saying that they had full confidence in Lin Yun and his actions. The protagonist decided that first of all he should help Li Qingchuan, and after that to deal with the gang of hooligans that surrounded him. Tu Gang, realizing his numerical superiority with a pompous look and a grin on his lips, asked Lin Yun if he was ready to die. The protagonist said that in order to know the answer to this question, they would have to get close to him. Moments later, the Green Dragon Jar bullies flew away in different directions without even being able to touch Lin Yun. Tu Gang couldn't understand how this was possible because the boy had beaten them without even getting up. No one could understand what happened because Lin Yun did not even move from his seat, and these guys like flakes flew into the air. Meanwhile, the main character took out his golden needle and let his spiritual power flow through it, saving Li Qingchuan's life. A few seconds after one acupuncture, the kid regained consciousness. He realized that he had a heart attack, but he didn't realize who had saved him. Ninger immediately ran up to him and apologized for giving him a heart attack because of her, saying that she didn't mean to upset him so much. When Li Qingchuan saw her, he thought that she had saved him, so he said that he would repay her all his life. But the girl immediately upset him again, saying that it was not her who had saved him, but the main character. Li Qingchuan didn't want to believe what he heard. Even though he was barely on his feet, he decided to try to approach Lin Yun and see for himself. But the protagonist didn't care about that, so he told Tang Ming and Ninger to put him on the ground, as he still needed to lie down for about 20 minutes before he could fully recover. Li Qingchuan was very depressed, realizing that the person who saved him was his love rival. He couldn't understand what kind of public drama this was and how he should stand in front of Ninger now. Suddenly, a red-haired big bully appeared on the school corridor, pushing students in different directions to approach Lin Yun. Tang Meng immediately warned the protagonist to be careful of this big guy named Tei Xiaohu, one of the celebrities of the Green Dragon Gang. He has a very strong body and has exceptional talent in martial arts no matter what kind. Before Tang Meng could finish his story, Lin Yun suddenly pushed him aside, and he did it not just for nothing but to save his life, because Tei Xiaohu did not want to listen to stories about himself, and immediately rushed to attack. After assessing his punching speed, the protagonist told Tei Xiaohu that he was a worthy opponent and could try to fight him. The protagonist stood in front of the giant and said that he wouldn't attack him back for the time being, and suggested that Tei Xiaohu deliver his strongest punch to him. The giant didn't bother talking and made another strong punch, but the protagonist easily dodged it because it was the same technique as the first time. Lin Yun thought that using the same technique twice was a sure way to fail. Tu Xiaohu realized that this would not work and decided to suddenly elbow the protagonist in the back. But Lin Yun saw the threat a few seconds before the blow, so he was easily able to dodge the blow again. The thug said that the kid was good and had a very good reaction, but he could not dodge the knee strike. Tu Xiaohu threw one of his strongest punches, wanting to end the boy once and for all, but Lin Yun managed to dodge it again. The protagonist grabbed his knee, deciding that he had already given him enough attempts to at least touch himself. Lin Yun evaluated his opponent and realized that this guy had a unique bone structure and talent that could be developed. The guy realized that this giant had the potential to develop an immortality cultivation. After a second of assessing his opponent, the protagonist threw the giant with all his might to the other end of the corridor, saying that his attempts were exhausted. Wiping the blood from his lips, the bully recognized that the protagonist was indeed strong. But since Tu Xiaohu didn't recognize defeat, he wanted another sparring session. Lin Yun said that he was willing to give the bully another chance, but on one condition. The kid said that if he lost, he would be at the disposal of the bully all and completely. But if Tu Xiaohu lost, he would immediately leave the Green Dragon Gang and follow the protagonist with all his soul. Xiaohu agreed to the terms, saying that if he lost, he would recognize Lin Yun as his boss. Before the protagonist could even blink an eye, the big man suddenly grabbed him and ran with him to the other end of the corridor, wanting to throw him out the window. Lin Yun could not believe that the big man had decided to play such games with him. He realized that he needed to get out of this death grip as soon as possible, so he began to elbow the giant in the back with all his might in order to loosen his grip. After making 5 precise blows to the pain points, Lin Yun still managed to get out of Tu Xiaohu's grip. Jumping out, The protagonist pulled his leg up with all his might to finish off his opponent with one powerful foot strike. Tu Xiaohu received a powerful kick that made his eyes darken. He didn't even have time to see what kind of sneakers his opponent was wearing. But that didn't stop the bulky man, but instead made him even angrier. He wanted to fight again and again. He immediately stood up and attacked again, trying to get a hold of Lin Yun. Since the protagonist had had enough of this, he decided to counterattack and punch the bulky guy with all his might right in the jaw. Afterwards, he asked the bulky man if he had had enough, or if he still wanted to continue. Tu Xiaohu was furious and said that he couldn't let some brat beat him, so their fight would never end with him losing. After listening to his defiant speech, the protagonist took him by his jersey with one hand and lifted him above him. After that, with all the strength he had, he threw the ambo to the other end of the corridor. Tu Xiaohu flew through the crowd of gawking students and crashed into the doorway, nearly breaking the doors of the hallway. This time, he had been hit hard, and he was no longer able to attack so quickly and fiercely again. Seeing that the bully could not get up, the girl who was watching the fight asked the protagonist if he had won. Lin Yong replied that it was too early to tell, but he managed to cool the fervor of the bully. Li Qingchuan saw that the protagonist had a free moment and immediately asked him to take out the needles from his body. Ling Yun leaned towards him and said that when the time came, he would definitely take out his golden needles. Hearing this, Li Qingchuan became very nervous again and asked the protagonist if he would do anything else to him. Seeing Lin Yun's evil gaze, the kid immediately rushed towards Ninger and asked her to save him from that monster. Seeing this picture, the protagonist told him that he was now ready and could stand up. Tang Meng, as a best friend, helped the poor guy up and asked how he was feeling. Li Qingchuan replied that it felt like his whole body had relaxed. After which he said that when Grandpa Shui gave him acupuncture, there was no such feeling. Seeing Ninger standing beside him, he immediately said that the strength to say, "Nothing bad," to Grandpa Zhu, adding that he would definitely be treated by him in the future. Ninger, looking the kid in the eyes, said that he would most likely not need to be treated anymore because his illness had been completely cured by Lin Yun. He couldn't believe what he heard from her because even Grandpa Shui couldn't cure his illness. Throughout his childhood and further growing up, he had to avoid irritation, strenuous exercise, and injuries. Always with him in some tense situations or fights was his childhood best friend Tang Meng, who kept him safe from all of this. Li Qingchuan thought that he would have to live like this for the rest of his life. But now he was told that his illness was cured, and by Lin Yun as well. Thinking it over carefully, the kid still couldn't believe in a miracle, so he asked the protagonist to hit him with all his might. Lin Yun decided not to deny him such a request, so he immediately punched him in the face with all his might without warning. The blow was so strong that the boy flew several flights down the corridor and fell hard on the floor. The first thing he did was to immediately grab his chest to see how his heart was functioning, and he was shocked, for there was nothing wrong with his heart. He immediately abruptly got up from the floor and said that he owed his life to Lin Yun. Hearing this, Tang Meng clutched his head, realizing that his boss was telling the truth earlier, and he could cure even a congenital heart defect. After which, he immediately realized that there was an unrealistic amount of money to be made from this. Chao Shanshan once again admired the protagonist, realizing that he had not only subdued Te Xiaohu, but also cured Ling Qingchuan's heart disease with acupuncture. Meanwhile, Te Xiaohu recovered and decided to get back on his feet to continue the fight. The protagonist approached him once more, and he finally came to surrender and swear allegiance to him. Ambal replied that if the kid thought that he had defeated him, then his dreams had gone beyond reality. Once again, he lunged at the boy to once again grab him and deliver a crushing blow, proving that he was stronger than he was. But this time, too, he failed as Lin Yun was no longer going to coddle him. The protagonist also immediately rushed to the attack and began to deliver merciless blows to the body of the bulky man. Te Xiaohu was a tough nut to crack. Despite the numerous blows he had missed from Lin Yun, he still shouted that he would never give up. Having once again knocked the big guy to the floor, the protagonist asked him why he did not want to admit defeat. After all, he was already tired of beating him. Realizing that the bully would not just give up, Ling Yun decided to try something more exciting. He picked up Te Xiaohu and threw him on his shoulder. The bully was shocked because he didn't understand what the kid wanted to do to him. The protagonist opened the window and jumped out with the bully on his shoulder to show him how flowery everything was before. But Lin Yun didn't fall. He ran down the wall with great speed and asked Te Xiaohu if he was ready to surrender. Even though he was scared, he kept saying that he would never give up even if he was beaten to death. Hearing another refusal, the protagonist said that then they would just have to make a few circles around the school campus. The big guy was already uncomfortable and asked Lin Yun why he was doing this and what he needed from him. The protagonist replied that he was going to completely destroy him. Just a few seconds later, Tae Xiaohu realized that the kid wasn't joking and shouted that he was giving up. He even called the kid boss and promised to follow him anywhere. But Lin Yun wasn't interested in that anymore. So he told the big guy that it was too late and took out 5 golden needles. After which, he threw the bully in front of him and launched his golden needles at him right in the back. As soon as Tae Xiaohong felt Lin Yun's needles sinking into him, he immediately felt that he was being destroyed from the inside out. The protagonist used his needles, but not to kill the ambalist, but to completely destroy the martial arts in him. Lin Yun used his own spiritual energy to purify his essence. He lifted the big man above his head and said that he was now not the Tae Xiaohu he used to be. He then threw him into the basketball hoop with ease, saying that when he had rested enough, he would find a way to get down. The protagonist returned to the corridor of the school and told the Green Dragon Gang that he expected them to compensate him for the moral damage they had caused him. Hearing about the compensation, Two Gang with a frightened face immediately started shouting to his comrades to give the money to the protagonist as soon as possible, saying that otherwise they wouldn't be able to leave today. Taking the word of their frightened leader, the hooligans immediately took out their cell phones and transferred all the money they had to Lin Yun. The guy appreciated their sincerity and said that he was ready to forget about what happened today, but asked them to tell their boss Kun 2 things when they returned to the shelter. The first was that the protagonist would soon go to him personally to discuss the real issue of compensation. Second, he said that Tae Xiaohu was now one of his men, and he no longer had anything to do with the Green Dragon Gang. The hooligans were shocked, for Tae Xiaohu was the future successor of their gang leader. But realizing that Lin Yun was beyond their power, they accepted this information. Without thinking long, the bandits from the Green Dragon Gang told Two Gang that he was to blame for all of this. After all, because of his gross mistake with the schoolboy, they had lost the strongest fighter of their gang and suffered greatly themselves. Meanwhile, 4 police cars pulled up to the school campus. Out of one of the police cars came out the same pretty girl who had come to visit Lin Yun in the morning. Seeing the police, Tang Meng remembered that his father had told him that an influential female police officer had been sent from the capital to work on an important case. Seeing such an unreal beauty, Tang Meng and his best friend were simply speechless. At this moment, the protagonist approached Li Qingchuan and asked him, would he like to treat him to a meal for saving his life? Upon hearing a positive answer, Lin Yun immediately invited all his classmates to one of the most expensive restaurants in the city, saying that today was his treat, thus hinting to Li Qingchuan that he would have to pay for everyone. Meanwhile, Tae Xiaohu had regained consciousness, and despite how badly he had been beaten, the bulky man felt that his body was much stronger than before. Tang Meng came over to him and said that despite his terrible appearance, the boss was inviting him to have dinner with everyone. Hearing that he had been invited to lunch by Lin Yun himself, the bully jumped out of the ring and landed beside Tang Meng with incredible strength and speed. Gathering all of his classmates, friends, and close associates, the protagonist advanced to the restaurant. But suddenly, a group of police officers led by the very beautiful girl appeared in front of them and ordered Lin Yun to stop. The protagonist stopped and politely asked the police girl what was the reason they stopped them. The girl replied that today's incident required the protagonist's cooperation in the investigation, after which she politely asked him to follow them to the police station. Lin Yun didn't want to go anywhere, saying that he wasn't guilty of anything. The girl, however, grabbed his arm and said that she was not here to arrest him. Then she politely asked him again to cooperate with the investigation and give evidence, after which she would immediately let him go. Hearing that it is necessary to just give a statement, the protagonist pressed the policewoman closer to him and said that then she should go with him to a restaurant, where she would write down everything while eating. After a while, in one of the most expensive restaurants, the policewoman started her police interrogation. She asked Zhao Hu why he was hanging on the basketball backboard and if it was Lin Yun's doing, after which she added that he should consider it a police interrogation, so she hoped he would answer honestly. After thinking for a bit, the bulky man replied that he thought it was cool, so he climbed up there to get some air. Finally asking if Officer Lin was satisfied with that answer, Officer Lin couldn't believe it was that simple. But if Xiaohu said so himself, she had no more questions for him. Hearing Xiaohu's answer, Takmeng admired him, saying that he was good for not telling how badly the boss had beaten him up. Xiaohu replied that his policy was very simple. The underpowered must bow down. Tang Meng immediately asked him if he was really going to follow the boss in the future, and wasn't he afraid of the Green Dragon's side together? To which the big guy replied that the Green Dragon was not Lin Yun's equal. The protagonist was eating, and happily listening to everyone praising him and marveling at his strength and charisma. Suddenly, he froze because he heard thunder. He couldn't understand what was going on, because according to the weather forecast, today was supposed to be sunny, and there was no hint of rain or thunder. Lin Yun and Tang Meng went to the balcony of the restaurant to see what was going on. When the latter saw that the day had suddenly darkened and strange lightning bolts began to appear, he decided that the world had come to an end. The protagonist realized that things were bad, so he ordered Shan Shan and Zhang Lin to go to the disciples in the other rooms and tell them not to panic. He also added that they could eat and order whatever they wanted. The main thing was that they should not leave the restaurant. Then he turned to his sister and Tei Xiaohu, telling them that they would go outside with him to look around. He also turned to Tang Ming and asked him what was the tallest mountain in Qingshui. Tak Meng replied that it was Mount Lunpan, and at its highest point, there was a tiger cliff facing Qingshui Lake. The protagonist, you have already said that he will take the three with him to the tiger cliff, ordering Tang Meng to go to the place where you can see the entire Qingshui Lake, and the higher the better. Going out, Lin Yang ordered Tei Xiaohu to go to the mountain and climb to its top, and after climbing up to find him there. After that, the boy took his sister and the girl by the waist and asked them to get ready, saying that it might be a little shaky so they should hold on to him tightly. After counting to 3, the protagonist sat down a little and pushed off the ground with all his might, thus flying up into the sky. Once in the air, the girls were not scared, but on the contrary, each of them thought that it would be better if they were alone with Lin Yun. The protagonist at this moment was only thinking that he should hurry up, because he realized that this was a great opportunity for cultivation that was granted by the heavens, and he was able to do so, for in just a few seconds, they were at their destination. Once on the highest mountain, the protagonist and the girls saw that a natural spectacle called the Dragon Vortex was approaching them. The so-called Dragon Vortex is a periodic vortex that appears periodically over warm water, the upper end of which is associated with gas clouds, while the lower end extends straight towards the water, being a rapidly rotating vortex filled with water vapor. But this vortex was so big that there was definitely no shortage of dragon here. The girls were shocked, for they had just clearly seen the outline of a dragon. Suddenly, a very strong wind blew on them, which began to blow their sun and did not let them stay in one place. But the protagonist realized that this was not quite an ordinary dragon hurricane, so he took out his magic brush. He decided to absorb all the spiritual energy of this dragon hurricane, but in order to survive, he decided to use the brush. The guy realized that such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. The opportunity to use the dragon's spiritual energy to repurify his tendons and marrow, after which he would completely transform his body. The dragon tornado possessed a very large amount of spiritual power that was impossible for one person to absorb. Fortunately, the protagonist had a brush that could drain all the dragon energy out of his body by absorbing it. Otherwise, if such a huge amount of spiritual energy simultaneously rushed into his body, he would definitely explode and die. Looking at his sister, the kid realized that the innate spiritual body was really strong, as it absorbed a bunch of dragon energy without any discomfort. Cultivation with this type of physique was progressing at a breakneck pace, but because of its speed, it is not completely safe. Lin Yun promised himself that once his cultivation became strong enough to protect his sister from all threats, he would immediately teach her the cultivation method. The tired Ninger was holding onto the tree with all her might and was glad that the storm had finally stopped, as she had already thought that she was about to be blown away by the wind. Ling Yu and Nenner were shocked to see that the protagonist's face had changed after the storm. His sister said that he had lost so much weight that it was as if he had become a completely different person. Hearing this, the protagonist realized that the dragon's spiritual energy was able to completely transform his body and burn all the fat in an instant. Looking at the surprised faces of the girls, he realized that he couldn't tell them that it was all thanks to the dragon's magic storm, and decided that he had to come up with another explanation for it. He started scratching the back of his head in order to come up with a simpler explanation for the girls so that they would surely believe him. Ninger realized that he wanted to justify himself and immediately hugged him and said that she didn't care how it happened. The most important thing was that her boyfriend was so handsome now. Lin Yu saw Nienner wanting to kiss her brother and immediately started yelling at him not to do it. The protagonist was in a panic because he didn't know how to refuse his girlfriend and keep his sister's trust. Suddenly, Tei Xiaohu appeared on top of the mountain at the most crucial and incomprehensible moment. The protagonist Lightning quickly escaped from Ninger's clutches and ran up to the bulky man, hitting him in the abs, and told him that he was good and from now on he should always walk beside him. Lin Yun thought that he hit the giant easily, but Tei Xiaohu didn't think so. He even hesitated that it was his boss. In order to smooth things over, the protagonist immediately asked him to ignore it, saying that if he was even one more time late, it would be even worse, then asked him to look up at the sky. Looking up at the sky, Tae Xiaohong saw an incredibly powerful and terrifying tornado that he had never seen before in his life. Looking at the tornado, Tae Xiaohong noticed that water was being sucked into what he thought was the sky, and assumed that there were gods in the sky. Ninghe, standing next to Tae Xiaohong, said that he must have been taught nothing at school and told him that tornadoes are natural phenomena that roll up water and lift it up. The bully immediately asked her, where does the rising water go and why doesn't it fall back down? Unfortunately, she didn't have an answer to that question. No sooner had they enjoyed the beauty and terrifying power of the dragon whirlwind than suddenly, in the blink of an eye, it dissipated in the form of water vapor. Looking at this miracle, the protagonist said that there were still many things in this world that science would not be able to explain. Lin Yun said that there are mysterious powers that people can't see or touch, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Ling Yu immediately asked him if it meant that he had changed so much because he had come into contact with these mysterious powers. The protagonist was glad that his little sister was so clever and understood everything at once, so he said that she was almost right in her guesses. Standing on the mountain cliff, Lin Yun said that the reason why he had brought them to the Dragon Vortex today was to make them realize this truth. The sister wanted to hug her brother, but Ninger beat her to it. She then said that Lin Yun was so strong, from now on, wherever he goes, she will follow him. The protagonist pushed Ninger away from him, saying that he had someone to save, so she should go back to school with his sister. He wanted not only to save someone, but also to pay for his kindness because, after all, without this brush, he would probably die. After that, the protagonist hugged Tae Xiaohu and offered him a race to the foot of the mountain. No sooner had the big man agreed to the race than the kid was already gone. It was not fair to start so suddenly. In just a few minutes, the protagonist and Tae Xiaohu were already at the foot of the mountain. The boy was glad that the bulky man was not a step behind him. Even though Lin Yun had intentionally slowed down his speed, it was still more than 10 times faster than normal people. Tae Xiaohu told the boss that if he had any more tests, he could start right now and not worry about his injuries. Lin Yun took the bulky man by the shoulder and asked, what other injuries was he talking about? Xiaohu immediately stood up to show his boss his injuries and abrasions, but he didn't find either of them. He couldn't understand how it was that he didn't have a single abrasion or injury, because when he had climbed the mountain earlier, he had fallen a lot of times and had gotten bruises all over his body. But now everything was healed. Tae Xiaohu remembered that he could even feel the strength filling his body, and realized that it was no wonder the boss had told him to climb the mountain. After all, he had done so to train him. After realizing all this, the bulky man immediately hugged his boss and thanked him for the valuable training. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the doctors had already informed Liu Li of her husband's critical condition, saying that the patient would not last long. The woman tearfully begged the doctors not to give up on her husband and to save him. Unfortunately, the doctors couldn't do anything else, so they apologized to Liu Li and said that they tried really hard. At this very moment, the main character appeared in the ward and said that he was willing to try to save Liu Li's husband if the doctors were already powerless. Lin Yun immediately took the dying man's hand and just a few seconds later said that there would be no problem, because he could still be saved. Liu Li cried again, but they were already tears of joy because she got another chance to save her favorite person. The protagonist asked the staff together with the woman to leave the ward, asking them to wait in the corridor. The nurse was shocked when she saw that Lin Yun took out a golden needle. She immediately ran up to the kid and asked what he was going to do to the patient, to which Lin Yun replied that he was obviously going to cure him and save his life. Liu Li approached the nurse and said that the protagonist is a very good doctor of Chinese medicine, and he can indeed cure her husband. The thug also confirmed that there is no person that the boss couldn't save. But the nurse still decided to discourage Ms. Liu Li, saying that she understands how a woman feels. But there are no miracles in this world, and one should not rely on obvious deception, the nurse added. Hearing the nurse call Lin Yun a fraud, he suggested that she stay in the room and see for herself that he was not a charlatan, after which he ordered his assistant to escort Aunt Liu Li into the corridor and wait for him outside. He immediately seated the nurse Yao Zhou in a chair and asked her not to interfere with him, but only to watch from the sidelines. The protagonist also told her that in case she didn't like something and we could always call the police. He also added that Li Lu's aunt trusts him because he had previously cured her of her illness. Now it was her husband's turn as well. Lin Yun got to work, and after only 20 minutes, the man stood up and opened his eyes, clearly showing that he didn't understand what had happened. The nurse Yao Zhou was speechless because she remembered that the doctor had reported that Li Yunxiang was in a critical condition. Liu Li and her husband thanked Lin Yun for saving him and promised to repay him soon. Upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately said that he didn't need money, as he had already earned a lot of money in the past 2 days. The man and woman were amazed at the boy's income, so they asked what they could give him if he earned so much. Lin Yun didn't answer anything, but simply transferred $30,000 to Liu Li's account, saying that she should buy her husband recovery tonics and keep the rest for herself. Everyone in the room was shocked because no one expected such an act from the boy. But the protagonist said that the money for him means nothing. After all, he realized that compared to the cost, that brush, this amount was just nothing. But Liu Li did not want to remain indebted to the protagonist also in terms of money. So she thanked him for saving her husband and said that they could accept the money. The protagonist snatched the phone from her hands and said that although her husband had departed from his illness, she herself could see that he was still emaciated and weak. Although his appearance was not as bad as before, in fact he was suffering from the effects of his illness. So she is obliged to provide him with a VIP comprehensive dinner of tens of thousands of dollars right now. And if she wants to do it later, even the best nutritionists won't be able to help him further. Hearing this, the man still said that they couldn't afford to accept such a huge help from the kid. But the protagonist did not want to listen to them and just turned around and left, saying that they will definitely meet sometime again. Liu Li hugged her husband with tears in her eyes and said that Lin Yun's kindness to their family is something that cannot be repaid for a lifetime. No sooner had the protagonist left the walls of the hospital than suddenly Nurse Yao ran out after him. She pinned the kid against the wall and told him that her shift was about to end and asked if he wanted to hang out with her. Lin Yun was amazed at this girl's boldness and quick decisions. He couldn't understand how she decided to call him out when just a few minutes ago, she was looking at him with displeasure and distrust. Yo realized that the guy is very handsome, good at medicine, kind-hearted, and able to earn a lot of money, so she decided that he should be pursued. The main character told Yao that he would love to go for a walk with her, but he has something else to do today and he really doesn't have time for a walk. But the girl didn't want to give up just like that, so she asked him for his cell phone number so that she could invite him later. After receiving Lin Yun's cell phone number, the girl was over the moon. After leaving the hospital, the protagonist and Tae Xiaohu grabbed a cup of coffee and sat down on a bench. Lin Yun asked him if it was true that Guo Junfa had paid him to give him and the Green Dragon Gang a good beating. Tae Xiaohu replied that it was so, adding that it was also Guo Junfa who had given them a deposit of $10,000 and was to pay them the same amount after the job was done. The boy, hearing that there was a reward of $20,000 for his head, immediately told the bully to go right now and get the second part of the payment. But Tae Xiaohu objected to him. He said that he was beaten up and that he should go and return the deposit to Guo Junfa for not fulfilling the assignment. Hearing this, the protagonist realized that his assistant was a bit stupid, so he decided to fully chew him up on what he should do when the time came. Hearing the plan that his boss told him, Tae Xiaohu said that if they did that, they would be breaking all the laws. But Lin Yun reassured him, saying that he should only follow his rules and forget about the laws. As long as he followed him, he would be fine. The rule of the protagonist was simple. It was to never put himself at a disadvantage and always try to lure out as much as possible. Meanwhile, Tu Gang was telling Guo Junfa how easily Lin Yun had dispatched Tae Xiaohu by sending him flying over 7 meters high. He said that in the end, Lin Yun threw Tae Xiaohu into a basketball hoop. He also extorted tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars from the Green Dragon people. No sooner had Guo Junfa started to express his dissatisfaction with the thug and the Green Dragon Gang in general, then suddenly Tae Xiaohu knocked on the door of his hospital room and asked to come in. Guo Junfa saw the thug and said that he didn't have to come to return the deposit. He could just keep it as compensation for the physical and mental damage. Tae Xiaohu came closer to the kid and said that he had come for the rest of the reward. After all, he had managed to deal with Lin Yun. Guo Junfa became furious upon hearing such a thing. He didn't understand how the big guy still had the nerve to come and ask for money when everyone in the school had seen how Lin Yun had finished him off. Tae Xiaohu said that he only lost to him the first time to expose his weaknesses. After that, he followed him, attacked him before he was ready, and made him beg for mercy on his knees after only 3 punches. Guo Junfa couldn't believe the nonsense the bulky man had told him. He realized that the bulky man was just making up a tale for his ears. Tae Xiaohu grabbed the former boss by the scruff of his neck and told him that if he didn't believe it, then he would take him to Lin Yun, and he could see for himself if that schoolboy could even get up a little bit after the beating he had given him. Guo Junfa was so much afraid of the protagonist that he didn't dare to go with the bully to authenticate his information and agreed to pay him the $10,000 promised and another $10,000 on top for moral compensation. The next morning, Lin Yun was walking to school. This morning it was not really raining hard. If not for the promises to his sister, there was no way he would have gone to school on such a day. Suddenly approaching the crosswalk, he noticed Zhuang Meifeng standing without an umbrella in the pouring rain. The girl didn't understand why it had chosen such a bad day to find Lin Yun. The protagonist approached the girl, sheltering her from the rain with his umbrella, and asked her what she wanted from him. Zhuang Meifeng immediately started yelling at the boy, telling him to get away from her, because Lin Yong is still a fat guy and not so handsome at all. The guy thanked her for such unusual compliments and said that if she didn't believe him, she could actually call his phone and see for herself. Zhuang Meifeng cried the same second, saying that she didn't have a phone. They had taken all her things and she had almost nothing left, she said. Lin Yun realized that things were bad and invited the girl to his house. Upon arriving, he immediately gave her his identity card to finally prove that he was himself. After the protagonist confirmed his identity, he offered the girl to undress because her clothes were wet. And in order not to get sick, she had to dry them. The girl was shocked at such an offer and said that she had nothing to wear in return. Well, the guy was not confused and said that she could lie under the blanket. The girl did not think for a long time and agreed to dry her clothes. Taking them off, she immediately covered herself with a blanket. After that, the main character immediately asked the girl what she was looking for him for. The girl replied that because he had beaten up Sun Xing, his family was now looking for Lin Yun to avenge him. The boy with a calm face replied that there are many people who want to take revenge on them, and they are hardly any different from each other. He is beyond them. The girl immediately jumped up from the bed and began to shout that he did not understand anything. After all, the Sun family had sent trained fighters after him, and he wouldn't be able to handle them. After hearing about the trained fighters, the boy said that he was just short of normal opponents, but he was afraid that they wouldn't reach him. Zhuang Meifeng told the protagonist that he doesn't understand, because this case is not so simple. The Sun family is so powerful that one random word could ruin his whole life. The guy immediately asked the girl why she doesn't want to marry Sun Xing if she knows that his family is so powerful. Zhuang Meifeng tearfully replied that because Sun Xing is a pervert with nothing but debauchery in his head, she would not marry him even in the face of death. The girl said that's why she ran away from home. If they find her, they will immediately take her to the Sun family. After some thought, the protagonist offered the girl to stay with him until everything calms down, but on the condition that she would have to clean, wash dishes, and take care of his flowers while he was away. The girl said that she wouldn't be a cleaner for him, because she had graduated from the Capital University of Finance and Economics, and she already had certificates as an accountant and financial consultant. She told Lin Yun that if he gave her a computer and some capital, she could double it in just a few hours. The protagonist immediately handed her a check and asked if she could make a few million from it. Zhuang Meifeng was shocked when she saw that an ordinary high school student had a check for $1 million. After thinking for a bit, the girl said that she could very well double that amount within 1 month. Hearing this, the boy immediately asked her if he could buy 2 big villas with the best view with the $2 million earned. This time, the beauty had to disappoint him, saying that the best villas in Qingshui City cost from $20 million. To earn 2 of them in 1 month, 1 million capital would not be enough. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately said goodbye to the girl, saying that he went to earn money then. Meanwhile, some strange people in military uniforms came to his house. Having scouted the situation and assessed the terrain, the pseudo-military hid in the cars. No sooner had the protagonist stepped outside, as he was immediately followed. The girl from the organization, condemned by the sky, named Xuan Qi, understood that if they follow him in a car, he will definitely notice them, so ordered Xuan Zhou to follow the schoolboy on foot. The special agents began what they thought was a covert surveillance of the schoolboy. But the protagonist easily spotted them and decided that this was a great opportunity to make money. He decided to confuse the enemy and began to move away from them very quickly to the southwest. After a few minutes, one of the agents noticed Lin Yun entering Lupin Park and reported it to the management. Xuanqi realized that this was a good opportunity to eliminate the protagonist today. She immediately sent 2 snipers to ambush the hill against Mount Lunpan, and 2 more snipers were ordered to set up on the mountain path to back up the first to eliminate other risks. The boss ordered Xuanzhou to keep following the boy. The driver turned to Sister Qi and asked why they mobilized so much force for just a high school student. Xuanqi replied that this high school student had single-handedly defeated over 30 people from the Green Dragon Gang. His strength is at least at the yellow level. For this kid, the client had originally offered $8 million for this kid, but now the price had risen to 50. The driver was shocked when he heard that some schoolboy's life was worth $50 million. Zwenki saw the face of her subordinate, who had lost the power of speech, said that this is why they should kill the boy no matter what. A moment later, the girl joined her spy, who reported to her that Lin Yun had climbed Mount Lunpan. Zwenki also reported that the boy remained in sight, moving quickly but slowing down at times, as if he was afraid the spy would move away from him. Xuanqi didn't understand how he could act so arrogant before his own death. She didn't know what hidden sect he was trained in, but she thought he was extremely stupid and clearly ignorant of how high the sky was and how vast the earth was. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood at the very top of the mountain and considered his opponents, realizing that he was being followed by some hidden sect. Seeing sniper rifles sticking out of the bushes, the protagonist thought that he really needed to be careful with them. Seeing the mercenaries from the heaven-condemned sect behind his back, Lin Yun told them that he didn't understand how they wanted to catch him if they were so slow. The agents didn't reply anything, but with just a single glance at each other, they knew with half a word what tactics they would use now. In order to divert the protagonist's attention from the real threat, Xuanzhou threw a boulder lying on the ground at him with all his might. At that very second, Xuanqi rushed towards the boy with a dagger in her hand. Lin Yun didn't expect such a fast attack, but he still managed to dodge the rock that flew straight at his head. Meanwhile, the girl with the dagger in her hand was already behind the boy's back and was about to pierce him. But she was unlucky, as the protagonist was able to dodge her blow in an incomprehensible way. While Lin Yun was looking at Xuanqi, a man with a knife appeared behind him. The protagonist, of course, noticed the threat approaching from far away. But this time, he didn't dodge and let Xuanqi stab him. The man was shocked because even though his knife was very sharp, it couldn't even pierce the guy's body by 1 millimeter. Lin Yun immediately turned around and grabbed Xuanzhou's knife blade with his hand, saying that sneaking up from behind was very cowardly and mean. Meanwhile, behind his back, Xuanqi was already approaching him in flight, wanting to strike another blow at the boy. This time, the protagonist did not want to spare them, so he took the man by the scruff of his neck and threw him at his partner. After that, Lin Yun pointed the knife at them and said that they had fought enough and now it was his turn. The protagonist swung around and threw the knife at the rock. Xuanqi, realizing the danger and strength of the boy, decided to scatter. Unfortunately, the girl was not able to dodge the shards of rock that shattered into small pieces after the knife hit her. Looking around, she couldn't understand where Lin Yun had disappeared to, as he had just stood in front of her and disappeared in a flash. But the girl did not have time to think back as suddenly the main character appeared out of nowhere and stabbed her in the back. This blow was very sudden and strong, because of which Xuanqi fell to his knees in front of the boy. After a bit of breathing, the girl stood up again and attacked, saying that she would fight to the end. The protagonist did not feel sorry for Xuanqi because she was a woman, and gave her an incredibly strong punch in the body. The girl was shocked, because she could not even think that she could miss such a strong blow from a boy. Xuanzhou saw the strength and power of the protagonist, realized that he was too strong, and he could not cope with him, so he decided to run away from the battlefield. But Lin Yun quickly caught up with him and grabbed him by the throat and lifted us up. After that, he stabbed him in the eye with his own knife, which he tried to stab the back of the protagonist. When Xuanqi saw how easily the boy killed her partner, she immediately realized that Lin Yun's strength clearly exceeded the yellow level. The protagonist walked with Xuanqi's body to the cliff and said loudly for all the mercenaries to hear him, that if they decided to take the path of killing, they should be prepared to be killed themselves. After which, he threw Xuanzhou's body down the mountain to the very bottom. After that, he approached Xuanqi and asked her that she wanted to die or choose life. The girl didn't choose but simply said that if he was going to kill her, he should just do it without idle chatter. The protagonist realized that she wasn't afraid of death and decided that, in that case, a little rule change was in order. Taking out a knife in front of her, he said that, for example, he could use it to cut and mutilate her face. After that, in order for her to believe him, he made one small incision on her cheek. Xuanqi didn't want her face to be mutilated, so she immediately shouted for him to stop. Lin Yun said that if she wanted to keep her pretty face, she had to answer all his questions honestly. The first thing he asked was what her real name was and who sent her here. The girl replied that her name was Xiao Mei Mei, and she was sent here by the Heavens Condemned. Hearing about the Heaven Condemned, the protagonist was shocked and couldn't understand what it was or who it was. The girl replied that it is one of the 3 largest international killer organizations. There are 4 levels of heavenly and earthly, black and yellow, and she and her partner were black-level killers. Xiaomei said that no one knows where the headquarters of the heavenly convicts are located, but there are branches all over the world. Each branch office is run by 3 to 9 heaven-level assassins who also take up the assassination task. After listening to the girl, the protagonist asked her who she thought was better than him or the sky-level assassins. Xiao Mei, hearing such a question from the schoolboy, immediately laughed. But the protagonist didn't care about laughing, so he grabbed the girl by the neck and asked her what she was laughing about. She answered him that his strength must be at the peak of the black level, which was not worth mentioning in front of an assassin and a heavenly level. Lin Yun squeezed the girl's neck even harder and asked, "What realm are those at the peak of the black level in?" Xiao Mei barely breathed and whispered that they were at the 4th layer after the celestial realm. The protagonist realized that his 3rd layer of body tempering corresponded to the 4th layer after the heaven realm in this world. He learned a lot of useful things and decided to ask the girl one last question. How much money does she have? Xiao Mei thought that he would ask about the customer, so she immediately replied that she didn't know who ordered it. As soon as she heard about the money, she immediately cheered up and said that she had $17 million. Hearing that the girl has such a huge amount of money, the protagonist offered her 2 options for the development of events. The first option implied that he would mutilate the girl and throw her off the mountain to her fate. The second option was that he would let her live, but in return she must unwaveringly follow him. Her money, her life, and everything she has would belong to him from now on. Lin Yun could have easily killed Xiao Mei, but in order to learn more secrets of this world, he decided that he would rather let her live. The girl, without thinking for a long time, decided to choose the second option and keep herself alive. The protagonist was unspeakably happy about it and said that he would heal her wounds first, and then they would go deal with the steel ones. Xiao Mei said that he wouldn't even need to try since she had already figured out how to deal with the others. After a while, the group of mercenaries gathered at the cliff at the top of the mountain and didn't understand why Xiaoqi suddenly asked them to gather here. Suddenly, the mercenaries found the girl, but they didn't understand why she was alone and where Xuanqi had gone, much less what was the situation with that little brat. Before they could ask all these questions, the main character suddenly appeared and defeated all the mercenaries. After that, he thanked Xiao Mei, saying that thanks to her good plan, he had saved a lot of time. Hearing that the girl had betrayed them, the mercenaries immediately began to insult her and said that the organization would definitely not let her go alive. But she knew without them that failure of the mission would result in death after returning to the organization, which was why she was just looking for a way to survive. Lin Yun took the gun in his hands, examined it, and asked the new member of his team how to properly use this weapon. The girl replied that in order to use this weapon, first it must be taken off the safety, and then when he pulled the trigger, the bullet would fly out. The protagonist took the gun off the safety and put it to the head of one of the mercenaries, then asked how courageous they thought they were and if they were afraid of death. The mercenary immediately began to bow at the kid's feet and said that he was ready to do anything to preserve his life. After assessing the enormity of the operation to eliminate the protagonist, he asked the mercenaries, how much was his life valued at? Xiao Mei replied that they were to receive $50 million for the task of eliminating him. Hearing about such a huge sum, not only the protagonist was shocked, but also the mercenaries had never seen such a huge sum of money in their lives. Realizing that the protagonist is not joking and ready to kill them, mercenaries immediately began to say that they are ready to give all their savings in the amount of 8, in some 3, in some 4, and $2.5 million to save their lives. Without thinking for a long time, Lin Yun agreed to accept the money from them, saying that he understood that they were just doing their job, and so he was willing to forgive them. Xiao Mei informed her new boss after a while that her former fellow assassins had transferred all their money to her offshore account. Almost $50 million came out. Lin Yun told the mercenaries that he had lifted half of the restrictions from them, and in 10 minutes, they would be able to move freely. After which, he warned them not to rejoice before their time because they would have to find him in Qingshui City in 3 months. Otherwise, they would die. The kid understood that this way they wouldn't dare to bother his mom and little sister. And after 3 months, he would already reach the Qi tempering realm, and then he would hardly be threatened by anything. The protagonist took Xiao Mei in his arms and said that she is now his money pot, who is also injured on top of that, so he can't let her go. That is why he will carry her to his own house in his arms so that she can rest and recover. Zhuang Mei, meanwhile, was at the protagonist's house, sipping wine and thinking that she liked him since he saved her and let her live in her own house. Suddenly, the girl heard a knock on the door and Lin Yun's voice asking her to open the door. She immediately ran happily to meet him. When Zhuang Mei opened the door, she was shocked to see the protagonist holding a girl she didn't know. The guy, without any explanation, simply entered his own house and put his new partner on the couch, saying that she should rest. The girl thanked the master in return. Zhuangmei was furious and immediately asked Lin Yun who the woman he brought home was. Lin Yun came closer to the girl and whispered in her ear, saying that this woman was a murderer and she wanted to kill him today. Hearing this, the girl immediately asked him, why did he bring a murderer to his house? The protagonist, with a smile on his face, replied that since she now belonged to him, so he decided to leave her to protect Zhuangmei while he was away. Hearing this, Zhuangmei was furious, as she thought this was not a normal behavior on the part of the boy. She immediately grabbed the protagonist and took him against his will to the bedroom and threw him on the bed. After that, with a ferocious passion, pounced on him and started kissing him. The girl decided to take off her clothes in order to sleep with the protagonist and let him realize that he belongs only to her. But the guy wiggled as he could, not letting her undress and not letting her undress herself, saying that the time has not yet come and he can only kiss. But to enter physical intimacy in any other way is impossible. It was all because he didn't have enough cultivation to destroy pure yang bodies right at this moment. Suddenly, Lin Yun's phone rang, and looking at his face, it was clear that something serious had happened. Zhuangmei did not have time to blink an eye, as the protagonist once again ran away, leaving her home alone. The girl went to bed, thinking that there was nothing wrong with it, as long as he did not bring other women home. Half an hour ago at the Lido Hotel in one of the nightclubs, Meng Linghan was in the club having a drink with two very unpleasant men who were clearly trying to get her drunk, saying that she was a nugget who would become a big star in the future. Luckily, the girl knew how to stay sober no matter how much she drank. She wanted to uncover the secret of Qing Yun's movie television company that lured and tortured many girls under the pretext of nurturing stars. Meng Linghan wanted to obtain proof of their crimes exactly today, risking her own life. Suddenly, one of the men approached her with a new glass of champagne and said that after she drank it, they would immediately go to the audition. She couldn't believe that she would still be able to get behind the scenes and find out all the dirty deeds of this company. After the man said that they were looking for such an amazing beauty, the girl realized that they finally took her bait and decided to empty her glass. After drinking another glass of champagne, Meng Linghan couldn't understand why she suddenly felt dizzy and blurry in her eyes. She immediately apologized to her companions and said that she urgently needed to go to the bathroom. But one of the men picked her up under her arms and said that there was no need to worry about it, as the listening room had everything she needed. At that moment, Meng Linghan realized that something had been slipped into the champagne glass she had last drunk. The men dragged her into hotel room 1688 and threw her on the floor. They didn't expect this woman to be really hard to get drunk, but luckily they were prepared for it. After that, they decided to report Mr. Ugu that everything was ready and the girl was waiting for him in room 1688. After regaining consciousness, the girl heard the hotel room numbers the men were talking about. Meng Linghan realized that no one but the June line could help her. In this situation, it was already too late, so she called him, and after giving him all the information, asked him to come quickly. It was because of this phone call that the protagonist left his house late at night. After arriving at the Lido Hotel, Lin Yun immediately asked the guy at the front desk how he could get into room 1688. The kid asked the protagonist why he wanted to get into this room. Lin Yun grabbed the kid by the throat and lifted him above him and told him not to ask stupid questions and just guide him to this room. Under the threat of mortal danger, the kid still led the protagonist straight to room 1688. When he saw the schoolboy, the ambo standing in front of the door immediately said that he had no place here, and if he did not want trouble, he should get out of the hotel. My protagonist didn't think so, so with just one punch, he managed to take down the ambo who was blocking his way into the room. Lin Yun did not knock and ask to be opened. He did not have time for that. So he simply kicked the door with his foot and entered to save Meng Linghan. Entering the hotel room, the protagonist saw Meng Linghan lying unconscious on the bed, who had called him just half an hour ago and asked him to save her. Seeing Mr. Guo standing beside her bed, the protagonist immediately realized that he was up to no good, so he immediately gave him a powerful blow to his chest. After that, he gave him another powerful punch right in the face, in order to immobilize him for sure. After that, the protagonist immediately walked over to the girl and she hugged him. He told her that he would give her acupuncture to help suppress the effects of the drug and asked her not to move. Suddenly, the very men who drugged the girl returned to the hotel room and asked Mr. Go what was going on and what was the schoolboy doing in the room. Realizing that things were bad, the men told Director Guozhang that they would straighten things out right away. Hearing that these men are all accomplices and were trying to hurt Meng Linghan, the guy went into a fiery rage. Lin Yun told them that if I was a challenge for them to control their lower body, then he would gladly teach them a lesson. The men were shocked to hear such a thing from some schoolboy they had never seen before. Throwing Meng Linghan on his shoulder and taking the briefcase with the money he had snatched from the hooligans, Ling Yun said that he would count this money as today's interest until he finished the rescue. Then he warned the beaten men that he would come back for the main compensation after a while. Meanwhile, in his apartment, two girls sat on the sofa and looked at each other silently. Zhuang Mei couldn't sit there for so long and asked Xiao Mei if she had any plans for Lin Yun. Without thinking for a long time, the girl replied that she had no plans for the protagonist since he was her master. Unexpectedly, the protagonist entered the apartment, holding another girl on his own shoulder. He immediately put Meng Linghan on his own bed, giving her the best and softest bed in his apartment. Seeing how bad and painful the new girl was, that she couldn't even lie quietly in the bed, Xiao Mei immediately realized that she was under the influence of a strong drug, and if left like this, she would die. Realizing that the protagonist brought the girl home to save her, his girlfriend Zhuang Mei said that she and Xiao Mei would not bother him and would go for a walk. The protagonist asked them not to go, but rather to help him by saying that he was going to perform acupuncture on the main channels. Meanwhile, the girl was getting worse and worse by the minute. She was already starting to throw fever. The drug was stronger than the protagonist thought, so he asked Xiao Mei to hold the girl from behind and prevent her from moving so that he could help her. After only 1 hour, Meng Linghan was sleeping peacefully in Lin Yun's crib. Zhuang Mei was in awe of the protagonist, as in the face of such a stunning figure in sight, he didn't even try to do anything. She realized that he really wasn't like the other dorks who had surrounded her all her life. She also realized that Lin Yun was the perfect match for her, just the kind of man she was looking for. After some thought, she decided to tell the protagonist that she liked him very much. Lin Yun almost choked on his coffee when he heard this, so he decided to ask her what she meant when she said this. Zhuang Mei attacked the protagonist and told him that she liked him a lot, so she wanted him to be her husband. Lin Yun was shocked to hear this. It was the first time he had been told this since he had appeared in this world. The protagonist couldn't understand why she had previously kept her distance from him, but now she was wrapped around him? Hearing this, the girl immediately hit him with a pillow, saying that she didn't know him before. And now that she knows him, she should take the initiative to not miss out on such a man. Zhuang Mei calmed down a bit and told Lin Yun that she was very serious about him, and that she didn't even think of sending her away. The protagonist said that he had no intention of chasing her away. When she heard this, she immediately threw herself into his arms, saying that he was the best man in her life. Xiao Mei appeared in the room and interrupted their idyll, telling his master that the woman in the bedroom was awake and wanted to talk to him alone. Ling Yun happily jumped out of Zhuang Mei's clutches and rushed to the bedroom for a private conversation with the rescued girl. When Meng Linghan woke up, she realized that she was ashamed in front of the main character, because he had seen her in a very inappropriate way, and she didn't remember half of what had happened to her. As soon as she saw Lin Yun, she immediately asked him if it was possible that he despised her and didn't like her. The protagonist answered her that he just hoped that in the future she would become smarter and stop going to such dirty places wearing such clothes. Meng Linghan was shocked by the schoolboy's reproach and said that she was a policewoman and she went there to find evidence of their crimes. Hearing such an excuse from the girl, Lin Yun asked her, was she worthy of being a police officer? And how could she protect anyone if she couldn't even protect herself? He told the girl that if he didn't know how to use the 9 kinds of needle technique, he would have to use a more intimate method to save her. The protagonist pointed his finger at the girl and said that she would then lose the innocence she had so desperately guarded. Meng Linghan, upon hearing this, immediately got out of bed and told Lin Yun that if it was him, she wouldn't mind. In fact, as soon as she realized that she had been drugged, she knew that nothing could be fixed. The moment she called Lin Yun, there was only one thought swirling in her mind. If there was going to be sex with a man tonight, she hoped that this man would be the protagonist. After the story, the girl immediately threw herself at the guy and said that she actually liked him a lot. In order to avoid unnecessary conversations, the protagonist covered the girl with a blanket and offered her to sleep, saying that in the morning they would talk about everything. After another training session, which took the whole night, Lin Yun returned home in the morning. Looking at the table, standing in the hall, the protagonist noticed a letter that was dedicated to him. It was a letter that Lin Mangghan had written for him. She wrote that she was going to leave Shui and leave all the police matters to the protagonist and take care of other things herself, for he was right. She was too naive. She also asked him not to forget her until she came back. Lin Yun couldn't forget her because she was the first girl he met after arriving on this planet. Suddenly, The protagonist's calmness was almost disturbed by Tang Meng, who came to visit him along with an ambulance. But he was stopped by Xiao Meimei and prevented from entering the apartment. Seeing her, the Amble immediately warned Tang Meng that the girl standing in front of him was very strong. Suddenly, another girl appeared in front of the guys, who immediately decided to introduce herself and said that her name was Zhuang Meifeng. Hearing the girl's name, Tang Meng almost went crazy because he assumed that Zhuang Meifeng was Zhuang Meina's sister. Zhuang Meina was the #1 beauty in the city, known as the Qingshui flower. Seeing that the boys were afraid of the girls, the main character asked them to hurry up and come in so they could talk business. After they made themselves comfortable on the sofa, Lin Yun asked them if they knew where Qin Yun's movie and TV station was. Tae Xiaohu said that they once wanted to start taking money from the TV station for the roof, but they were yelled at by Brother Kun. He also warned the Green Dragon Gang that they should not even think about Qin Yun Film and Television Company. After hearing the story from Tae Miaohe, the protagonist realized that meant they already had a roof guarding them. Tang Meng also remembered that he had heard his father mention that the movie and TV company was based in the capital. Also, that they perform under the banner of nurturing stars, but they actually supply women to the capital's bigwigs. When Tae Xiaohu heard about sex slavery, he got angry and asked why the law enforcement agencies were not interested in this company. The protagonist answered him because the capital is behind them and everyone is afraid of them, but not him. After that, he asked the guys if they dare to go to the movie Qin Yun TV Company for their debt. The guys immediately shouted that where the boss goes, so do they, adding that this trash like the movie TV company shouldn't exist. As they drove up to the office of the movie TV company, Tae Sehu immediately adopted a menacing look for more confidence and to intimidate those around him. When Tang Meng asked him why he suddenly changed his face so much, the bully replied that they had come to collect debts. The first thing to do was to suppress the enemy with your aura. Upon arriving at the office of the headman of the film and television company, Tae Xiaohu immediately accused him of kidnapping his girlfriend and ruining her life, after which he shouted with a frothing at the mouth that he would make the company pay him for it today. Lin Yun and Tang Meng were shocked to hear how professional the big man was at extorting money. After a few seconds, Huang Feiyang, the general manager of the film and TV company, came out to the big guy and told the big guy that they were a normal and legal film company, then politely asked the guys to leave the building. But Tae Xiaohu didn't want to back down, so he asked the director, what kind of ordinary company made his girlfriend take such pictures? After which he added that an ordinary company doesn't make girls accompany all sorts of old men. Tae Xiaohu couldn't contain himself anymore, so he took the CEO by the scruff of his neck and asked why they were trying to keep him as an idiot. Realizing that jokes are not good, the director raised his hands up and asked the guys to calm down, because maybe it is really a misunderstanding, and then offered them to talk in his office and drink a cup of tea. The director put his arm around the secretary and asked her to make 4 cups of tea and then whispered quietly in her ear that she should call the police. When they heard about the police, the guys started smashing the office premises to show that they came with serious intentions. The director immediately began to bow at the feet of the guys, saying that he would check the contract right away, and if there was really something wrong, it must be the personal pranks of the subordinates. Hearing this, Tae Xiaohu asked the director not to mess with his head, because he said that he would sign a contract with his girlfriend if she behaved well. The bully took the petty director by the scruff of the neck and said that even after they sold his girl, they didn't get any official documents that the company promised them. The director realized that this was indeed a common practice of their companies, and everything this huge guy said about his girl was half true. He also knew that the incident at the Lido Hotel could not be covered up, and if this case was given a big publicity, the capital side would definitely shift all the blame on him. He realized that if that were to happen, then his life would be completely finished. Realizing all the risks, all the pros and cons weighing in, the principal asked the bulky man to calm down, asking him to tell him how they could solve this matter. Ta Xiaohu was glad that after a few dozen minutes, they were still able to come to the heart of the matter. The bully said that as long as the company was willing to compensate his girlfriend for moral damages, physical injury, loss of youth, tuition fees, extra tuition fees, and utility bills and so on, he would promise not to return to their office again. After listening to the demands, it became clear to the principal that the boys had come to him to blackmail him and get as much money out of him as possible. After some thought, the director said that he would have no problem asking his secretary to give them $30,000 to close the matter. But after he heard that the boys wanted $30 million, the director immediately fainted. Suddenly at the entrance to the office appeared a gang of thugs which just and roofed the movie and television company. Tang Ming and Lin Yun greeted them with smiles on their faces and said that they were already waiting for them. A gang of thugs entered the office to protect the director from a bully who was trying to extort a large sum of money from him. As soon as the whole gang entered the office, the protagonist, together with Tang Meng, immediately closed the door behind them so that they could not escape. The leader of the gang that runs the TV movie company came to Tae Xiaohu and told him that he was in big trouble for not revealing his childish eyes and not finding out who runs the company. Tae Xiaohu did not listen to him, but yawned and said that if they wanted to get there, they could start now. The leader of the gang that was running the company heard this and immediately ordered his men to teach the boy a lesson. The company's employees were shocked to see the fighters who seemed to be their roof were beaten by some red-haired schoolboy. Tae Xiaohu did not spare anyone. He beat his opponents in packs, hitting them harder and harder each time. The director of the movie and TV company saw his defenders, who were made of a human heap, was terrified and afraid of the kid. Meanwhile, the gang leader named Biao did not give up, but instead tried to defeat Tae Xiaohu using all possible means. The bully grabbed the leader of the hooligans by the scruff of the neck and was about to throw him out the window when he suddenly noticed the threat from behind. In order not to expose himself, he immediately jumped aside and put the back of their leader under the blow of one of the hooligans. Seeing this, everyone was shocked, because they realized how much pain was inflicted on the leader of the group, who was roofing the movie and TV company. After that, the bully threw his opponent into a pile of hooligans that he had already defeated before. Tae Xiaohu used not only powerful fist strikes, but also body blows to take down several hooligans at once. Lin Yun had not seen Tae Xiaohu, only a few days, and he had already become so much stronger the protagonist realized that he had indeed chosen the right person. Less than 10 minutes passed. Tae Xiaohu had dealt with all the thugs who wanted to physically hurt him. After he had dealt with everyone, he immediately turned to the principal, saying that he had asked him nicely before, but the principal had responded by sending people to beat him up. Tae Xiaohu said that if they didn't want to do it nicely, he would call the police right now and tell them everything they had done. The principal realized that if the kid called the police, he would be finished, so he offered the bully to settle the matter privately, saying that he was willing to pay him full compensation. The director immediately asked the secretary how much money the company had, to which she told him that they had a little over $30 million. Tae Xiaohu thought for a moment. $30 million was not a small amount of money, but after a moment's thought, he took the director by the scruff of the neck and asked him how much money he had in his personal account. The director realized that he was in a desperate situation, so he told the bully that he had $5 million, which he would be happy to transfer to him. Tae Xiaohu didn't want to wait long, so he said he wanted the principal to transfer the money to him right now. The principal immediately sat down at his desk and opened his laptop. Then within 1 minute, with just one keystroke, transferred all his savings to Lin Yun's account. After that, the principal asked the protagonist if they could forget about all of this since he had settled the account. Lin Yun replied that it was impossible. After that, he asked the principal to write a promissory note, saying that if he couldn't pay the remaining money within the agreed time, this Chin Yun film and TV company would become the property of the protagonist and his partners. Tang Meng added that he must write everything without mistakes and not forget the official seal. Lin Yun warned director Huang that if he found out in the future that the director was still doing such bad things, he would not be able to get away with a simple monetary compensation. Huang immediately realized that the boy was not joking. He even seemed scarier than Tae Xiaohu. Tae Xiaohu was glad that he was able to scare the movie and TV company so much, and Lin Yun was happy that he had finally raised the money to buy a villa. When Tang Meng heard about the villa, he tried to dissuade Lin Yun from buying such an expensive property. Tae Xiaohu, on the contrary, supported his boss, saying that it was just buying a house. But Tang Meng didn't think so, because he knew that this was an unusual cottage village and the boss might not have enough money in his pocket. Coming to the same cottage village in which the protagonist wanted to buy a villa, they were met by a girl, a realtor. Looking at the boys, she said that, unfortunately, to visit the villas require proof of property, and she cannot accept clients who do not meet these criteria. The protagonist immediately asked her what proof of assets meant. The girl replied that, for example, they must have at least $50 million in savings. Lin Yun wordlessly held out his bank card to confirm that he had enough cash to purchase one of the villas in the area. 10 minutes later, the girl realtor returned with her assistants and said that she was happy to give the young man a tour of all the available villas. Tang Meng was shocked because he had never been served like this before, even though he was not from a poor family. The realtor showed the guys the most luxurious villas that had everything. Walking almost all villas, the protagonist chose one of the best configuration of mansions in the area of Qingxi. the price of which was now $36 million. After purchasing their first villa, the protagonist said that they should now drive to their next destination called Shui Bay. To avoid any unnecessary questions, Lin Yun said that he wanted to purchase a second villa in that area, as he had about $80 million in his account. Hearing about this amount of money, the partners of the protagonist almost exploded brain because they did not think that the boss has such a huge, in their opinion, a sum of money. After purchasing the second villa, the protagonist and his friends drove to his mother's house in his yellow Maserati. Approaching his mother, the protagonist said that he had a surprise for her. He immediately pointed his hand to his yellow Maserati and said that he decided to give this car to her because she can drive and she needs a car more. His mother's friend was shocked when she heard about the Maserati. Because she had seen such a car in a TV show, she knew that this car cost several $1,000,000. His mother thanked her son with a calm face, saying that now it would be more comfortable for her if she wanted to go somewhere, and then asked him if it was a surprise. The protagonist said with a smile on his face that it wasn't everything, because he also bought villas at Shui Bay and Qingxi. He held out the keys to the spirit of the villas, his mother to choose which one she wanted to live in. Without thinking for a long time, his mother said she would take the key to the villa by Shui Bay because it was quiet and peaceful. Tae Xiaohu, watching from the sidelines, asked Tang Meng why the boss's mom was not surprised at all when she heard about the luxury car and villas. Tang Meng replied with a smile on his face that Auntie Lin's knowledge and vision was not comparable to that of ordinary people. After receiving the gifts, the mother asked her own son to come into the clinic for a moment to talk. She told her son that it didn't matter to her what he was doing outside. She wouldn't interfere in it. She then told him that if he was serious about making money, he still needed to have a steady source of income. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about anything, and he would always be in control. Lin Yun said to his mother with a smile on his face that he planned to open his own clinic in the center of the city. That way, as long as he had patients coming to him, he would be able to earn money steadily. His mother said that this was certainly good, but he should not forget about his studies and the clinic, and should be supervised by a professional nurse. About the nurse, the protagonist said, "You cannot worry because he already had one." After learning that the boss was going to open a clinic, Tang Meng immediately decided to warn him that it was not easy, even apart from the fact that he had saved many people's lives thanks to his medical skills. Tang Meng informed Lin Yun that in order to open a clinic, he would need to obtain a medical services permit, a certificate without which opening a clinic would be illegal. The protagonist, after some thought, decided that his grandfather, Ninger, could help him with this if he took the necessary measures. Hearing about Ninger's grandfather, Tang Meng said that this is a miracle, the #1 doctor in China to do such for him, like 2 fingers against the pavement. After thinking a bit, the protagonist suggested splitting up. He will go to the school for Ninger, and Tang Meng will go to the school for Nurse Yao Zhou. The protagonist also ordered Tae Xiaohu to return to practice and train hard, because that was the only way he could become even stronger. After 3 days, the protagonist and his companions went to look at the rented room, which Tang Meng said was the largest and most comfortable, and was perfect for the clinic. At the entrance of the premises, they were met by the owner named Wang. Tang Meng immediately asked him if it was possible to make the rent cheaper, because he had said this morning that he wanted $5,000 per square meter. Wang replied that such a cost is because it's a great place and the price is already very favorable. The protagonist asked the owner of the premises why he suddenly put such a first-class site for sale. Wang replied to the boy that he had already had enough and was very tired, so he wanted to return to his hometown. Lin Yun put his hand on the man's shoulder and asked if he was renting out the property and wanted to leave the city because he was infected by goo. The kid started listing the symptoms, saying that the owner Wang has stomachaches every night and can't sleep, vomits everything he eats and can't even drink water. The tenant was shocked and immediately asked the boy how he knew all this. Lin Yun replied that not only did he know, but he could also easily cure Wang of this disease. Hearing that the boy could cure him, Wang said that if he could save him, he would give him his entire fortune and this store as well. Lin Yun asked Mr. Wang to take his time and tell the story from beginning to end of how he got sick with this disease. Wang replied that his store had actually been in business for over a decade, and due to the good quality and style of the clothes, business had always been good. Last year, a new store opened on the other side of the road, also selling clothes. However, probably due to the inexperience of its owner, the business was not very successful and it was about to close. It was at that moment that Mr. Wang felt that something was wrong with his body. At first, it was just an upset stomach, but gradually it became so painful that he could no longer sleep. After that, he vomited everything he ate, and his body became weaker and weaker. Wang went to many hospitals for examination, but all the doctors said he was not sick. This continued until he met a Chinese medicine doctor who told him it was an evil spell. That's when the man remembered that the owner of this clothing store seemed to be from Hunan province. Wang had heard that goo infection technique was common in western Hunan. He immediately realized that he had been infected by a business rival. Hearing how meanly Wang had been treated by his competitors, Tei Xiaohu went into a rage. But Lin Yun and Tang Meng managed to hold him back. When the man guessed everything, he went to their store to talk to them. Hopefully they would leave him alone. But they kept insisting that they knew nothing. Wang realized that his health was getting worse and worse. He knew he wouldn't live long if he continued like this. So he wanted to sell the store and return to his hometown to die there. After listening to the tenant's story from beginning to end, the protagonist said he wouldn't let him die and offered him a seat beside him to help him deal with the parasite. Lin Yun took out his golden needles and asked Wang to close his eyes and relax so that he could safely perform the operation to save him. After just 10 minutes, Wang began to vomit violently, and in the process, he released his body from the parasites that wanted to kill him. Lin Yun immediately pierced the parasites with his golden needles. He then showed them to Wang, saying that they were the ones that were keeping him from living peacefully. The protagonist asked how the man was feeling right now. Wang tearfully replied to the boy that his body was relaxed. The feeling of vomiting was gone, and he was as if he was really fine. The man immediately started bowing in front of the boy, saying that he was his savior. The protagonist asked the man to stand up, saying that this wasn't the end. Unexpectedly, the culprits came forward as soon as goo was extracted. Mr. Wang's opponents, upon seeing the school children, asked them to leave the room and mind their own business. The protagonist, on the other hand, suggested that these gentlemen leave the premises if they didn't want trouble. Otherwise, he would deal with them. The leader of the hooligans didn't want to listen to some boy anymore, so he decided to teach him a lesson by releasing 6 goo larvae towards Lin Yun. But the protagonist was not confused and beat back this attack using his golden needles. Seeing that the boy was not just a schoolboy, but was able to repel the attack of the goo maggots, the boss of the hooligans even felt bad. He told Lin Yun that because he had helped Wang destroy the vermin, he had broken the rules of the world. Lin Yun didn't care what the old man told him. He replied that in that case, he would dictate the rules. The old man was furious and released about 7 more goo larvae to destroy the kid for sure. This time, the protagonist decided not to even use needles, he just destroyed these maggots with his spiritual energy. Seeing this, the old man foamed at the mouth. He got very angry and said that he would destroy the boy with his bare hands. In a flash, the old man was at the boy's back and was about to give him a fatal blow to the pain point on his neck. But the protagonist managed to dodge and hit the old man back with a powerful punch to the chest. Lin Yun told the old man that he had destroyed his dantian, so he could stop trying to harm people with these evil techniques. The old man was very much startled to realize that the boy was so young but already had such power, so he asked him who he was. The protagonist answered the old man that it doesn't matter who he is, because the old man couldn't defeat him even if he trained for the rest of his life. Tang Ming escorted the ill-wishers out and told Mr. Wang that now he may not sell the store. Mr. Wang was afraid that some of his ill-wishers would return in the future, so he decided to donate the store to the protagonist. Lin Yun took the man by the shoulders and told Wang that he didn't have to give such gifts for getting rid of trouble. Wang cried and said that he had been very depressed for the past few months and woke up every day thinking that he was going to die soon. That's why he wanted to just sell everything, leave his wife and children and find a place to end his life. But now it was as if the man was alive again. It was as if he was reborn. He told that 10 years ago he bought this store for less than $2 million. And now that the main character saved his life, he thinks he is ready to give up this store, because his life is worth definitely more than $2 million. After listening to Wang, the guy didn't insist otherwise, especially since the old man promised to cover the cost of repairing and remodeling the store himself. Yaocho couldn't believe that this store would now be replaced by the main character's clinic. The kid looked her in the eyes and told her that it was his clinic and theirs together. He immediately asked the girl to take care of the repairs and buy some more things for him. He needed things like wolf hair and sulfur mercury, yellow paper, and a dozen roosters and black dogs. Lin Yun realized that the matter of the clinic had been resolved, and there would be no need to worry about money in the future. Soon, he would be able to reach the 4th level of body refinement, which meant that it was time for him to prepare to make talismans. In general, talismans needed the blood of a demonic beast, but the protagonist wasn't even sure if there were demonic beasts on this planet. That was why he decided to replace this blood with the blood of roosters and black dogs. Lin Yun realized that if he managed to catch a demonic beast, he would be able to make a talisman to gather spiritual power, and then he wouldn't have to rely on the luminary family grass. Once again, when he came to the luminary family grass, he noticed that for some reason, the spiritual power of the grass had decreased. This could only mean that someone else had come here besides him. Suddenly, he heard some movement in the grass and turned around and saw a spiritual fox. Taking it by the withers and raising it above the ground, the protagonist realized that the fox was coming to the grass for healing. Lin Yong then let it go, saying that it could heal in peace because at this moment today he would be guarding it. Realizing that the spiritual fox was afraid that the protagonist would kill her, he became furious and said that he would suck all the spiritual power from the Seven Saints herb and leave nothing for her if she didn't start trusting him right now. After a while, the spiritual fox still began to trust Lin Yun and fell asleep in the grass next to him. Realizing this, the guy picked up the spirit fox to examine it for injuries. After examining the spirit fox, Lin Yun realized that she had a serious internal injury. She was lucky that they had met. The protagonist took out his golden needle to help the spiritual fox and asked her not to worry, as everything would be fine. After the operation, looking into the fox's eyes, the protagonist realized that she understood what he was saying. It came as a surprise to him that she had already revealed her spiritual wisdom, so she would be able to take on a human form after a while. Lin Yun realized that although the fox had one tail, it was almost unrealistic to meet a spiritual beast on Earth. Hearing this, the fox jumped out of the boy's arms and showed that it had 3 tails. The boy almost went crazy, because it turned out that the 3-tailed spiritual fox in front of him was a 3-tailed spiritual fox that was rare, even in the cultivation world. After only a few seconds, the fox fully revealed itself to the protagonist, revealing that it actually had 9 tails. Seeing that it was a 9-tailed fox, Lin Yun was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. From the ancient scriptures, the protagonist had learned a long time ago that after the 9-tailed fox reaches adulthood, it flies through the sky and passes underground. She is unrivaled in the art of illusion, making her more powerful than even the 4 sacred beasts. Lin Yun didn't realize how small yet tough the spiritual fox in front of him was. Suddenly, the fox ran up to the protagonist and grabbed him by the pant leg and began to pull him along. The boy realized that she wanted to take him somewhere, so he got up and followed her. The fox took him to some unusual cave. The boy felt that the aura in the cave was unusual, and there was something wrong with it. Walking through the cave, the boy came to a rocky mountain, realizing that this was a great formation, the yin-yang of the dragon shackles. Yin holds yang. Yang protects yin. This is the dragon's only burial place. The boy looking at the fox couldn't believe that he couldn't find this cave before. Such a huge crater in the valley. Suddenly the boy's cell phone rang. Xiao Bai, that's what he called the fox, got scared and ran away. Picking up the cell phone handset of the protagonist was almost blown away by the wind, because the girl on the back began to shout that Xiao Meimei suddenly felt a terrible pain in his entire body and said that his restriction had begun to take effect. Hearing this information, Lin Yun said that it would be soon and immediately pushed off the ground with all his might and flew into the air. The spiritual fox saw Lin Yun flying away and without thinking for a long time, decided to follow him. Xiao Meimei, meanwhile, was breaking hard. She felt as if her body was turning inside out. So much was she in pain. Zhuang Meifeng asked her not to scratch and calm down to wait for Lin Yun to come and heal her. Xiao Meimei grabbed her hand and said that it was because of Lin Yun that she was dying right now. Then looking into the girl's eyes, Xiao Meimei said that the husband Zhuang misses so much is actually a devil. Suddenly, Lin Yun appeared and asked her to shut her mouth, and told his wife to bring him a basin of hot water. When she saw that the boy took out his needle and wanted to do something to Xiao Meimei, she grabbed his hand and said that she was ready for him to kill her, just so she wouldn't have to endure this pain anymore. She said she hated the protagonist. He responded by saying that if he had lost that time, they would have done no better to him than he did to her. He told her that they would have either locked him up and tortured him brutally, or they would have just brought his head to get their money. After that, he took the girl by the chin and told her that this was the reason why she had no right to hate him. After that, he told Xiao Meimei that he and her were essentially the same person. Hearing her husband's conversation, Zhuang Meifeng dropped the basin of hot water from her hands. She realized what Ling Yun really looked like.